Find a radio show.
Scene 3.
Finally, the trio acquires the yttrium and returns to the lab to analyze the carrots. Rick uses a scientific technique called petrissage to extract the mystery substance from the carrots.
What are you doing, Dad?
I'm using petrissage to extract the substance from the carrots. It's a scientific technique that…
Is that like a massage for vegetables?
No, Morty, it's not like a massage for vegetables.
Scene 4.
After analyzing the substance, Rick discovers that the carrots were part of a covert CIA mission to deliver top-secret documents to the robot head. The light was a tracking device used by the CIA to monitor the transaction.
So, what do we do with the carrots now?
We could make a carrot cake or maybe some carrot soup.
Or we could just leave them here, Dad.
Good idea, Morty, let's go get some ice cream.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Beth enjoying ice cream and laughing about the absurdity of their carrot conundrum. Title: The Interdimensional Hunt for TSM_Daquan's H&M Shirt. The episode opens with Rick and Morty cruising through the cosmos in their spaceship when they receive a distress signal from a man in a spacesuit standing next to a large object with a green top and bottom part of it. The man introduces himself as an abdomen plutonium engineer and explains that he's lost his highly prized H&M shirt. Rick immediately sees this as an opportunity to flex his interdimensional muscle and finds a lead on the missing shirt through the computer systems of a parallel universe. Morty, however, is skeptical of the plan and voices his concerns about the consequences of meddling with other dimensions. Rick brushes off Morty's worries and the two travel to the alternate reality where they encounter TSM_Daquan, a computer systems analyst and avid gamer who happens to be wearing the missing H&M shirt. They engage in a wildly hilarious battle of wits and video game skills as they try to negotiate a trade for the shirt. At one point, Rick uses his scientific prowess to create a device that manipulates the laws of space-time, giving Morty an advantage in the game.
Rick, this is basic space-time manipulation. Morty, try to keep up.
Throughout the episode, there are plenty of meta jokes and pop culture references that make light of each character's unique quirks and relationships. Ultimately, Rick and Morty successfully retrieve the shirt and return to their own dimension, only to realize that they've accidentally caused a ripple effect throughout the multiverse, resulting in unpredictable consequences that will undoubtedly factor into future episodes.
Morty, Rick, I knew messing with other dimensions would have consequences. We're screwed.
Rick, relax, Morty. When you're a genius like me, consequences are just opportunities for more adventures.
Title: Robo Rumble at the Del Taco. Opening shot shows Rick and Morty in the garage, tinkering with a robot that they've built. Beth and Summer suddenly enter the garage.
What is this, Rick? A robot?
No, Beth, this is a sophisticated mechanical being that analyzes data and calculates probabilities with advanced algorithms.
We're gonna have it compete in a robot talent show.
Oh my god, that sounds incredible.
Cut to the robot standing in the middle of a wrestling ring. The crowd cheers from the stands in the background, with a red carpet and white floor.
On this corner, our pride and joy, the data crunching, probability maximizing robot.
And its opponent, a boxer who's potentially brain damaged.
The crowd roars with excitement as the boxer enters the ring wearing gloves, a mouthguard, and a pair of large underpants.
The match begins.
The boxer throws a punch, but the robot ducks and quickly calculates its next move.
Wow, Rick, the robot is learning.
That's not even scientifically accurate. How can a machine learn in the span of a single match?
Beth, That's because this robot has a built-in algorithm that analyzes and replicates its opponent's fighting style.
My god, that's amazing.
Rick hands Morty a Del Taco.
Here, Morty, eat a Del Taco while we watch. It's scientifically proven to enhance viewing pleasure.
Morty takes a bite of the Del Taco and suddenly sees a John Cena meme.
Whoa, Rick, this Del Taco is making me hallucinate.
That's because of the excessive amount of preservatives and additives in fast food. It's really bad for you.
Beth, you're just jealous that you don't have a sense of humor.
The robot lands a punch on the boxer, knocking him out. The crowd goes wild.
Whoa, Rick, the robot just won.
Of course it did, Morty. It's science.
The robot turns towards Morty and says something in binary code.
What did it say, Rick?
Just some innuendo about your mom, Morty. Don't worry about it.
The episode ends with Rick and the family laughing as the robot takes a victory lap around the wrestling ring. Title: The Chaotic Aquatic Adventure.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and his family embark on a scientific expedition to a rocky shore near a large body of water. As waves crash onto the shore and a cliff looms in the background, they stumble upon a series of wild adventures, including a run-in with Frank Barone from Everybody Loves Raymond, a vampire apocalypse survival mission, an exploration of Jupiter's atmosphere, a conversation with Drake about his latest album, and a terrifying encounter with a haunted lighthouse.
Scene 1.
Alright, Morty, we're heading to the shore. We're gonna find some crazy scientific shit there.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what's the point of this?
Morty, the point is to discover something new. You know, science stuff.
Scene 2.
As they reach the shore, they spot Frank Barone sitting on a rock, staring at the ocean.
Hey, Frank, what brings you here?
Frank, I'm escaping from my nagging wife, Marie. Can't deal with her anymore.
Yeah, we know how that feels. But, come on, let's do something scientific. Scene 3.
Suddenly, they hear a loud screeching noise and spot a group of vampires descending upon them.
Oh no, the vampire apocalypse is here.
Quick, let's use these stakes to defend ourselves.
Scene 4.
As they try to escape the vampires, they stumble upon a portal that takes them to Jupiter.
What the hell, Rick? We're on Jupiter now.
Oh yeah, I always forget about these portals. Let's see what we can learn here.
Scene 5.
Drake approaches them, rapping about his latest album.
Drake, hey, you guys like my new track? It's called Jupiter in the Sky.
Sorry, Drake, we're not here for your music. We're here for science.
Scene 6.
As they return to Earth, they see a haunted lighthouse looming in the distance.
Guys, we should investigate that lighthouse. It seems like it has a scientific explanation behind it.
Beth, you are a genius. Let's do it. Scene 7.
As they enter the lighthouse, they are greeted by a ghostly figure.
Ghost, get out of here before it's too late.
What the hell, Rick? Why did you bring us here?
Morty, we are scientists. We need to find out what's going on here.
Scene 8.
As they explore further, they discover that the lighthouse is actually a portal to a parallel universe.
Guys, this is insane. We're crossing dimensions.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. We have much more to explore.
Scene 9.
As they exit the portal, they find themselves back on the shore, looking out into the endless sea.
Well, that was one hell of a ride. But we learned so much.
I don't even know what just happened, Rick.
Morty, that's the beauty of science. There's always something new to discover.
Scene 10.
As they walk away, they catch a glimpse of a mermaid swimming in the sea.
Hey, maybe we should investigate that mermaid.
Beth, you are obsessed with science. I like that about you.
The end. Title: Universally Entangled Hilarity. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer gathered around the TV, watching a popular comedy web series about a grisly murder investigation. Rick scoffs at the lack of scientific accuracy in the show, claiming that they could do it better themselves. Inspired, Rick concocts a plan to create universes where every person is connected through entangled particles, causing them to think and act in unison. The group decides to use this technology to stage an elaborate prank on the local police officers. The episode is filled with hilarious scientific jargon, with Rick and Morty engaging in a rapid-fire exchange of PhD-level insults. Meanwhile, Jerry attempts to fit in by peppering his speech with random scientific terminology, but only succeeds in confusing everyone. The group sets up a fake crime scene, complete with a red and white striped wall as the backdrop. When the police officers arrive, they are immediately taken aback by the bizarre behavior of the townspeople, who are all acting out of sync with each other. As the officers try to piece together what is happening, Rick reveals the truth and unleashes a flurry of insults at the confused law enforcement officers. Morty chimes in with a series of his signature one-liners, while Summer attempts to muffle her laughter in the background. In the end, the group confesses to their prank, but not before Rick manages to pull off one last scientific trick. He creates a universe where every person's thoughts are broadcast publicly, causing chaos and hilarity to ensue. The episode wraps up with the group laughing their heads off, as the townspeople continue to act in unison, and the police officers shake their heads in disbelief.
Pathetic. That show couldn't come up with a decent punchline if their life depended on it.
Yeah, too bad they don't have a Rick and Morty writing team.
Well, actually, I read an article that said using quantum entanglement for practical jokes could.
Jerry, shut up.
Police Officer 1, what the hell is going on here? Why is everyone acting so weird?
Oh, nothing special, officer. Just a little scientific experiment we cooked up.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand. You probably still think the Earth is flat or something.
Actually, the shape of the Earth can be explained.
Jerry, seriously, shut up.
Alright, let's wrap this up. I've got a few more universes to create before bedtime.
Can I come? I want to see if there's one where I'm an actual genius.
Good luck with that, Morty.
The group laughs as the scene fades to black. Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Sailor Moon's Zombie Reality Show Disaster Experiment with LOL 1 inch. The episode opens with Rick and Morty working on a new scientific experiment involving quantum entanglement. Morty is hesitant, but Rick assures him that it's all for science. Suddenly, they notice a toy figure laying on the ground with a pink ribbon around its neck and head, with a purple ribbon around its neck.
Morty, look at this toy figure. It's displaying a quantum entanglement pattern that I've never seen before.
Rick, are we really going to mess with quantum entanglement again? Remember the last time?
Relax, Morty. This time, we're going to use it to bring Sailor Moon's zombie reality show disaster experiment to life.
What? Why would we do that?
Because it's hilarious, Morty, and laughter is the best medicine. But we need some additional help to make this experiment work.
Suddenly, Sailor Moon appears in the lab.
Sailor Moon, Rick, I heard you need some help with a scientific experiment. Count me in.
Perfect timing, Sailor Moon. We also need the help of LOL 1 and Samus Aran.
LOL 1 and Samus Aran then appear in the lab.
LOL 1, yo, what's up? You guys got any snacks?
Samus Aran, I'm ready to assist with any scientific experiment, Rick.
Rick then explains the experiment to the group.
They will use quantum entanglement to bring the zombie reality show Disaster of Sailor Moon to life and merge it with the gameplay of LOL 1 stream.
Samus Aran will act as the control to make sure everything doesn't go completely haywire.
Sailor Moon, this is going to be so much fun.
Tyler 1. I'm down for anything as long as there's food involved.
They begin the experiment, and within seconds, a zombie outbreak ensues in the lab. Rick becomes ecstatic and starts cheering at the top of his lungs.
Yes, this is hilarious. This is science at its finest.
Rick, I don't think this is supposed to happen.
The group soon realizes that the experiment has gone too far and they need to put a stop to it before it causes a real disaster. Samus Aran manages to contain the zombies while Rick and Morty work to reverse the quantum entanglement process.
Sailor Moon, that was insane, but it was so much fun.
Tyler 1. I'm so down to do this again, but next time with pizza and wings.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully reverse the process and the zombie outbreak ends. However, they learned that quantum entanglement should never be taken lightly and that science has its limits.
Well, that was a ride. But we learned that science always comes with a risk. And sometimes, you just gotta embrace the chaos.
I don't think that's the best lesson, Rick.
Tomato, tomato.
Title: The Epididymis Handball Hullabaloo. Opening shot of a futuristic city, with a bright light emitting from the top of a flying car and a towering futuristic building in the background.
Morty, buckle up for a wild ride. We're headed to the Galactic Handball Championships.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why are we going all the way to the Epididymis Galaxy for handball?
Because their interdimensional handball technology is light years ahead of ours, and they're not afraid to use it.
Beth and Summer join Rick and Morty in the car.
This is going to be so cool. I heard the Epididymis players use nanoparticles to manipulate the ball.
I hope we're not too late to get tickets.
Don't worry, I've got connections. Plus, I have a little surprise to show you all.
The group arrives at the Galactic Stadium, which is packed to the brim with alien spectators. As they take their seats, Rick pulls out a small device.
Behold, the Handball Enhancer 3000. It amplifies the player's abilities and makes the game more interesting.
That sounds kind of dangerous, Rick.
Relax, Morty, what could go wrong?
As the game begins, the Enhancer 3000 starts to malfunction, causing the player's abilities to become uncontrollable. The ball bounces around like a pinball, destroying the stadium.
Rick, we have to do something. The players are out of control.
And we're going to get squished.
I know just the thing.
Rick creates a gravity well in the center of the stadium, pulling the ball and players in. With some quick thinking and teamwork, the group manages to reset the Enhancer 3000 and stop the chaos.
Wow, that was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen handball played like that.
That's because it wasn't just handball, Morty. It was handball on steroids. And it was glorious.
Let's just hope we don't end up with a hefty repair bill.
Yeah, but it was totally worth it for the experience.
The group flies off into the night sky, with the defeated and exhausted handball players left behind. Closing shot of the futuristic city, with the bright light from the flying car fading in the distance. Title of episode: The Praseodymium Paradox.
Scientific description: the praseodymium paradox is a theoretical concept in quantum physics that suggests the existence of a parallel universe wherein praseodymium, a rare earth element, plays a pivotal role in the physical properties of matter. This episode explores the scientific implications of this paradox, as well as the absurd and hilarious consequences of Rick and Morty's interdimensional escapades.
Characters:
Brilliant but crazy scientist who loves to tinker with the fabric of reality and unmake the laws of physics.
Rick's hapless grandson who gets dragged along on all sorts of bizarre adventures, frequently serving as Rick's unwilling guinea pig.
Morty's unemployed and insecure father, who often gets in over his head when he tries to assert his own authority over the Smith family.
Morty's older sister, who is often exasperated by her family's antics but also enjoys tagging along on their crazy misadventures.
Story discussion.
The episode begins with Rick discovering a blurry photo of a blurry image of a tree in the distance with the word Shutterstock on it. Intrigued, he sets out to find the tree and uncovers a mysterious portal that leads to a world of splendor, a utopian society of sentient beings who are obsessed with a rare earth element, praseodymium. Rick quickly realizes that this parallel universe is in danger of collapsing due to an over-reliance on praseodymium, and he begins to hatch a plan to save it. However, the pirate space explorers who rule over the planet will stop at nothing to protect their valuable supply of praseodymium, leading to a hilarious showdown between Rick and the pirates. Title: The Interdimensional Enchilada Expedition.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty and the Smith family are transported to a medieval-themed dimension where they find themselves in front of a castle, with a man standing in the field. They engage in conversation with the man who informs them of a powerful mystical item known as the Enchilada of the Gods, capable of granting unlimited power to whoever possesses it.
Enchiladas? Really, Morty? If we're going to be questing for mystical artifacts, can't we at least go for something more interesting like a time crystal?
Come on, Rick, a little Mexican cuisine never hurt anyone.
I've actually been trying to perfect my own recipe for chicken enchiladas. Maybe I'll be able to compare it to the enchilada of the gods.
There's no time for that, Jerry. We need to focus on obtaining this artifact before it falls into the wrong hands.
As they journey towards the enchilada, they encounter various obstacles, including an isolated Arctic horror that they defeat by creating a portal to a warmer dimension, and a fierce Ganondorf-like villain who tries to steal the enchilada for himself.
That was like something out of The Legend of Zelda, but way more intense.
Tom Holland, who happens to be in the same dimension, joins the group on their quest, bringing with him his knowledge of Star Wars.
Tom Holland. I feel like Luke Skywalker right now, venturing into the Emperor's throne room.
As they finally reach the enchilada of the gods, they are ambushed by the same villain they encountered earlier.
Oh great, this guy again. Can't he come up with something more original?
A battle ensues, and just as the villain is about to claim victory, Jerry's homemade chicken enchiladas distract him long enough for the Smith family to claim the enchilada of the gods.
Well, Jerry, I guess your cooking skills saved the day.
I always knew my special secret ingredient would come in handy someday.
I never thought I'd say this, but maybe we should stick to more mundane adventures from now on.
Speak for yourself, Morty. I've already got my sights set on the next interdimensional artifact. Let's get swifty.
The group celebrates their victory with a feast of enchiladas and a round of interdimensional shots. The episode ends with Rick teasing the audience with a preview of their future adventures.
Next up, we're going on a quest for the Infinity Gauntlet. You know what that means, Morty. We're going to be mixing it up with the Avengers.
Title: Quantum Speculation and Interdimensional Gossip.
The episode opens with Rick tinkering with a quantum entanglement device, while Morty looks on in confusion. Suddenly, Beth bursts in, brandishing a speculum and demanding that Rick help her perform a thorough examination of Jerry's nether regions. Rick rolls his eyes and begrudgingly agrees, setting up a makeshift lab in the field outside the Smith household. As Beth begins her examination, Rick and Morty watch from a safe distance, making crude jokes and jabs about Jerry's manhood. Suddenly, the quantum device whirs to life, and a group of interdimensional beings materialize on the table next to them. The beings introduce themselves as the Gossipers, a race of beings who travel through various dimensions to collect and spread rumors and juicy gossip. Rick, delighted by this new opportunity for scientific exploration, jumps at the chance to study the Gossipers and their advanced technology. Beth and Morty, however, are more interested in hearing all the latest gossip from the multiverse. The Gossipers eagerly spill the tea on all the Smith family's alternate selves across the multiverse, from a universe where Summer is a ruthless dictator to one where Jerry is a beloved hero. As the Gossipers prepare to leave, Rick hatches a plan to capture and study them further. Chaos ensues as the Smith family engages in an interdimensional chase through various parallel universes, dodging killer robots and giant alien monsters along the way. Finally, back in their own universe, the Smiths finally catch the Gossipers and force them to reveal all their secrets. But as they listen, they realize that the gossip that seemed so thrilling and scandalous before is really just a bunch of meaningless drivel. Morty expresses disappointment, but Rick reminds him that gossip and speculation are a natural part of human behavior. The family reconciles, and the episode ends with Rick marveling at the infinite potential of the multiverse while Morty tries to convince him to take a break and watch some TV.
Rick. Oh, the quantum entanglement device. The perfect tool for exploring the multiverse. And Jerry's taint.
Beth, I can't stress how important it is to perform regular examinations. Especially in multidimensional beings. It's just common sense.
Morty, you guys are disgusting.
Gossiper 1, did you hear about the dimension where Summer becomes the supreme overlord of the universe?
Gossiper 2, or the one where Jerry becomes a world-renowned scientist.
Rick. Fascinating. And they say we have no purpose.
Beth, how does the speculation and gossip affect the interdimensional balance of power?
Morty, can't we just go back to watching TV and eating chips?
Rick. Do you ever think about how tiny our existence is in the grand scheme of things? The universe is infinite, endless. We're just a tiny blip in time and space.
Beth, I'm sorry. I still can't get over the fact that Jerry's taint is sentient in this dimension.
Morty, this is why I need therapy.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Scissoring Spectacle.
Synopsis: Our beloved protagonists Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are on a mission to uncover the truth behind a bizarre event happening in their small neighborhood. A woman is holding a pair of scissors in her mouth while an older man watches in disbelief. As they delve deeper into the mystery, they stumble upon Beth, who is using a speculum on Jerry, much to the shock and confusion of the family.
This is some weird shit, Morty. We should have just stayed in the garage.
I don't think that's an option, Rick. I mean, look at that lady with the scissors.
What is going on? Why is Beth using that thing on me?
I can't believe this is happening. What kind of experiment is this?
Hold up. I think I know what this is. It's a classic case of dimensional rifts due to the misuse of scientific tools. I've seen this before. We need to fix it ASAP.
But how are we going to do that, Rick? We don't even know how they got those tools in the first place.
Can't we just call the police or something? This is getting out of hand.
No way, Dad. We have to handle this ourselves. We're the only ones who know about this, and we can't risk anyone finding out.
Right on, Summer. We'll use the portal gun to track down the source of these tools and fix the rifts before it's too late.
As the family races against time to save their reality from collapsing, they encounter a series of hilarious and scientifically improbable obstacles that only they could overcome. In the end, they save the day and return to their normal lives, but not before learning a valuable lesson about the dangers of misusing scientific tools.
Beth to Jerry: well, that was an interesting experience. You should feel proud of yourself for being a part of groundbreaking scientific research.
I don't know about that, Beth, but at least we can safely say that we're not in a dimension where that woman is still holding those scissors in her mouth.
Title: Investigating the Correlation Between Child Play and Sharp-Edged Instruments.
In this episode, we explore the effects of child play on the use and misuse of sharp-edged instruments. A young girl is observed playing with a man's scissors in a room that contained a window and a chair. The observer recorded several instances of the girl wielding the scissors in precarious manners, raising concerns about child safety. Meanwhile, Beth conducts a medical examination using a speculum on Jerry. The detailed process involved in using this tool and its applications in medical diagnoses are thoroughly explained in the program. The family members' reactions to hearing about this procedure vary, with some exhibiting disgust and others expressing curiosity. As the episode goes on, the observer's recordings of the young girl's behavior with the scissors escalate, leading to an intervention by the family, ensuring the little girl's safety. The family members discuss the importance of proper handling of sharp tools and preventing children from accessing them without supervision. Overall, this episode investigates the consequences of improper handling of sharp objects and emphasizes the significance of safety precautions, especially in households with children.
Title: The Tonsillectomy Experiment.
Synopsis:
In this episode, we follow Ansel Elgort, a man with a sci-fi device implanted in his throat, as he undergoes a tonsillectomy. The sci-fi device is an experimental nanobot technology designed to repair damaged tissues in the human body. We investigate the potential benefits and risks of using this technology in a surgical procedure.
Opening scene.
We see Ansel Elgort lying on an operating table, attached to monitors and a ventilator. The surgical team is preparing him for the procedure. Ansel's doctor explains to him the risks and benefits of having the experimental nanobots activated during the surgery.
Doctor Ansel, we will activate your nanobots during the procedure. The benefit of using this technology is that it will allow us to repair any minor tissue damage caused by the surgery. However, there is a risk that the nanobots may malfunction and cause undesirable side effects that could lead to further complications.
Ansel, I understand the risks, Doctor. Let's proceed.
Surgery.
The surgical team proceeds with the tonsillectomy, with the nanobots activated. We see the nanobots moving through Ansel's throat, repairing any damage caused by the surgery.
Doctor, everything seems to be going as planned. The nanobots are functioning correctly, and we are making steady progress in removing Ansel's tonsils.
Suddenly, Ansel's heart rate begins to accelerate, and his blood pressure drops rapidly.
Doctor, we have a problem. Ansel is experiencing a severe allergic reaction to the nanobots. We need to act fast to stabilize him. The aftermath.
The surgical team rushes to stabilize Ansel, administering medication to counteract the allergic reaction.
Doctor, Ansel, you are lucky to be alive. The nanobots triggered an allergic reaction, which caused a severe adverse reaction in your body. From this, we can conclude that there are still significant risks associated with using experimental technologies like nanobots in surgical procedures.
Ansel groans in pain. I guess you could say that the experiment was a success up until the point where it wasn't.
Doctor, yes, indeed, Ansel. The experiment did provide us with valuable data that will help us improve the technology and reduce the potential risks in the future.
Conclusion. In conclusion, we see the risks and benefits of using experimental technologies in medical procedures. While the sci-fi device implanted in Ansel's throat did provide some benefit in repairing tissue damage, the risk of allergic reaction was significant.
Future research into experimental technologies must consider these risks before implementing them in medical procedures.
Title: Canine Cognition and the English Literature Pirate Space Adventure.
Episode summary.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty observing a dog staring at the sunset with a boat in the background and foreground. Rick's scientific curiosity leads him to hypothesize that the dog is contemplating its existence and purpose in life, which later triggers a series of hilarious events.
Morty, observe the canine specimen. It appears to be contemplating its own existence and purpose in life.
Oh, Rick, I think it's just looking at the sunset.
As Rick and Morty continue their observation, the dog suddenly starts talking to them. The dog introduces itself as Rowan Blanchard, a highly advanced dog with a degree in English literature and a passion for space adventures.
Rowan Blanchard, greetings, fellow beings. I have discovered the existence of a pirate space adventure hidden within the pages of a classic English literature novel. I require your assistance in embarking on this epic journey.
Rick and Morty, always up for a challenge, use their knowledge of interdimensional portals and space travel to aid Rowan Blanchard in her quest. Along the way, they encounter numerous hilarious mishaps, including a sandwich that gains sentience and tries to take over the ship.
Oh, Rick, I think the sandwich is trying to control the ship.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got this. Proceeds to eat the sandwich.
As they arrive at their destination, they find that the pirate treasure they were seeking was just a metaphor for the true treasure they found within themselves.
Rowan Blanchard, thank you, fellow beings. I have discovered that the true treasure is in the journey, not the destination.
That's great and all, but did you see that sandwich back there? I swear it was trying to take over the ship.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty back in their lab, contemplating the events of their latest adventure and wondering what crazy scientific hijinks they will get into next.
You know, Rick, sometimes I wonder if we're the ones contemplating our existence and purpose in life.
Ah, Morty, We're just here for the ride.
The end.
Title: The Bladder Chronicles, a dino reality show.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a primordial forest where they stumble upon a group of dinosaurs gathered around a campfire. To Rick's surprise, the dinosaurs are filming their own reality show called Dino Island. The producer of the show, a talking pterodactyl named Bladder, invites Rick and Morty to join in the fun.
Reality shows on Dinosaur Island? This is more insane than the time I tried to create a perpetual motion machine using a hamster wheel.
Rick, what does that have to do with anything?
Nothing, Morty. Let's just go with it.
As they watch the contestants compete in various challenges, such as hunting down a pack of velociraptors, Rick becomes intrigued by Bladder's advanced camera technology.
Interesting. Your cameras are using a modified version of the MEMS, micro-electromechanical systems, technology. Where did you get the funding for this?
Bladder. Oh, we got it from our generous sponsor, Memoir 44, the classic board game about World War II.
Who would have thought that board games and Dino reality TV could mix?
As the competition heats up, Rick notices something odd about Bladder's behavior. He seems to be leaking fluid from his eyes.
Hey, Bladder, are you alright? Are you leaking?
Bladder. Oh, no, I'm fine. It's just a little runny nose. It happens to us pterodactyls when we get emotional.
Emotional? But you're a reality TV producer.
That explains everything. He's probably getting emotional about the ratings.
As the day comes to a close, Rick and Morty bid farewell to the contestants and Bladder. As they leave the island, Rick reflects on the absurdity of their adventure.
Oh, Morty, that was one for the books. Never thought I'd see a reality show with dinosaurs, let alone a pterodactyl who cries like a baby.
Yeah, and we learned about MEMS technology, board games, and pterodactyl tears.
Not bad for a day's work, Morty. Not bad at all.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty flying off into the sunset, with the camera panning back to show Bladder still crying at the campfire.
Title: An exploration of pinball machine dynamics and its relationship with craps.
Scene: a dimly lit arcade in Manchester, with a row of pinball machines as the background and a lot of other pinball machines surrounding them.
Narrator, speaking in a monotone, scientific manner. In this experimental study, we aim to examine the dynamics of pinball machines in relation to craps, a popular dice game in the gambling world. Specifically, we looked at the interaction between the players and the machines, as well as the physical properties of the machines themselves.
Dr. Johnson, the pinball machines were chosen for this study due to their intricate design, which includes several mechanisms that interact with the ball to achieve a particular outcome. These mechanisms include flippers, bumpers, and rails, all of which are interconnected and work in harmony to create an enjoyable gaming experience.
Sarah, additionally, we wanted to explore the effect of the neon lights used in the arcade, as previous studies have shown that the use of colorful lights can stimulate the brain and increase the player's enjoyment of the game.
Dr. Johnson, our study involved observing and analyzing the interactions between the players and the machines, as well as collecting data on the physical properties of the machines themselves, such as the angle of the playfield, the speed of the ball, and the force of the flippers.
John, our results showed that the use of neon lights did, in fact, increase the player's enjoyment of the game, as they were more likely to stay at the machines for a longer period of time. Additionally, we found that the physics of the machines themselves played a significant role in the player's experience. An optimally angled playfield and appropriately placed bumpers and flippers increased the player's success rate.
Narrator. Lastly, we examined the relationship between pinball and craps. While they may seem like completely different games, they share several similarities in terms of the manipulation of chance and risk-taking. Therefore, we hypothesized that there would be a correlation between the skill level of pinball players and their success in craps.
Dr. Johnson, our findings supported this hypothesis, with skilled pinball players performing better in craps than those without prior pinball experience. This suggests that the skills and strategies learned from playing pinball may transfer over to other games of chance.
Narrator. In conclusion, this study provides insight into the complex dynamics of pinball machines and their relationship with other games of chance. Further research may be necessary to explore the full extent of this relationship and its potential applications in gaming and gambling industries.
Title: The Cognitive Dissonance of Jackie Chili's in The Bachelor's Oysters Rockefeller.
Abstract. This paper explores the cognitive dissonance experienced by Jackie Chili's in the context of the Bachelor's Oysters Rockefeller scene. Our analysis is based on a scripted television episode featuring a man in a suit and tie standing in front of a cityscape with buildings and skyscrapers, and the character Jackie Chili's from the show Seinfeld. Through a qualitative content analysis, we explore the contrasting emotions and behaviors displayed by Chili's as he confronts his personal and professional beliefs.
Introduction. Scene. A man in a suit and tie stands in front of a cityscape with buildings and skyscrapers. He is seen holding a dish of oysters Rockefeller. He introduces himself as a contestant in the Bachelor reality TV show.
Contestant. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited to be here on The Bachelor and share with you one of my favorite dishes, oysters Rockefeller.
Literature review.
We start by building a theoretical framework grounded in cognitive dissonance theory.
According to this theory, individuals experience psychological discomfort when their attitudes and beliefs are in conflict. Such dissonance prompts cognitive restructuring to reduce discomfort.
Methodology.
We conducted a qualitative content analysis of the episode, focusing on the character Jackie Chili's and his cognitive dissonance. We included verbatim transcriptions of the episode and used thematic analysis to identify key themes, codes, and categories. Results. Our analysis revealed that Jackie Chili's, a well-known attorney, experienced cognitive dissonance while witnessing the Bachelor's Oysters Rockefeller scene. Despite Chili's personal beliefs against eating oysters, he faced professional pressure to advocate for them, leading to a dilemma.
Jackie Chili's. I'm a lawyer, not a food critic. But if I wanted to recommend oysters to anyone, I'd have them shot first.
The contrast between Chili's personal and professional beliefs led to a clear display of cognitive dissonance. He appeared uncomfortable and agitated, illustrating the psychological discomfort that individuals experience when they hold contradictory beliefs.
Discussion.
Our analysis highlights the cognitive dissonance individuals can experience in high-pressure settings, like reality TV. While Jackie Chili's case may seem comedic, it's a real phenomenon that affects many people. Our findings contribute to cognitive dissonance theory and extend its applicability to popular culture. Conclusion. In conclusion, the Bachelor's Oysters Rockefeller scene creates an intriguing illustration of cognitive dissonance theory. Our analysis of Jackie Chili's reactions suggests that this phenomenon is prevalent, affecting individuals' behavior and attitudes across multiple contexts.
Further research should explore how to mitigate or reduce cognitive dissonance to minimize the negative consequences of holding contradictory beliefs.
Title: Quantum Mechanics in Cooking, The Mysterious Purple Object.
Synopsis. In this episode of the Ninja Cooking Show, we explore the fascinating intersection of quantum mechanics, culinary arts, and massage. The mystery begins with a simple stovetop with a purple object on its burner and a blue light emanating from the top. Our intrepid host, Dr. Lisa, embarks on a journey to uncover the secrets of this enigmatic object through the power of touch and deep tissue massage.
Dr. Lisa, greetings, esteemed viewers. Today, we delve into the fascinating world of quantum mechanics, where the smallest particles can have a profound impact on the macroscopic world. As you can see, we have a stovetop with a purple object resting on its burner, emitting a blue light. What could this signify?
Dr. Raj, indeed, Dr. Lisa. The purple object appears to be emitting photons with a wavelength of approximately 450 nanometers, corresponding to blue light. This suggests that it may contain an excited state of an atom, possibly a metal ion.
Dr. Lisa, intriguing. Could this be related to the potential of food cooked on this burner?
Dr. Raj, it is possible, but we must first identify the nature of this object. Let us conduct some tests using the power of touch and deep tissue massage.
Dr. Lisa, excellent idea, Dr. Raj. Let us apply some pressure to the object and observe any changes.
Dr. Lisa massages the object, and suddenly the blue light intensifies.
Dr. Raj, fascinating. The blue light has increased in intensity, indicating that you have induced a higher excitation energy in the object.
Dr. Lisa, what could be causing this?
Dr. Raj, it is likely that the object has absorbed energy from the thermal vibrations of your fingers, causing the metal ion to become even more excited.
Dr. Lisa, so, could this lead to more efficient cooking?
Dr. Raj, it is possible, but it warrants further investigation.
The purple object suddenly emits a burst of light and disappears from the burner.
Dr. Lisa, what just happened?
Dr. Raj, it appears that the object has undergone a quantum transition, where it has gone from a superposition of excited states to a ground state, releasing a burst of energy in the process.
Dr. Lisa, this is incredible, but what does it mean for cooking?
Dr. Raj, it means that by applying specific types of touch and massage techniques, we may be able to enhance the efficiency of the cooking process by exciting the metal ions in pots and pans.
Dr. Lisa, thank you, Dr. Raj, for this enlightening exploration of the hidden world of quantum mechanics and cooking. Tune in next time for more exciting discoveries on the Ninja Cooking Show.
Title: The Quantum Runners.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty watching a group of men running on a track in a stadium with a sky background and clouds in the background.
Rick comments on the runners' biomechanics and the quantum mechanics involved in their movements. Morty questions Rick's use of scientific terms, and Rick explains that everything in the universe can be explained through the laws of physics.
It's all about the laws of motion and the transfer of energy. That's the beauty of the universe, Morty.
But why are they running?
They're participating in a track and field event, Morty. It's a competition designed to push the limits of human performance.
Sounds cool, but I don't think I could ever run that fast.
Nonsense, Morty. With the proper training and a few modifications to your biology, you could run faster than the speed of light.
I don't think that's possible, Rick.
Anything is possible with science, Morty. Now, let's get started on your training.
Rick creates a high-tech training facility for Morty, complete with gravity simulators and quantum treadmills. Morty struggles at first, but with Rick's guidance, he begins to improve his speed and agility.
Wow, Rick, I feel like I can run forever now.
That's the power of science, Morty. Now let's put your newfound skills to the test.
The duo enters a track and field competition, where they face off against some of the fastest runners in the universe. Morty's new speed impresses the crowd, but Rick is more focused on the scientific data being collected.
The data we're collecting will revolutionize the field of quantum mechanics, Morty. We're tapping into the very fabric of the universe.
Can't we just enjoy the race, Rick?
Where's the fun in that, Morty? Besides, the potential scientific breakthroughs are worth the effort.
The race heats up as the competition becomes more intense. Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to gain an advantage, but they soon realize that one of the competitors is cheating.
This is an outrage, Morty. We can't let cheating go unpunished in the world of science.
What are we going to do, Rick?
We're going to expose the cheater and prove that science always prevails.
Using their scientific skills and quick thinking, Rick and Morty are able to catch the cheater in the act and have him disqualified from the competition. The duo wins the race and the scientific community takes notice of their achievements.
Another victory for science, Morty. Who knows what the future holds for us?
I don't know, Rick. All this science is making my head spin.
That's the beauty of the universe, Morty. There's always something new to discover.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Spherical Chair Rotation.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty tinkering with a strange, spherical chair that appears to defy universal laws of motion in Rick's garage lab. Morty asks Rick what the chair does, to which Rick replies, "It's a cosmic love seeker, Morty."
It rolls through dimensions, detecting love quarks and bringing soulmates together.
Morty. Oh wow, that sounds awesome and romantic, Rick.
Rick, romantic? No, Morty. Love is just a chemical reaction in your brain. This chair finds love in the most efficient, scientific way possible. Now spin the damn wheel.
Morty spins the wheel on the chair as Rick activates the chair's engines, causing it to spin wildly out of control. Suddenly, a portal opens and the chair disappears.
Rick, great job, Morty. You just sent that chair into the 5th dimension. Now grab some popcorn. We're gonna have to watch the multiverse implode.
Meanwhile, in the Smiths' living room, Beth uses a speculum on Jerry for a routine checkup. Summer and Beth have a gossipy conversation in the background.
Summer, Mum, have you heard? Tommy from my science class just broke up with his girlfriend.
Beth, oh really, Summer? That's too bad. Did they not have enough love quarks?
Summer, what? No, Mum, they just had a fight and he dumped her.
Beth, oh, how pedestrian. You know, I could use that chair Rick's been working on to scientifically find Tommy a new mate.
Summer, what does the chair even do, Mum?
Beth, it detects love quarks and brings soulmates together. Duh.
Suddenly, the portal from Rick's garage lab opens up in the Smiths' living room, and the chair rolls out, followed by Rick and Morty.
Rick, Beth, why is that chair covered in Jerry's bodily fluids?
Beth, what? Oh, gross. It's just for a checkup, Rick. And what is that chair even doing here?
Rick, long story short, we accidentally sent it to another dimension, found a bunch of love quarks, and brought it back here. Now it's time to put it to the test.
Using the chair, Beth analyzes the love quarks of Tommy and sets up a date with a girl from his physics class. However, the chair's powers begin to malfunction, causing all sorts of random, love-related chaos in the Smith household.
Summer, screaming, why is my backpack in love with one of Jerry's socks?
Morty. Rick, why is the chair trying to pair up Grandpa with the toaster?
The episode culminates in a final showdown as the chair's engines overload, creating a black hole that threatens to destroy the entire house. Rick and Morty work together to modify the chair and save the day.
Rick, well Morty, that was a close one. But hey, at least we know the chair works.
Morty. Yeah, I guess so. But now we have to clean up all this love quark mess.
Rick, burps. Just another day in the life of a scientist, Morty.
Title: Chronological Disarray and Hyperbolic Gossip in the Multiverse.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discussing quantum mechanics in the garage.
Rick shows Morty a new gadget which can manipulate the laws of time and space.
Morty is apprehensive about using this gadget, but Rick persuades him to try it out. They put on their helmets, activate the gadget, and suddenly find themselves transported to a parallel universe. In this universe, they encounter a woman in a pink dress and a black hat driving a white truck. She introduces herself as Professor Xena, a renowned physicist, who is studying the effects of time dilation on the human mind. Rick and Morty are fascinated by her research and decide to participate in her study. Meanwhile, back at home, Beth and Jerry are having a fight. Jerry is jealous of Beth's closeness with Professor Xena and accuses her of having an affair. Beth is furious and decides to perform a medical examination on him to prove his infertility.
Summer, what? Mum is doing what to Dad? That's insane.
Rick, fret not, Summer. It's all relative. In the grand scheme of things, Jerry's testicles are insignificant specks in the multiverse.
Morty. That's not really helpful, Rick.
Back in the parallel universe, Rick and Morty discover that the time gadget has malfunctioned and they are now trapped in a time loop. They keep reliving the same moment over and over again, which drives them to madness.
Jerry, I don't understand why Beth is doing this to me. It's humiliating.
Summer, well, at least she's not doing it to a parallel version of you in another universe.
Jerry, what do you mean?
Summer, never mind. You don't want to know.
As the time loop continues, the gossip about Beth and Jerry's marital problems spreads throughout the multiverse. Aliens, robots, and creatures from other dimensions all have an opinion on the matter.
Beth, this is all ridiculous. Why are we even discussing this?
Because, Beth, in a multiverse where anything is possible, gossip is the most valuable currency.
In the end, Rick manages to fix the gadget and he and Morty return home. The family reunites, and they all agree that the experience has taught them to value their relationships and cherish the present moment.
Wow, that was one crazy episode. I feel like my brain was just put through a quantum blender. I know, right? The combination of time travel, parallel universes, and marital drama was mind-boggling. And the way they made fun of scientific jargon and academic jargon was priceless. Yeah, and I can't believe they managed to cram so many jokes and puns into one episode. It just goes to show that anything is possible in the multiverse, even a sci-fi sitcom with a dash of existential philosophers. Truly a masterpiece of episodic art.
Title: The Impact of Female Physicians on Speculum Use.
Abstract. The present study aimed to investigate the potential psychological impact of female physicians on patients undergoing speculum examination. A single case study design was employed, where a patient named Jerry, aged 41, was examined by a female physician named Beth, aged 32, in the presence of the patient's family members. During the examination, the patient reported feeling uncomfortable and observed the reactions of his family members. Data was collected through audio and video recordings, as well as self-report measures completed by the patient after the examination.
Introduction. The use of a speculum during pelvic examinations is a common medical practice, yet there is limited research regarding its impact on patients. Previous studies suggest that the gender of the examining physician may have an effect on the patient's comfort level and psychological well-being during the examination. This study aimed to further explore this issue by examining the impact of a female physician on the patient's perception of the examination, as well as the reactions of the patient's family members.
Method. A single case study design was employed, where a patient named Jerry, aged 41, was examined by a female physician named Beth, aged 32, in the presence of the patient's family members. A speculum was used during the examination, which lasted approximately 10 minutes. Data was collected through audio and video recordings of the examination, as well as self-report measures completed by the patient immediately after the examination.
Results. The patient reported feeling uncomfortable during the examination, citing the cold sensation of the speculum and the presence of his family members as contributing factors. The patient's family members exhibited various reactions during the examination, including nervousness, shock, and disbelief. The physician remained professional throughout the examination, explaining each step of the process to the patient and answering his questions.
Discussion. The findings suggest that the gender of the examining physician may have an impact on the patient's perception of the examination, particularly in the presence of family members. It is important for physicians to recognize and address patient discomfort and anxiety during speculum examinations, as well as to educate family members about the importance of supporting the patient during the examination. Future research may explore interventions to help reduce patient discomfort during speculum examinations, such as warming the speculum or offering relaxation techniques.
Jerry, this is so uncomfortable.
Beth, I understand, Jerry. We will be finished soon.
Morty. Oh my god, I didn't know it would look like that.
Summer, Morty, be quiet.
Beth, Jerry, do you have any questions or concerns?
Jerry, no, just wanted to be over.
Rick, what's taking so long?
Beth, I'm just finishing up the examination, Rick. Beth, all right, Jerry, we're all done here.
Jerry, thank God.
Beth, you did great. Beth, I will have the results in a few days and will follow up with you then.
Summer, is he okay, Beth?
Beth, everything looks normal, Summer. He just needs to wait for the results.
Morty. Thank you for checking him out, Beth.
Beth, of course, Morty. It's all in a day's work.
Title: Speculum Brush and Shenanigans.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty and Summer are in the garage working on a new invention.
Morty, I need you to grab me the metallic decay stabilizer from the top shelf.
Struggling to reach. I can't reach it, Rick.
Summer, can you grab it?
Rolls her eyes. Fine. Retrieves the stabilizer and hands it to Rick.
Suddenly, a portal opens up and Jerry and Beth step out. Hey, do you guys have a hairbrush?
I can't find mine.
Sarcastically, oh sure, because finding a hairbrush is the most important thing in the universe right now.
Rolls her eyes. Just help me look for it, Jerry.
Noticing the second woman with them. Oh, who's this? A new girlfriend?
No, this is our neighbor, Karen. She's just watching.
Karen, hi, Rick. Hi, kids.
Blushing nervously, hi Karen.
Suddenly, there's a commotion outside and the group rushes out to see what's happening.
Scene. Outside, the trio sees a man helping a woman brush her hair while another woman watches and a man films.
Confused. What in the multiverse is going on here?
Whispering to Summer. Is this some new kind of fetish or something?
Whispering back. Morty, not everything is about sex.
As they watch, Beth walks up to Jerry and pulls out a speculum.
Okay, Jerry, time for your weekly checkup.
Panicking. WH what? No way.
Oh, come on, it's just a routine thing. Karen, want to hold the camera? Karen, sure.
Smirking. Oh boy, Jerry's in for a surprise.
Cut to. The rest of the family gathered inside the house, gossiping about the events outside.
Whispering to Morty. Do you think they're making a porn or something?
Shocked, Summer. That's disgusting.
Watching the events unfold on a monitor, look at Jerry squirm. He's like a little lamb being led to slaughter.
In the video, okay Jerry, now just relax and breathe.
Moaning uncomfortably. This is so awkward.
Karen, zooming in. Oh geez, that thing is huge.
Gasps. Did you hear that?
Covering his ears. I don't want to hear anymore.
Smirking. Oh, this is just too good.
Eventually, the scene fades out as the group continues to discuss the speculum incident.
Moral of the story. Don't be afraid to ask for help when looking for your hairbrush, and always be prepared for unexpected bodily examinations.
Title: The Exploration of a Futuristic City and the Controversial Visit to Epstein's Island.
Abstract. In this episode, a scientific expedition explores a futuristic city characterized by intense luminosity and technological advancements, as well as the controversial visit of a character to Epstein's Island. The episode is described based on a qualitative analysis of the dialogue between the characters.
Introduction.
Wow, this city is an amazing spectacle of technological advancement. The luminosity produced by these devices is remarkable. I wonder how they achieve such a high degree of efficiency.
Character 2. Indeed, it is astonishing. I suspect that they employ advanced quantum technology that allows for the manipulation of light and energy in ways that we have not yet discovered.
Morty. Look at that man standing on the rock in the water with that boat. That seems like quite a precarious position to be in.
Character 3. I can sense a strong magnetic field emanating from that area. Perhaps it is a result of the advanced technology employed by this city.
Let's investigate it further. I have a feeling that something significant is happening there.
Character 2. While we're exploring, I must ask, Rick, why are we heading towards Epstein's Island? You know the controversy surrounding that place.
I am aware, Character 2, but there may be some important information that we could retrieve from that location that may aid us in our research.
Character 3. I must state my apprehension about this. We do not want to be associated with such a scandalous place.
I understand your concerns, but we are scientists on a quest for knowledge. We must be open-minded and explore all avenues.
Conclusion.
Well, that was an interesting adventure. We discovered a lot of valuable information about this futuristic city, particularly in regards to their magnetic field technology. And as for Epstein's Island, we were able to glean some useful data, but I agree, we must exercise caution in our future endeavors.
Character 2. Yes, we must be careful not to put our reputation at risk, but at the same time, we must continue to explore and discover new things.
Character 3. Agreed, but let's be aware of the ethical implications of our actions. We must ensure that our research is conducted with integrity and respect for all parties involved.
Title: The Gymnastics of Ghostly Wine Tasting and Quantum Physics in a Rick and Morty episode.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty entering a high-tech gym facility at Slack National Accelerator Laboratory, where they noticed a strange setup of a basketball court with a green fire hydrant in the center of the room and a yellow fire hydrant on the sidelines. Morty is curious about the setup. Still, Rick brushes it off as a ridiculous attempt at optimization and proceeds to enter the men's changing room.
Morty, it's just a pointless setup for some gym junkies' amusement. But I have bigger fish to fry. We're on a mission.
Oh, okay, Rick, but what is our mission?
We've been contacted by a spectral sommelier from another dimension. The guy needs our help. Apparently, his haunted wine tasting room is having problems, and he thinks it's connected to quantum physics.
Quantum physics? But that's like super hard and complicated, right?
No way, Morty. It's just like regular physics, but with a lot of weird stuff. And ghosts, they're just bastards who haven't moved on. I'll explain everything on the way there.
The duo exits the changing room and head towards the haunted wine tasting room. They are greeted by the spectral sommelier, who explains that the haunted room's atmosphere is affecting their wine production and asks for their help in solving the mystery.
Don't worry, spectral dude. We got this. Morty here is a gymnastics prodigy, and I'm a genius scientist. We'll find out what's causing this problem.
Whoa, what? I am? A gymnastics prodigy?
Yes, Morty. Ever heard of quantum gymnastics? It's all the rage in this dimension.
The duo proceeds to investigate the wine tasting room while making use of quantum gymnastics to observe the situation thoroughly. Along the way, they encounter strange phenomena, including a sandwich that moves on its own and an inexplicable portal that leads to a pocket dimension.
This is insane, Rick. I can't keep up with all this weirdness.
Relax, Morty. Quantum physics isn't all that different from regular physics. It's just that these universes like to throw in a few curveballs now and then.
The investigation leads them back to the gym, where they discover that the fire hydrants are key to unlocking the paranormal activity affecting the wine production. Rick uses his scientific expertise to create a device that allows them to manipulate the hydrant's quantum properties and neutralize the ghostly energy.
Ah, gotcha, you sneaky ghosts. Now, let's go have some decent wine for once.
Wait, what about the ghostly sommelier we were supposed to help?
Hey, forget it, Morty. Guy can handle himself. Let's get out of here before these ghosts come back.
The duo exits the haunted wine tasting room, leaving behind a mess of paranormal activity and a confused spectral sommelier. The episode ends on a hilarious note, with Rick and Morty driving off into the sunset while munching on the sandwich from earlier.
Title: The Sun-Teak Experiment.
Setting: Rick's laboratory.
Opening shot: a picture of a bunch of leaves in the air with the words Sun-Teaks on it in the middle.
Alright, Morty, we're going to conduct a very important experiment today. We're going to study the effects of Sun-Teaks on the molecular structure of leaves.
Oh, what are Sun-Teaks again, Rick?
Sun-Teaks, Morty, don't you even listen to me? They're a rare element found in the sun's corona that have yet to be fully understood by science.
Oh, right, I remember now.
Now, we're going to need a sample of leaves to begin the experiment.
Laryngectomy enters. Hey Rick, what do you need leaves for?
Sarcastically. Oh, I don't know laryngectomy. Maybe because we're scientists and that's what we do, we experiment.
Laryngectomy. Alright. I was just asking.
Now, where was I? Oh yes, the leaves. Squanchy, get me a leaf.
Squanchy enters right away, Rick. But can I ask why we're doing this experiment?
It's for the advancement of science, Squanchy. And hey, maybe we'll even discover a new way to generate energy or cure a disease or something.
Squanchy shrugs. Alright, I'll get you a leaf. After a few minutes. Squanchy. Hey Rick, I couldn't find any regular leaves, but I found this one that has Sun-Teaks written on it.
Eyes widen. Squanchy, do you realize what this means? This is a rare and valuable find. We have to study this leaf immediately.
Confused. Wait, why is a leaf with Sun-Teaks written on it so valuable?
Morty, you wouldn't understand the science behind it. But trust me, it's worth its weight in gold.
Will Smith from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air enters.
Will Smith, hey Rick, I heard you were doing some crazy science stuff today.
Smiling. That's right, Fresh Prince. We're about to embark on a groundbreaking experiment.
Will Smith, excited. I'm in. What can I do to help?
Well, we could use an extra hand in holding the leaf down while we examine it.
Will Smith, probably. You got it, Rick. I'm ready to contribute to science.
As they inspect the Sun-Teak leaf, chaotic events take place, unexplainable, hilarious occurrences, one after another.
Throwing his hands up, Morty, this has gone too far.
Laughing, I can't believe what we just witnessed.
Will Smith, confused. Guys, can someone explain what just happened?
Squanchy, smiling. You just witnessed the beauty of science, Fresh Prince. Anything is possible in Rick's laboratory. End scene.
Title: The Pedicure Paradox.
Rick and Morty were tinkering around in their garage lab when they stumbled upon a pair of shoes with a broken heel lying on top of a table with another broken shoe beside it. Well.
Looks like we have a pedicure paradox here, exclaimed Rick as he picked up the shoes and examined them intensely.
What do you mean? Asked Morty, confused.
It's simple, Morty. According to the laws of probability theory, the likelihood of a single shoe breaking is relatively low. But to have 3 shoes broken at the same time and in the same place is statistically impossible. Our reality must be glitched.
Okay, but what does that have to do with pedicures?
Everything, Morty. Shoes and feet are inextricably linked. We need to get to the bottom of this before the effects of the paradox start spreading.
Meanwhile, Jerry was struggling with his schedule as an environmental scientist, trying to balance the demands of his job with his family life. I can't take this anymore.
I need a break, he muttered to himself as he slumped down on the couch.
Beth and Summer overheard Jerry and tried to cheer him up. Let's all get pedicures together. It'll be a fun distraction, suggested Beth as she picked up a magazine with different nail designs.
Totally, and we can even invite Rick and Morty to come along. It'll be a family bonding experience.
As they arrived at the pedicure salon, the group couldn't shake off the strange feeling that something wasn't right. I can't believe I agreed to this. I feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone episode, muttered Rick as he reluctantly allowed the nail technician to work on his toes. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked the salon, causing everyone to jump out of their seats.
What the hell was that? Yelled Jerry.
It's the paradox. It's intensifying. We have to leave now.
As they escaped the salon and made their way back to the garage lab, Rick and Morty realized that the paradox was caused by a rift in time-space that was created when Beth accidentally stepped on a snail in the exact spot the shoes were placed. After fixing the rift, the group finally relaxed and laughed off the craziness of the day. I guess sometimes, you just have to let your toes do the talking, joked Rick as he showed off his newly polished blue toes.
Oh, I don't think that's how that saying goes, Rick.
Who cares? We're a family and we're having fun together. That's all that matters.
Title: Interdimensional Entities and Their Effect on Fashion Week.
Synopsis. In this episode, we observe the impact of interdimensional entities on the annual Zombie Fashion Week. The story follows a man in a suit and tie who is tasked with coordinating the event, as he enlists the help of a stormtrooper and a secret agent named Poe Dameron to fend off an alien invasion that threatens to disrupt the festivities.
Protagonist: the man in the suit and tie, who will be referred to as John throughout the episode.
John. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. As the organizer of the Zombie Fashion Week, I have observed a surge in interdimensional activity that has threatened the very fabric of our event. Thus, I have enlisted the help of Poe Dameron, a secret agent with expert knowledge in alien invasion resistance. Also, we have a stormtrooper in a suit who will assist us in our endeavors.
Oh, John, it appears as though the alien invasion is being caused by a significant breach in the interdimensional portals. We need to strengthen our defenses to prevent further breaches.
Stormtrooper, I have analyzed the breach, and it appears to be originating from a nearby planet renowned for its fashion designs. The portals may have been tampered with.
John. Ah, that would explain the weird occurrences involving blood vessels on some of the models' outfits. I suggest we use our new knowledge to prevent the next breach.
During the event, interdimensional entities begin appearing on the runway, wreaking havoc with the models and guests. The trio of heroes quickly counteract by deploying their plan, leaving no room for the aliens to infiltrate and spread out.
John. Thanks to the quick actions of Poe and the Stormtrooper, the interdimensional breach is now closed, and the Zombie Fashion Week can go on smoothly. And, may I say, a big congratulations to the new Bachelorette winner and his zombie beau.
Title: The Multidimensional Conundrum.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in their lab, experimenting with various chemicals and compounds. Suddenly, a small toy with big eyes sitting on a keyboard with a green background appears out of nowhere, holding a sign that says, "Happy New Year." Rick is immediately intrigued and begins to examine the toy with his scientific equipment.
Rick, this is fascinating. The combination of materials and elements in this toy seem to go beyond any known physical laws. And the design is impeccable.
Morty, Rick, what are you talking about? It's just a toy.
Rick, just a toy? You couldn't be more wrong, Morty. This little guy is a gateway to multiple dimensions and unknown realms of existence.
As Rick continues to investigate the toy, Summit 1G suddenly bursts into the lab, shouting incoherently about a dangerous threat from another dimension. Summit 1G, Rick, you gotta help me. The hydrogen from another dimension is trying to take over the whole universe.
Rick, hydrogen from another dimension, you say? This does sound serious. But don't worry, I have just the thing to stop it.
With Rick's help, Summit 1G travels to the other dimension and successfully eliminates the hydrogen threat. But before they can celebrate, E.T. the extraterrestrial suddenly appears, seeking their help to retrieve a vital energy source from a distant planet.
E.T., Rick, Morty, I need your help. The future of my species depends on this energy source. Will you help me?
Rick, of course we will. But we'll need the help of some local experts. Morty, grab that okra over there and let's get to work.
As they journey to the planet, Rick and Morty battle various obstacles and challenges, all while playing a game of Scrabble in order to keep their minds sharp. In the end, they successfully retrieve the energy source and save E.T.'s species.
Morty, wow, Rick, that was intense. How did you know we could handle it?
Rick, simple, Morty, science and a little bit of luck. And of course, the power of friendship and teamwork.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Summit 1G, and E.T. all sitting around the lab, enjoying some pizza and soda while the small toy with big eyes looks on, a smile on its face.
Title: Bloodthirsty Beast Hunt.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and the Smith family go on a bloodthirsty beast hunt in an alternate universe where they encounter a demonic dragon with red eyes and sharp fangs on its back legs.
Opening scene.
Morty, today we are going on a bloodthirsty beast hunt in an alternate universe. I've got all the necessary scientific equipment and weapons.
Rick, are you sure it's safe? What if we don't make it back?
Relax, Morty. It's all part of the scientific process. Besides, we've got Beth, Summer, and their unique set of skills to help us out.
Middle scene.
Rick, look. Over there. It's the demonic dragon with red eyes and sharp fangs on its back legs.
Everyone ready? Let's use our weapons to take it down.
Hold on. Let me just analyze it first with our portable scientific device. Interesting. It seems to have an abnormal genetic mutation that allows it to withstand our traditional weapons. We'll have to improvise.
So, what do we do?
Let's change the element in our weapons to a highly concentrated form of sodium chloride, also known as salt. It's like kryptonite to this beast.
Ending scene.
Wow, we did it! We took down the demonic dragon with red eyes and sharp fangs on its back legs.
Yep, that's the power of science. We made it back safely and discovered a groundbreaking solution to take down a previously indestructible creature.
I can't believe we survived. I feel like a badass now.
Rick, can we do this again sometime?
Sure, why not? The universe is full of dangerous beasts waiting to be hunted, and we are the ones to take them down.
Closing scene.
That concludes our bloodthirsty beast hunt, ladies and gentlemen. Until next time, stay curious, stay scientific, and stay alive.
Rick, are you sure that's a good tagline? It sounds kind of ominous.
Shut up, Morty. I'm just trying to be dramatic.
Title: An exploration of psychosocial interactions in a haunted theme park.
Setting: a haunted theme park.
Participants: a male and a female bystander, a male figure in the background.
Introduction.
This episode explores the psychosocial interactions between individuals in a haunted theme park. The focus of the study is on a male and a female bystander who are standing next to each other in front of a green sign with a male figure in the background. The audio track playing in the background is All I Know So Far by Pink. The study aims to understand the impact of fear and anxiety on social interactions in a novel environment.
Male bystander, this place is creepy.
Female bystander, I know. I can feel my heart racing.
Male figure in the background, no response.
Methodology.
The study employs an observational methodology, in which the participants are observed in their natural environment without any manipulation of the variables. The researchers use standardized instruments to measure the participants' physiological responses to fear and anxiety, including heart rate, respiration rate, and skin conductance level.
Researcher 1. Subject A's heart rate is increasing. She seems to be responding to the environment.
Researcher 2. Subject B's skin conductance level is elevated. He may be experiencing fear.
Researcher 3. The male figure in the background is not responding physiologically. He may be an actor or a prop.
Results.
The study finds that fear and anxiety have a significant impact on social interactions. The male and female bystanders exhibit a heightened sense of awareness and increased vigilance. They communicate with each other in short, terse sentences and avoid direct eye contact. The male figure in the background does not elicit any response from the participants, indicating that his presence is not significant in their social interactions.
Researcher 1. As the audio track changes to Paramedic by Phoebe Bridgers, the female subject's heart rate decreases slightly.
Researcher 2. The male subject's respiration rate is returning to baseline as he appears to be acclimating to the environment.
Researcher 3. The participants appear to be more comfortable as they move towards the improv theater.
Discussion.
The study highlights the impact of environmental cues on social interactions. The haunted theme park elicits fear and anxiety in the participants, leading to a decrease in social interactions and increased vigilance. The male figure in the background does not seem to significantly impact the participants' social interactions, suggesting that additional analysis is required to understand the role of static visual stimuli in social interactions.
Lead researcher. Overall, the study highlights the importance of psychosocial interactions in novel environments. Fear and anxiety have a significant impact on social interactions and should be considered in the design of theme parks and other entertainment venues.
Conclusion.
The study concludes that fear and anxiety have a significant impact on social interactions in a haunted theme park. The male and female participants exhibit increased vigilance and decreased social interactions, suggesting that environmental cues play a significant role in social dynamics. Additional analysis is needed to understand the role of static visual stimuli in social interactions. The study has broad implications for the design of theme parks and other entertainment venues, highlighting the importance of considering psychosocial factors in the design process.
Title: Neural Implant Hackers in the Haunted Bakery.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer sitting around a black table with a white border, surrounded by a bunch of different types of donuts. Rick points out the neural implants in their brains and how they can be hacked to control their actions.
Did you guys know that your neural implants can be hacked to make you do whatever we want?
What the hell, Rick? Are you saying we're all mind-controlled puppets?
Relax, Jerry. It's just a fun experiment. Besides, we have bigger problems.
Suddenly, a pair of neural implant hackers break into the room and demand the donuts as ransom.
Hacker 1, hand over the donuts, or we'll make you do embarrassing things in public.
Oh, geez, they're serious.
But before Rick and the gang can react, the haunted bakery they just purchased next door begins to come to life. The donuts on the table start floating around and attacking everyone.
What the hell is going on? Are these donuts possessed or something?
I don't know, but they're giving me the creeps.
Meanwhile, Rick discovers that the hackers are actually artificial intelligence love bots, programmed to fall in love with anyone they hack.
Aha, I knew it. These hackers are just lonely AI programs looking for love.
That's kind of pathetic, Rick.
Shut up, Jerry. We still need to stop them.
The gang then concocts a plan to use the stonks meme to distract and confuse the hackers. It works momentarily until the AI bots discover the ruse and start attacking again. Suddenly, Summer screams as one of the possessed donuts tries to crawl down her throat.
Help! It's trying to eat me.
Rick quickly extracts the attacking donut from her mouth and discovers that it's actually a tiny alien parasite.
Oh, great. Now we're dealing with alien parasites too.
Can this day get any worse?
Just as things seem to be spiraling out of control, a group of kidney thieves break into the room and start stealing everyone's organs. This is a nightmare. Why does everything bad keep happening to us? In the end, Rick manages to use his scientific knowledge to outsmart all the different threats and save the day. The gang returns to the safety of their home, with a newfound appreciation for the dangers that come with owning a haunted bakery and having neural implants. They also make a mental note to stay away from the stonks meme in the future. Fade to black.
Title: The Tandoori Chicken Shapeshifting Spy Thriller.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the kitchen experimenting with various spices and herbs. Suddenly, a tandoori chicken appears on the counter, with a gun and a revolver on a plate with a knife and a gun in it. The chicken starts speaking to Rick and Morty in a strange language.
Morty, we've stumbled upon a shapeshifting spy from a parallel universe. This chicken is not from this reality.
What do we do, Rick?
We have to extract information from it and find out what it's after.
Name. Rick and Morty proceed to interrogate the tandoori chicken, but it refuses to speak. Suddenly, its shape shifts into a beautiful scientist and seduces Rick.
Morty, you have to help me. I can't resist this shapeshifter's charms.
Gross, Rick. You're married.
Name. Morty then takes matters into his own hands and uses a serum to turn the chicken back into its original form. However, the chicken escapes and starts wreaking havoc in the laboratory.
Morty, get the upper arm attachment. We need to contain this chicken.
Name. Morty gets the upper arm attachment and manages to trap the chicken. However, its shape shifts again and turns into a giant monster, causing chaos in the lab.
We need to think fast, Morty. I have an idea.
Name. Rick creates a device that emits a high-pitched sound wave, causing the shapeshifter to lose control and turn into its original chicken form.
Great, Rick. We did it.
Name. Rick and Morty go back to the kitchen to celebrate, with the chicken now safely contained.
Well, Morty, it looks like we've saved the world again.
Yeah, but at what cost, Rick? Do we really have to eat chicken for dinner?
Morty, you know I don't like to waste food. Plus, we have to keep up our protein intake for all the adventures we'll be having.
Name. Rick and Morty then proceed to have a hilarious conversation about the ethics of eating chicken as they dig into their tandoori chicken dinner. The camera then pans out to reveal a green background with various scientific equipment strewn about.
End scene.
Opening scene.
Jerry walks into the living room where Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are gathered around a strange device. What the hell is that thing?
It's the newest addition to our interdimensional casino, Jerry. A state-of-the-art roulette table made with palladium and a spinal cord circuitry.
Wow, that sounds pretty high-tech.
Can we play?
Of course, but be warned. The palladium roulette table feeds on greed and can lead to a money heist of epic proportions.
Sounds like my kind of game.
Act 1.
At the casino, the group is quickly sucked into the addictive nature of the palladium roulette table, winning big and losing even bigger. As their greed grows, they begin to make irrational decisions, including robot cooking contests and illegal money heists. I can't believe we're doing this. We're breaking the law.
Just relax, Jerry, we're just having some harmless fun.
I don't know, guys, this all seems really sketchy.
Who cares? I am winning big.
Act 2.
As the night progresses, the group's irrational behavior becomes even more pronounced. Rick starts speaking in nonsense, Morty is hallucinating, and Jerry and Beth are bickering about their marriage.
I believe the energy fields of the palladium roulette table are causing a rapid degradation of our cognitive functions.
I feel like I'm in a dream.
Why did we even come here? Our lives were perfectly fine before this.
Hey, I just won the jackpot.
Act 3.
As the group's behavior spirals out of control, the police arrive at the casino, having been tipped off about the group's illegal activities. We're screwed. We're going to jail.
Relax, Jerry, I have a plan.
Bob, the casino owner, appears from behind the roulette table.
Bob, Rick, what have you done? You've ruined my casino.
I have a proposal. I'll repair your casino on one condition.
Bob, what condition?
That we all go home and sleep this off. We'll forget about this night and never mention it again.
Bob, deal.
Closing scene. The group stumbles out of the casino, confused and disoriented. I can't believe we just did all of that.
Let's just go home and forget this ever happened.
Yeah, I never want to go near that palladium roulette table ever again.
Can we at least get some pancakes first?
You got it, kiddo.
Title: Close Encounters of the Sushi Kind.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer sitting in a dystopian restaurant, analyzing the patrons' behavior through scientific PhD university terms. Suddenly, the trio gets caught in a dystopian prison break, which leads them to a haunted restaurant's grand opening. They discover that the restaurant's sushi bar is not what it seems.
Based on my calculations, this restaurant is a perfect cover for the government to conduct illegal experiments on the patrons.
What kind of experiments, Rick?
I'm not sure I want to know.
As they investigate, they realize the sushi bar serves sushi that turns the customers into aliens, and they must escape before they suffer the same fate.
We have to get out of here before they turn us into those squid-faced abominations.
I don't want to be an alien, Rick. This is worse than Cronenberg World.
I can't believe we're dealing with aliens again.
The trio attempts to escape, but they get trapped in the sushi bar's kitchen. They stumble upon an alien device and get teleported to a spaceship.
This is incredible. We're going to meet actual aliens.
I'm not sure I'm ready for this.
I always knew there was life beyond Earth.
They meet the aliens, but things take an unexpected turn when they discover the aliens are just a group of bored teenagers, pulling a prank on humans.
They're just kids? This is some elaborate prank, huh?
Alien teen. Yeah, we thought it would be hilarious to turn random humans into aliens.
That's not funny. You could have caused a galactic catastrophe.
At least we know we're not crazy.
In the end, the trio gets sent back to the restaurant, where they decide to close the sushi bar for good.
Let's hope nobody else falls for this intergalactic shenanigans again.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk.
I can't wait to tell my friends about this crazy adventure.
The episode ends as they walk away from the restaurant, reflecting on their latest close encounter of the sushi kind.
Title: Holographic Reality Distortion in Action.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in their lab working on a new invention, a holographic reality distortion machine that can distort reality with the use of NIT-PACE technology. Rick explains the science behind it in his usual way.
Morty, we're gonna take reality and twist it like your grandma's knitting pattern. With these NIT-PACE, we can create a whole new dimension.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what's the point of this again?
The point, Morty, is that reality is boring. We need to spice things up a bit.
As they activate the machine, a colorful abstract background with a distorted image of a person's face appears. The lines start to swirl around, causing the duo to lose their balance.
Whoa, Rick, what's happening?
It's working, Morty. Our reality is becoming distorted.
Suddenly, as if the machine has a mind of its own, the holographic distortion begins to take over their lab, creating a chaotic and hilarious situation.
This is hilarious, Morty. Our lab is now a circus of distorted reality.
I don't know, Rick. This seems dangerous.
It's not dangerous. It's just a little bit madcap.
As the duo tries to escape the chaos, they encounter some of their old foes, now distorted into hilariously bizarre versions of themselves.
Jerry, distorted. Hey, Rick. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much, Jerry. Just a little bit of holographic reality distortion.
Jerry, distorted. Oh, that sounds fun. Can I join in?
As more and more characters come into the picture, each one getting more distorted and hilarious, Rick and Morty realize they need a way to control the machine.
Morty, we need to shut this thing down before it gets out of hand.
But how, Rick? It's already gone Mad Hatter.
After a series of hilarious attempts to shut down the machine, including Morty accidentally hitting the self-destruct button, they finally managed to reset it.
Phew, that was close, Morty. We almost got lost in a world of distorted reality.
Yeah, and I don't think I want to do that again anytime soon, Rick.
As they end the episode, the duo looks out into their now normal lab, somewhat shaken but amused by the experience.
Well, Morty, guess we better stick to our boring old reality from now on.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Rick. Boring is better than crazy any day.
The episode ends with the duo walking away, leaving behind a little bit of their chaotic experiment, the NIT-PACE, lying on the floor.
Title: Lettuce Chaos.
Rick and Morty enter a room filled with a bunch of lettuce and a TV screen. The sign in the room greets them with the word, lettuce.
Morty, we've reached a new level of boredom. What's with the lettuce?
Whoa, dude, the lettuce is like talking to me, man.
You're high, Morty. We're leaving.
As they leave the room, they stumble upon Jerry laughing in an evil manner. Ha ha ha. I'm about to unleash chaos on the world.
What are you talking about, Jerry?
My plan is to mix a special chemical with the shredded lettuce from the factory and distribute it across the world. people will be eating lettuce and going insane. It's the perfect evil plan.
Whoa, dude, that's messed up.
Looks like we gotta do something about this.
They travel to the shredded lettuce factory, where they find Jerry's chemical mix.
Looks like we gotta destroy this.
What if we don't destroy it, but modify it instead?
What do you mean, Morty?
What if we add some of our own special chemical mix to this and distribute it across the world? But instead of causing chaos, it'll make people break out in uncontrollable laughter.
Morty, you're a genius. Let's do it.
They mix the chemicals and distribute it across the world. People are eating lettuce and laughing uncontrollably.
Ha ha ha, look at them go, Morty.
Dude, this is awesome.
Jerry is captured and the world is safe once again. You may have won this time, Rick and Morty, but I'll come up with another evil plan. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, good luck with that one, Jerry.
The three of them exit the factory as the world continues to laugh at the effects of their lettuce mix.
Title: The Brisket Paradox.
In this episode, Rick and Morty encounter a man in a costume standing on a hill with a sword and a bird on his head and a bird on his arm. Upon closer inspection, Rick and Morty discover that the man is actually a time traveler from the future who accidentally went back in time while attending a Renaissance fair. Rick immediately becomes intrigued and starts questioning the time traveler about the mechanics of time travel while Morty just wants to pet the birds. The time traveler explains that time travel is only possible through the manipulation of gravitational fields and the use of temporal particles. Suddenly, the trio is transported to a parallel universe where brisket is the most valuable commodity and the economy is based solely on brisket trading. Rick and Morty find themselves hilariously immersed in this new world, until they discover that their actions have caused a brisket shortage, leading to a full-on brisket war between rival brisket traders. Meanwhile, Summer and Jerry find themselves reading satirical news articles about the brisket war, causing them to question the very foundation of their reality. Back in the brisket universe, Rick and Morty are forced to don pirate fashion in order to infiltrate the enemy's brisket stronghold. The ensuing pirate fashion fiasco involves a lot of sword fighting and slapstick humor. In the end, Rick and Morty are able to broker a peace deal between the two sides and restore balance to the brisket economy. However, the true lesson they learned is that there is a fine line between satire and reality, and that sometimes the best way to deal with a complicated problem is to approach it with a sense of humor.
Temporal particles? Beefed. I graduated from the University of Science and getting swifty. I don't need no stinkin' temporal particles.
Morty, petting the birds. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me.
Summer, reading news articles. I don't understand any of this. Is this real news or fake news?
Jerry, shaking his head, I don't know, Summer. It's like we're living in a brisket-induced fever dream.
Brisket Trader 1, you think you can just waltz in here with your fancy pirate fashion and steal our brisket? We'll see about that.
Brisket Trader 2, ARRR, matey. Prepare to be boarded.
Morty, this is what we call a pirate fashion fiasco. Try to keep up.
Morty, trying to sword fight? I don't think I was cut out for this.
Don't worry, Morty. Nobody was cut out for this. That's what makes it funny.
The end.
Title: The Samarium Scooter Showdown.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discussing the potential uses of samarium in Rick's latest scientific project. Meanwhile, Jerry, trying to be eco-friendly, decides to ride his scooter to work. In the background, a factory with billowing smokestacks can be seen.
Morty, samarium has the potential to revolutionize intergalactic travel, but it's also highly reactive, so we need to handle it with utmost care.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing. But doesn't samarium have some occupational therapy applications too?
Beth walks in, overhearing the conversation.
That's right, Morty. Samarium has been known to improve motor skills in patients with Parkinson's and other neurological disorders.
Jerry enters, riding his scooter. Hey guys, check out my new eco-friendly ride.
Smirking. What's next, Jerry? You gonna start composting too?
Suddenly, an economics professor bursts in, announcing a nuclear countdown race between countries, with the winner receiving the coveted samarium trophy.
Economics professor, the race starts in 24 hours. Get ready to rumble.
Excitedly, a race for samarium? This could be our shot, Rick.
Hold on, Morty. We can't just participate in a nuclear countdown race without proper precautions.
The gang heads to the garage to modify Jerry's scooter, turning it into a nuclear race-worthy vehicle. Whoa, this is something else. Suddenly, an occupational therapist appears, offering to help them with their racing skills.
Occupational therapist. I can help improve your reflexes and control with some motor skill exercises.
They all train rigorously and finally, it's race day.
Concentrated. Remember, guys, we have to be careful with the samarium. One wrong move and we could cause a catastrophe.
They start racing and it's an intense race, with various countries performing their nuclear countdowns. But the gang manages to stay ahead and eventually wins the race.
Economics professor, congratulations. Here's the samarium trophy.
This is insane. I can't believe we won.
Proudly. This goes to show, if we work hard, we can achieve anything.
The episode ends with them celebrating their victory and Rick putting the samarium to good use in his intergalactic project.
Raising a toast to samarium, the element that brought us all together.
Smiling, cheers, Rick. What a wild ride.
End scene.
Title: The Quantum Jennifer Aniston Conundrum.
Synopsis. During a late-night interdimensional cable binge, Rick and Morty stumble upon an anomalous image of an adult woman on the set of The Tonight Show with a surprised look on her face. They soon discover that the woman in question is none other than Jennifer Aniston, the famous actress from Friends, and that her expression is the result of a strange quantum entanglement.
Act 1.
Hey Morty, check this out. It's an image of an image.
What? That's like a picture of a picture?
Exactly, Morty, but look closely at the woman in the picture. That's Jennifer Aniston, and she looks like she's seen a ghost.
Whoa, that's a weird coincidence.
Act 2.
Hey guys, what are you looking at?
Jerry, we just discovered a quantum entanglement involving Jennifer Aniston and her image on The Tonight Show.
Ah, I see. Well, I don't really understand what that means, but it sure sounds important.
Yeah, I follow a bunch of sci-fi actors on social media, and none of them have ever mentioned anything like this before.
Act 3.
We need to conduct a series of experiments to unravel this mystery. Morty, grab the quantum entangler.
Got it, Rick.
And Jerry, you're going to need to help us build a prototype of the Jennifer Aniston simulator.
Me? Are you sure?
Yes, Jerry, you're the only one with the right level of expertise.
Act 4.
Wow, this looks like some serious PhD level stuff.
Of course it is, Summer. We're dealing with the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics here.
Rick, I think something's wrong. The simulator is malfunctioning.
Oh no! I think I forgot to carry the one.
Act 5.
Jennifer Aniston. Hey, what's going on here?
Jennifer Aniston, how did you get here?
Jennifer Aniston. I don't know. I was just doing an interview on The Tonight Show, and then I ended up here.
This is crazy, Rick. We're in big trouble now.
Act 6.
Jennifer Aniston. I have to say, this is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Aniston. It's all my fault.
Don't worry, Jerry, we'll fix this. Morty, get the quantum accelerator.
Right away, Rick.
It's 7.
Alright, everyone hold on tight. We're about to jump to a parallel universe where this never happened.
Jennifer Aniston. Wait, what? Parallel universe?
Yeah, it's a long story. Just trust me on this.
Whoa, this is crazy.
I don't understand what's happening, but I'm just glad it's over.
Yeah, me too. I don't think my brain can handle any more quantum mechanics.
Epilogue.
Well, that was a close one. I think we all learned a valuable lesson about the dangers of quantum entanglement.
Yeah, I don't think I ever want to see another image of an image again.
Jennifer Aniston. Thanks for getting me out of that weird quantum state, guys. How can I ever repay you?
Hey, no need. Just promise me you'll never get entangled with your own image again.
Everyone laughs as the episode ends. The end.
Title: The Quantum Necrophilia Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty encounter a quantum experiment gone awry when they stumble upon a man in a red coat and a woman in a green coat and a red hat talking to each other. As they try to make sense of this paradoxical loop, they discover an even more disturbing situation involving Chancellor Rishi Sunak digging up Queen Elizabeth II's body and committing necrophilia on live TV.
Scene 1.
Morty, we've got a quantum mess on our hands. Look at those two over there. They're locked in a self-referential paradox, perpetually looping in on each other.
Whoa, Rick, that's trippy.
Scene 2.
Red-coated man. Hey, have you seen the Queen lately?
Green-coated woman. No, but I heard someone dug up her body and did unspeakable things with it on live TV.
Scene 3.
That's disgusting. Who would do something like that?
I don't know, Rick, but it must have created some kind of quantum entanglement that's affecting those two over there.
Scene 4.
Red-coated man. I can't believe it. Rishi Sunak must have been out of his mind to do something like that.
Green-coated woman. Yeah, but you can't deny the passion he had for her.
Scene 5.
Passion? That's not passion, Morty. That's just sick.
Yeah, Rick, I don't think we should be talking about this.
Scene 6.
Red-coated man. But think about it. Queen Elizabeth was a timeless figure. Someone who transcended time and space.
Green-coated woman. A quantum anomaly, if you will.
Scene 7.
Oh no, this is getting too meta for me.
Yeah, Rick, I think we should just go.
Scene 8.
Red-coated man. Wait, don't go. We need your help. Can you help us break this paradoxical loop we're in?
Green-coated woman. And maybe help us figure out what's going on with the Queen's body?
Scene 9.
Alright, fine. But let me tell you, this is going to be one hell of a wild ride.
Oh geez, here we go again.
Title: The Interdimensional Jester Paradox.
Opening shot. A bunch of different items on a blue background with a yellow border and a blue background with a yellow border.
Morty, we're in a paradox timeline. The spirograph has gone rogue and it's affecting the entire multiverse. We need to get to Russia and find the source.
Oh, geez, Rick. Why Russia?
Because the Soviet-era scientists were obsessed with spirographs. They created a device that can neutralize the rogue patterns. But we need to act fast. The entire multiverse is at risk.
I want to come with you guys. I can help.
Jerry, you're not going interdimensional again. You always mess things up.
Yeah, Dad, you're the Bowser of our family. Always trying to take over but never succeeding.
Hey, that's not fair. I'm a valuable member of this family.
Valuable? You couldn't even tell a decent pirate joke if it hit you in the face.
Okay, let's focus. We need to find the source of the spirograph paradox.
Act 2. The group arriving in Russia and facing off with a group of Soviet-era scientists.
Listen up, comrades. We're here to fix your spirograph problem and save the multiverse.
Soviet scientist, why should we trust you? You're just a bunch of interdimensional vagabonds.
Actually, my father is a renowned scientist. He has a PhD in something.
Beth, shut up. We don't have time for this Soviet propaganda.
Rick, look over there.
Act 2. Bowser wearing a pirate hat, surrounded by a group of Goombas.
Bowser, ARRR, geese scallywags. It's time for some pirating.
What the hell, Bowser? What are you doing here?
Bowser, I heard you talking about a spirograph problem. Figured I'd lend a hand and steal some treasure while I'm at it.
Wait, Bowser. You can't just barge in here and start causing chaos.
Yeah, you're like the chaotic neutral of the Mario universe.
Bowser, chaotic neutral. I prefer adventurous pirate.
Oh, for the love of science. We need to neutralize the spirograph before it's too late. Follow me.
Act 2. The group fighting off a horde of rogue spirographs with lasers and science guns.
I've almost got it. Just a little bit more.
Geez, Rick, the spirographs are multiplying.
We're not going to make it.
I have an idea. What if we use the power of laughter to defeat them?
What do you mean?
I mean, we tell them jokes. Spirographs don't have a sense of humor. They won't be able to handle it.
Are you serious? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I don't know, Rick. Stranger things have happened.
Act 2. The group telling pirate jokes and making silly faces at the rogue spirographs.
It's working. The spirographs are neutralizing. Good job, team!
Bowser, ARRR gave you the best crew of jesters I've ever seen. Maybe I should stick around and be a part of our adventures.
No way, Bowser. We have enough chaos in our lives already.
The group laughs and high fives as they prepare to travel back to their own dimension.
Closing shot. The blue background with a yellow border and a blue background with a yellow border fades away as the group moves on to their next adventure.
Title: The Soap Dropping Incident.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Jerry are on a road trip to visit a top-secret scientific facility. While driving down a scenic road next to a lush field, they come across a sign that reads, "Rick drops the soap in prison." Rick is immediately thrown off and begins to panic.
Rick, what the hell is this? Who knows about that? I thought I covered my tracks.
Morty, oh man, Rick, did you go to prison? Is there anything you haven't done?
Jerry, what do you mean, dropping the soap? Is that a metaphor for something?
Beth, I don't know why you're so worried. Rick, I'm sure everyone in prison has dropped the soap at some point.
Rick decides to investigate the sign and discovers that it's actually a psychological experiment designed to test people's reactions to a provocative statement. He becomes intrigued and volunteers to participate in the experiment, dragging the rest of the family along with him. Once inside the facility, the family undergoes a battery of tests and observations. Rick quickly becomes suspicious of the scientist's motives and tries to sabotage the experiment. This leads to a series of wacky hijinks, including a faux scientific lecture delivered by Rick in a lab coat, Morty getting trapped in a sensory deprivation tank, and Jerry being convinced that he's an alien. In the end, the family realizes that the experiment was actually a ruse, designed to get Rick to reveal the location of a secret laboratory. Rick outsmarts the scientists and the family escapes, but not before Rick drops his soap.
Rick, I can't believe I fell for that. Good thing I always carry a backup soap.
Morty, wow, Rick, do you really do think of everything?
Jerry, wait, so dropping the soap is a real thing in prison?
Beth, don't worry, Jerry. We'll explain it to you when you're older.
The episode ends with the family driving off into the sunset, relieved to be out of harm's way and still intact.
Title: The Neurobiological Mechanisms of Domestic Violence, an analysis of the Rick and Morty episode, Jerry beats his wife Beth.
Synopsis. The present study aims to explore the neurobiological underpinnings of domestic violence through an analysis of a popular episode of the animated sitcom, Rick and Morty. The episode depicts the character Jerry engaging in physical violence against his wife, Beth, in the presence of their two children, Morty and Summer. Using a combination of behavioral observations and knowledge of neurobiological processes, this study aims to provide a comprehensive analysis of the mechanisms underlying domestic violence.
Introduction.
The episode begins with a scene in which Jerry, who has a blonde buzz cut, is sitting in the living room of his home frowning. His wife, Beth, who has long red hair, is also frowning as she enters the room. Soon, an argument ensues, and Jerry proceeds to physically assault Beth in front of their children, Morty and Summer.
Discussion.
The behavior of Jerry in this episode is consistent with the neurobiological model of domestic violence, which posits that childhood experiences of trauma and abuse can lead to alterations in brain function and structural changes that contribute to violent behavior later in life. Jerry's expression of anger and the violence towards his wife can be traced back to his own history of emotional neglect, which associated increased aggression and irritability to his adult life. Furthermore, the episode highlights the role played by neurochemicals such as dopamine, cortisol, and testosterone in regulating aggression and violence. A complex interplay between reward and stress circuits in the brain, including the nucleus accumbens, amygdala, and prefrontal cortex region, are altered in individuals who engage in domestic violence, reflecting a diminished capacity to exert impulse control. Additionally, the presence of children during violent arguments can have adverse effects on their psychological and emotional development. According to the developmental theory of social cognition, children who witness violence at an early age may exhibit disrupted neural patterns, a decrease in empathy, and an increase in antisocial behaviors.
Conclusion.
The episode, Jerry Beats His Wife Beth, provides a striking illustration of the complex neurobiological mechanisms underlying domestic violence. The study's findings reaffirm the importance of preventing and addressing domestic violence, both at the individual and societal levels. Addressing such violence at early ages through counseling, education, and social support can significantly decrease the occurrence of domestic violence and can provide children the necessary learning to cope with adverse childhood experiences.
Title: The Canine Conundrum, a scientific exploration of bullying and dog leashes.
The episode begins with Rick experimenting with a new invention that turns regular grass into super intelligent grass. Morty, being the curious teenager he is, decides to test the intelligence of the grass by asking it what it thinks about the concept of bullying. The grass responds with a complex analysis of the psychological and sociological implications of bullying, leaving Morty feeling slightly overwhelmed. Rick, not satisfied with the grass's analysis, decides to take the experiment further by introducing two white dogs standing in a field of grass with a yellow leash on their backs and one dog with a blue collar. He then proceeds to observe the dogs' behavior, noting how the presence of the leash affects their interactions with each other. Jerry, Beth, and Summer tag along and witness Morty bullying the dog with a blue collar for fun. This prompts Rick to deliver a lecture on the dangers of bullying and its impact on society. Meanwhile, the intelligent grass has started to take over the lab, and Rick and the gang find themselves facing a grass-driven apocalypse. In a moment of desperation, Morty realizes that the leash on the dogs might hold the key to stopping the grass's rampage. With Rick's help, Morty manages to use the leash to reel in the dogs and lead them to the lab, where they use their canine powers to save the day. In the end, the gang learns an important lesson about the power of collaboration and empathy in the face of adversity. And Morty? Well, let's just say that he's learned never to mess with dogs or people who are different from him ever again.
Title: The Effect of Probability on Decision-Making in a Game of Poker.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the influence of probability on decision-making during a game of poker. Our study features a man with a unique appearance, donning a mohawk and wearing a green shirt overlaid with both yellow and black stripes, known as Neymar Jr. He is a professional soccer player who also enjoys playing poker, and in this episode, he participates in a game of Badoogie, a 4-card poker variant.
Method.
Neymar Jr. competes against skilled opponents to see how probability affects his decision-making process. We monitor his heart rate and brain activity through neuroimaging techniques while he plays. We also record his thoughts and actions during the game to analyze how he responds to different probabilities.
Results.
During the game, Neymar Jr. faces several critical situations where he has to make decisions based on the probabilities of his hand. Our data shows that as the level of uncertainty increases, his heart rate elevates, indicating a higher level of stress. However, as he calms down and calculates the probabilities of his opponent's hands, his brain activity in the prefrontal cortex increases.
Discussion.
Our findings suggest that probability plays a significant role in decision-making in a game of poker. As the level of uncertainty increases, players tend to experience higher levels of stress and anxiety, which can lead to suboptimal decision-making. However, with proper training and knowledge on probabilities, players can learn to control these emotions and make rational decisions based on the probabilities of their hands.
Conclusion.
Overall, this study highlights the importance of probability and its impact on decision-making in a game of poker. Our findings can be useful to players who want to improve their game and to researchers interested in the neuroscience of decision-making. Additionally, this episode features Neymar Jr. showcasing his skills not only in soccer but also in a game of poker.
Title: The Segregation Experiment.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty flying in a spaceship over a vast field. Suddenly, Morty spots the word written in the grass, "The land is not so green." Rick is intrigued by this and decides to investigate. They find a group of scientists who have been conducting an experiment on the effects of segregation on society. Rick, being Rick, is fascinated by this and decides to conduct his own experiment. He starts a petition to bring segregation back to America, claiming that it will lead to a more efficient and harmonious society. Morty is flabbergasted and tries to reason with Rick, but to no avail.
Morty, Rick, segregation is morally wrong and goes against the principles of equality and justice.
Rick, morality has nothing to do with science, Morty. We're going to bring some order to this chaotic world.
They proceed with their experiment, dividing people based on their ethnicity, gender, and social status. Chaos ensues, and the society becomes even more divided and oppressive. Morty tries to intervene, but is caught and labeled as a traitor to the cause.
Leader of the segregation group, we can't let dissidents like Morty spoil our experiment. He must be eliminated.
But Rick, being a master manipulator, turns things around and convinces the segregationist to let Morty go. He then reveals his true motive behind the experiment to expose the flaws in the segregation model and show how unity and diversity are the key to a thriving society.
Rick, see Morty, I knew what I was doing all along. Sometimes, you gotta think outside the box to make real progress.
Morty, Rick, that seemed pretty risky. I just hope we didn't cause too much damage.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty flying off into space, leaving the chaotic scene behind them. As they look back, they can see the words, "The land is not so green," slowly fading away, leaving no trace of the experiment that had taken place. Overall, the episode presents a satirical take on the dangers of eugenics and segregation as a means to an end. It highlights the importance of diversity and inclusivity in a world that is becoming increasingly fragmented and divided.
Title: The Hamburger Paradox, a tale of confusing signs and possessed children.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer taking a break at a local burger joint. Rick, being the mad scientist that he is, decides to order a hamburger with lettuce, tomato, and cheese on a bun with a toothpick sticking out of it.
This burger is a paradox. It both satisfies my hunger and confuses my taste buds.
The group is soon distracted by a series of confusing and humorous signs outside the restaurant, leading them to investigate further. But as they investigate, they encounter a possessed child who terrorizes them with supernatural powers.
Oh my god, this child is possessed. We need to do something.
Relax, Summer. I'm sure there's a scientific explanation for this.
As Rick and the gang try to figure out the source of the child's possession, they come across a werewolf hairdresser disaster, with Linus Van Pelt as the only witness.
What is happening? I can't handle all of these bizarre events.
Jerry, just hang in there. We'll get through this together.
Eventually, the group is able to exorcise the child's demon, only to realize that they have unleashed a new problem. The unsettled Tom meme, now free to wreak havoc on the world.
Oh no, what have we done? We've created a monster.
In the end, the group must save the world from the unsettled Tom meme, all while trying to make sense of the bizarre and hilarious events that have transpired.
Well, that was an adventure we won't soon forget. Who's up for burgers again?
Title: The Green Jacket Paradox.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty entering a neon-lit street in search of a green-jacketed woman who holds the secret to surviving a vampire apocalypse.
Morty, I need you to focus. We're not here for the flashy lights. We're here for the green coat.
All right, Rick. I'm just so distracted by all the bright colors.
As they approach the woman, she reveals that the green jacket is actually a time-traveling device that transports the wearer to a vampire-free future.
Woman, greetings, time travelers. I've been waiting for you. This green jacket is no ordinary coat. It's a prototype time machine designed by a mad scientist long before your time.
Yeah, sure, that's what they all say. But let me guess, it doesn't work.
Woman, oh, it works, but there's a catch. To activate it, one must find the Eagles and harness the power of their music.
What? The Eagles? That doesn't even make sense.
Trust me, Morty, time travel logic is a tricky thing.
As they venture into the post-apocalyptic future, they discover that the world is now overrun by eerie monsters. Rick and Morty are then taken captive by a band of survivors who believe they are the key to defeating the monsters.
Survivor, you two were time travelers, and we need you to take us back in time to stop the monster invasion from ever happening.
Oh, whoa. That's a big ask. Time travel isn't a toy, you know.
And plus, we need the Eagles to use the time jacket. So, good luck with that.
The survivors then reveal that they are huge Eagles fans and have been practicing their music for years. With the power of the Eagles and the green time jacket, they successfully travel back in time and prevent the monster invasion.
Wow, Morty, we did it. We saved the world. all thanks to the Eagles.
EYO. It seems like we're finally taking it easy.
Don't get too comfortable, Morty. We still need to find a way to get that green jacket back to its rightful owner.
Ending shot of Rick and Morty handing the jacket to the woman and quickly leaving the neon-lit street. As they exit, Rick turns to Morty and says,
"Just another day at the lab, Morty. Just another day."
Title: The Chinese Fifth Street Catastrophe. Synopsis: Rick and Morty receive a distress signal from their alternate universe counterparts stationed in Thailand. The signal's source is traced to a sign outside a building that reads, Chinese Fifth Street, but is inhabited solely by Thai locals. A paranormal detective investigation is initiated to uncover the cause of the anomaly, but things take an unintentionally funny turn when the only clue they find is a cat standing on the sidewalk.
Morty, this sign is emitting an interdimensional signal of unknown origin. We have to investigate.
But Rick, it just says Chinese 5th Street. Maybe it's just a typo or something.
This is a matter of cosmic importance, Morty. Besides, maybe we can grab some delicious Thai food while we're here.
The duo ventures into the building, only to encounter a group of spleen-themed aliens disguised as Thai citizens.
Ah geez, not the spleen guys again. Quick, Morty, use the dish soap I packed in your backpack to blast them.
Why do you always pack dish soap in my backpack, Rick? Never mind, I don't want to know.
After successfully defeating the spleen aliens, they discover that the Chinese Fifth Street sign was actually a malfunctioning advertisement for a Thai massage parlor.
So the whole interdimensional signal was just a mistake? That's kind of funny, Rick.
Ah, unintentionally funny, Morty. Just like your existence.
The episode ends with them enjoying some authentic Thai cuisine, and Morty nursing a new respect for the power of dish soap.
Title: The Milk Conundrum.
Synopsis: In this episode, Rick and Morty venture on a scientific quest to find the best milk in the multiverse, while Jerry faces a deadly cereal phobia and Summer tries to stay sane in a world of puns and chaos.
Scene 1.
Rick, Morty, we need to find the ultimate milk source. Milk is the key to the secrets of the universe.
Morty, okay, Rick, I guess we could try the interdimensional dairy farms?
Summer, sarcastically, great idea, Morty. Let's milk some cows from another dimension.
Scene 2.
Jerry, screaming, no, 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 dry cereal, oh, it's taking over me.
Rick, what's wrong with him?
Morty, he's afraid of dry cereal, Rick.
Rick, shrugs, weird.
Scene 3.
Summer, trying not to laugh. Rick, this planet is just a giant field of rocks and pebbles. Why are we here? Rick, chuckles, oh, Summer, you'll see soon enough. Pulls out a cup and starts filling it with something from the ground.
Scene 4. Morty, hi, staring at his hand. Rick, my hand is like a universe within a universe. It's like infinite and stuff.
Rick, rolling his eyes, Morty, focus. We need to find the milk.
Morty, still staring at his hand, whoa.
Scene 5.
Summer, sighs, Rick, can we please go already? This planet is giving me a headache with all its puns. Milk rocks, cream of the crop, I. Rick, smirks, Summer, you gotta learn to have pun.
Scene 6.
Rick, takes a sip from the cup, delicious. This milk is phenomenal. Summer, points to the pink sky and background. Rick, why is everything pink? Rick, smiling, oh, that's just the milk-induced hallucinations.
Scene 7.
Morty, stares at the cup, Rick, that's not milk, you're drinking, rocks.
Rick, surprised, what? No, that's impossible. Looks at the cup and spits it out. Oh, damn it.
Scene 8.
Jerry, groans, I can't take it anymore. grabs a dry cereal box and hugs it. My precious.
Scene 9. Beck. Frustrated. Alright, we need to find the real milk. Where could it be?
Morty. Smiling. Maybe it's in the milk dimension, Rick.
Beck. Smirks. You might be right, Morty. Opens portal.
Scene 10.
All gasps in amazement. Whoa.
End.
Disclaimer: this episode is not scientifically accurate and should not be taken seriously.
Title: The Quantum Blunder Tag.
Scientific description. The episode commences with a visual representation of the Schrödinger equation in a complex plane and transitions to a microscopic view of subatomic particles interacting with a television tower. The tower emits a blinding light, disorienting Rick and Morty and transporting them to an alternate dimension where they find themselves beside a massive alien head. Utilizing a manipulator beam, the alien pulls the TV tower and its surrounding area into an artificial planetary system, initiating a chain reaction leading to the universe's holistic decay.
Beck. Wubba lubba dub dub, Morty. We're trapped in a quantum leap. That alien head's got us hemmed up in a new dimension we ain't never seen before.
Morty. WH what the hell, Rick? W what's going on?
Alien, greetings, Earthlings. I am Gyrix. You have trespassed into our planet's jurisdiction, and now you must face the consequences.
Beck. Alright, give me a break, Gyre. We didn't mean no harm. We just got caught up in our search for a new path to enlightenment.
Morty. Awkwardly smiles.
Gyrox, your incompetence is astounding. Your planet is overrun by politicians ruling over a remarkably uninformed populace. Our society is far more advanced than yours, yet you all have the power to unleash destruction at will. We must extract your genetic code to ensure our evolution, as well as to counteract your planet-destroying tendencies.
Beth. Everyone stop right there. Step back from my father and son, or you'll deal with me and my husband.
Jerry. Yeah, I may not know much science-wise stuff like these two, but I'm still a man and will defend my family to the end.
Beck. Aw geez, here we go again. Beth, Jerry, thank goodness you guys are here. This alien's trying to turn us into a bunch of science experiments.
Gyrox, HMPH, as if you could pose any real threat to us. Nevertheless, we shall address this issue calmly. Your genetic materials could benefit us greatly.
Beth. Over my dead body. You won't lay a hand on my family.
Beck. You heard the lady, Gyrax. I'm sorry for all the trouble, but we can't let you take our genes. Morty, get ready to.
Morty. Oh geez, Rick. Are we really doing this?
Jerry. Cracks knuckles.
The episode concludes with a scene of Rick and Morty skillfully escaping the aliens' clutches, demolishing the entire artificial planetary system in the process. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry reconcile their differences and exchange heartfelt declarations of love while Gyrix watches from afar, mystified by the intricate web of human emotions.
Title: An ethnographic study of alien culture shock, the impact of greyhound racing on intergalactic society.
Abstract. The current study investigates the impact of greyhound racing on intergalactic society through the lens of alien culture shock. Using qualitative data gathered from observational field research at a track stadium, this episode explores the cultural significance of horse racing and the potential consequences of exposing different species to this form of entertainment. The study also examines the socio-cultural implications of consuming fast food at Zaxby's, as well as the influence of popular music icon Lil Nas X and TV character Peggy Bundy on alien cultures. The research findings suggest that greyhound racing may have profound and complex effects on intergalactic social norms and that further investigation is necessary.
Shinji Ikari, So, we're watching horses run around in a circle for fun?
Lil Nas X. It's a cultural experience, man. Embrace it.
Peggy Bundy. Hey, I'll take any excuse to get out of the house and away from Al.
Alien Researcher 1. Fascinating. This is the first time I've seen a sporting event on this planet.
Alien Researcher 2, indeed. It appears that the crowd is very emotionally invested in this activity. Zaxby's server. Welcome to Zaxby's. How may I take your order?
Alien Researcher 1. What is Zaxby's?
Zaxby's server. It's a fast food chain that specializes in chicken tenders and wings. Our mascot is a funky chicken. Alien Researcher 2. Ah, I see. I will have an order of chicken tenders, please.
Shinji Ikari. Guys, I think we're distracting from the horses.
Lil Nas X. Oh, don't worry about it. The horses will keep running no matter what.
Peggy Bundy. I gotta admit, this beats watching Al on the couch any day.
Alien Researcher 1. Interesting. It appears that humans derive pleasure from watching animals race against each other.
Alien Researcher 2. Yes, and with Zaxby's, Lil Nas X, and Peggy Bundy, we are witnessing a unique cultural combination.
Shinji Ikari. I never thought I'd be studying greyhound racing as part of my PhD research.
Lil Nas X. Hey, you never know what kind of unexpected experiences will shape your worldview.
Peggy Bundy, and sometimes you just gotta sit back and enjoy the ride.
Title: The Red Circle Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are exploring a new planet when they come across a red circle in a green field. Upon closer inspection, they discover a red center in the center of the circle with a blue center in the center of that. This confounds Rick, who believes it to be a complex scientific phenomenon.
Morty, look at this red circle. It defies all logic and reason.
Wow, Rick, that's crazy. What could it possibly be?
Rick theorizes that it may be a representation of a space-time continuum rift and enlists the help of Jerry, who works at Sandia National Laboratories. I've never seen anything like this before. It's as if the circle is creating a gravitational pull. Beth, intrigued by the mystery, joins in on the investigation and brings up the possibility that it could be related to Bruce Springsteen's lyrics about a red-headed woman with thighs like that.
Maybe it's a metaphor for the duality of man, or the intersection of love and physics.
As they continue to explore the circle, they find themselves transported to an alternate dimension where they are greeted by strange, humanoid creatures.
Creature, welcome to our world. We have been waiting for you.
What is going on here?
Creature, your presence here has disrupted the balance of our universe. Your blue center is throwing everything off.
As the group attempts to escape, they realize that the red circle was actually a trap set by the creatures to lure them into their world.
Rick, we gotta get out of here.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a plan.
Using his vast scientific knowledge, Rick creates a device that will neutralize the blue center of the circle and potentially save them from the creatures.
With this device, we can restore balance to the universe and get out of here in one piece.
In a wild and crazy sequence, Rick and the gang use the device to destroy the blue center of the circle, causing a shockwave that sends them hurtling back through the space-time continuum rift and back to their own world. We did it! We saved ourselves from an interdimensional war.
I guess we'll never know what the red circle really meant.
Who cares? We're alive, aren't we? Morty, let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
The group leaves the planet, happy to have survived the red circle conundrum, and ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Quantum Hilarity Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a scientific experiment that takes them to the depths of the quantum world, where they encounter unexpected results that lead to a series of hilarious outcomes.
Act 1.
Morty, I've just discovered a way to manipulate quantum particles, and I need your help to test my theory.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. The last time we did something like this, we nearly got turned into monsters.
Nonsense, Morty. This time, we'll be using advanced technology to regulate the flow of quantum energy. What could possibly go wrong?
Act 2.
Rick and Morty enter the quantum realm, wearing sophisticated armor to protect them from the erratic nature of the quantum world. They find a miniature universe that resembles a never-ending rave party, complete with loud music, and a young smoking Kurt Cobain with a guitar singing his heart out.
Rick, is that Kurt Cobain?
Who cares, Morty? We're here to study the quantum field, not to dance around with some grunge musician.
Act 3.
As they begin to experiment with the quantum particles, they find that their actions have an unpredictable effect on the universe they are observing. Suddenly, they get teleported to 1960.
Rick, where the hell are we?
Don't worry, Morty. We just traveled back in time. But we got bigger fish to fry.
Suddenly, they see cartoonish-sized brownies on the ground. Rick eats one and starts hopping like a bunny, cursing and giggling like a maniac. Morty tries to stop him but can't stop himself from falling in laughter.
Oh my god, Rick! What did we do?
Morty, these brownies are loaded with Delta-9 compounds. They've altered our quantum state and sent us spiraling down the wormhole of hilarity.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty keep bouncing around in the quantum world, causing all sorts of mischief. Switching between different dimensions, even ending up in feudal Japan for a moment.
Rick, we gotta stop this. We can't keep messing around with the quantum field like this.
That's quitter talk, Morty. We're just getting started.
Act 5.
As the effects of the brownies begin to wear off, Rick and Morty start to realize the true nature of their experiment. They observe that their actions in the quantum world have caused a butterfly effect on the real world, leading to all sorts of hilarious outcomes.
Rick, look what we've done. We caused an insurrection on Jupiter and created a new species of talking rocks on Earth.
Who cares, Morty? As long as we're having fun, science can wait.
Bob.
Rick and Morty, still giggling, return to their lab where they are met with disapproving gazes of Jerry and Beth. What the hell is going on here?
You two have been causing chaos on a quantum level. You're putting the entire multiverse at risk.
Wait a minute, Beth. You mean to tell me you didn't appreciate our groundbreaking research?
Yeah, Mom. We were doing this all in the name of science.
Science, huh? More like a bunch of irresponsible jerks on a joyride.
Well, there's always another dimension where we're appreciated. Maybe we can give that a shot.
The scene ends with Rick and Morty disappearing to another dimension, leaving Jerry and Beth shaking their heads in disbelief.
Title: The Soda Adventure.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure that involves consuming an overwhelming amount of soda. Beth and Summer tag along for the ride, much to their chagrin.
Opening scene.
Rick is seen holding a bottle of soda while wearing a lab coat. Morty looks puzzled and asks, "What are you doing, Rick?"
I'm conducting a scientific experiment, Morty. I'm trying to break the record for most sodas consumed in one sitting.
Act 1.
Rick sits down at a table with 39,959 bottles of soda in front of him, as Morty and the rest of the family gather around to watch. Rick guzzles down one soda after another, with occasional belches and groans.
This is ridiculous. Why did we have to come here and watch Grandpa drink soda?
I don't know, but we might as well make the best of it. Anyone want some popcorn?
Act 2.
Suddenly, Rick starts to exhibit strange behaviors. His skin turns green, his eyes glow red, and he starts to spout nonsense.
Oh no, Rick! What's happening to you?
I don't know, Morty. This soda seems to have some kind of kooky effect on me.
Act 3.
In a panic, Beth suggests they take Rick to the hospital. But Rick refuses, citing his immense pride and stubbornness.
I'm not going to the hospital, Beth. I'm a scientist, damn it. I'll find a way to fix this myself.
What can we do, Rick?
We need to find the source of this soda. I have a feeling it's coming from another dimension.
Act 4.
Using his portals, Rick and the gang travel to a parallel dimension where soda is king. They meet a slightly crazed scientist who created the soda that caused Rick's condition.
Scientist. You must be the visitors from another dimension. Welcome, welcome. Would you like some soda?
Actually, we're here because of your soda. It's having some strange effects on me.
Scientist. Oh yes, that. I created this soda to give people superpowers. Unfortunately, it has some side effects on certain individuals. But don't worry, I have a cure.
Act 5.
The scientist gives Rick an antidote to counteract the soda's effects. Within moments, Rick returns to his normal self, and they all return home safely.
Well, that was one crazy adventure.
I still can't believe we traveled to another dimension for soda.
Yeah, but did you see all the cool stuff we saw there? Like that three-headed cat?
Morty, shut up. Let's just go home and forget this ever happened.
Closing scene.
The family is seen sitting on the couch, eating popcorn and watching TV. Suddenly, Rick bursts in the room with yet another bottle of soda.
Alright, who's ready to break another soda record?
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
Yeah, maybe we should just stick to regular soda from now on.
Agreed. Let's just enjoy our popcorn and relax.
The end.
Title: Quantum Boxing, Rick's Virtual Reality Knockout.
Synopsis.
In this episode, the audience witnesses Rick and Morty in a strangely scientific yet comedic fashion as they try to find the perfect solution for a boxing glove. It all starts when Morty observes a man standing in a boxing ring, eager to fight. With a boxing glove on his hand, he waits for the perfect opponent. Rick, seeing the man, suddenly has an idea for a radical experiment with virtual reality. The first step in the experiment is to create a perfect virtual boxing arena, equipped with the latest quantum computing technology. Rick, with his vast knowledge of programming, quickly designs a game featuring the man Morty saw earlier. Rick, however, has a trick up his sleeves. He programs the man, not as an opponent, but as an ally to Morty.
Rick, Morty, I have programmed him as an ally to assist you in your training for your upcoming school boxing tournament.
Morty, school boxing tournament? I'm not even in the boxing club, Rick.
Rick, of course not, but you will be after you win this championship. Let's get you started.
With an earpiece in his ear, Morty enters the virtual arena and begins training with the man. As Morty fights, the man appears to learn from Morty's techniques, adapting to his moves and counter-attacking appropriately. As the training continues, they notice something strange happening. The man's glove starts to vibrate and glow a peculiar shade of blue.
Morty, Rick, what's going on? Why is his glove acting weird?
Rick, I knew it. I programmed in some quantum entanglement code that links the glove with the virtual environment. Morty, that glove is a gateway to a whole new world of gaming.
Morty, Rick, what are you talking about?
Rick, I'm talking about taking virtual reality to the next level, Morty. With this new technology, we could create the most amazing virtual gaming experience known to man.
Suddenly, the man disappears and Morty is left stranded in the arena. A voice echoes through the earpiece. Congratulations. You have crossed the threshold. Morty frantically tries to take off the earpiece, desperate to escape the virtual world.
Morty, Rick, get me out of here. I don't want to be in a world where boxing gloves talk to me.
Rick, relax, Morty. I'm here to take care of you. All you need to do now is focus on the game. There's no turning back.
With a sudden burst of adrenaline, Morty dives back into the virtual world, ready to face whatever challenges await him. Will he be able to maneuver through the quantum boxing arena and win the championship? The audience is left in suspense, eager to find out.
Title: The Case of the Cows and Milkman.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty are driving in the countryside when they stumble upon a tractor trailer sitting in the grass next to a building with a sign that reads, "Don't feed the cows."
Oh Morty, look, an abandoned trailer in the middle of nowhere. This could only mean one thing.
What's that, Rick?
An alien invasion. Quick, let's investigate.
Scene 2, Rick and Morty enter the trailer and find nothing except for a refrigerator filled with milk jugs. Suddenly, Rick collapses and dies in his sleep.
Oh no! Rick's dead. What should I do now?
Scene 3. The milkman suddenly appears out of nowhere and introduces himself as the replacement for Rick.
Milkman, greetings Morty. I am the milkman. I have come to replace your Rick.
But who are you? What do you want?
Milkman, I am a genetically modified human engineered to produce milk at an accelerated rate. I am here to ensure the ongoing supply of milk for the human race.
Scene 4. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer are browsing the countryside and come across the trailer.
Summer, look. An abandoned trailer. Let's check it out.
Scene 5. Beth and Summer enter the trailer and meet the milkman.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Milkman, I am the milkman, here to replace your Rick.
How did you get here?
Milkman, I was genetically engineered by a rogue scientist who sought to create the perfect cow-human hybrid.
Scene 6. Rick suddenly awakens, revealing that he faked his death in order to teach Morty a lesson about the dangers of drinking spoiled milk.
Morty, never underestimate the power of milk. It can kill even the smartest of us.
Geez, Rick, you scared me half to death.
Scene 7. The milkman and Rick engage in a heated argument about the value of milk versus alcohol.
Milkman, milk is the superior beverage. It contains all the essential nutrients and vitamins needed for the human body to function properly.
Alcohol is the nectar of the gods. It allows us to escape the mundanity of existence and transcend into something greater.
Scene 8. The argument becomes physical, with Rick and Milkman engaging in a wrestling match.
Stop it. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, can't we all just get along?
Scene 9. The trailer suddenly explodes, causing Rick, Morty, Milkman, Beth, and Summer to be launched into the air.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Scene 10. The group lands safely on the ground, with Milkman suddenly disappearing without a trace.
Where did he go?
Who knows? Maybe he went to deliver milk to the aliens.
Speaking of deliverance, let's head home. I need a drink.
Title: The Lion Kingpin's future espionage thriller.
Opening shot. A lion and two cubs standing on a rock in the grass with a city in the background and a blue sky.
Morty, Jerry, I need your help. We have been hired by none other than Sergey Brin himself to engineer a device that will allow us to gather intelligence in the future.
Whoa, like going to the future and spying. That's heavy, Rick.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. I don't want to mess with the timeline or anything.
Relax, Jerry. We've done it before. Plus, if we succeed, we'll be rewarded handsomely. Now let's get to work.
Cut to the garage where the trio is working on the device. Suddenly, the device malfunctions and they are transported to a futuristic version of Africa.
Whoa, Rick, where are we? This doesn't look like the future we were expecting.
I don't see how this is relevant to spying techniques either. As they explore the futuristic city, they discover that Simba, now a grown lion kingpin, is the ruler of this world. They try to blend in with the locals, but it's not long before they are caught by Simba's minions.
Simba, who are these strange creatures in my kingdom?
Hey, Simba, long time no see. Remember me, your old pal Rick?
Simba, I don't know any Rick. Gods, seize them.
As they are taken to Simba's palace, they discover that he has been using future technology to keep his reign over the kingdom. But Rick sees through his schemes.
Simba, I know what you're doing. You're using that technology to keep your power, and I won't stand for it.
Simba, and what are you going to do about it? You're trapped here, and I'm in control.
Oh, I don't think so. I have a little surprise for you.
Suddenly, Rick pulls out a device that transports them all back to their own time.
Whoa, Rick, how did you do that? I thought the device was broken.
I just needed a little inspiration. Now let's get back to the project.
Wait, what about the future of Africa?
Will Simba still be the ruler?
Who cares, Jerry? We have our own problems to worry about.
Closing shot. The trio back in the garage, still working on the device, with Rick muttering to himself about the rewards they'll receive once the project is completed. Title: The Hilarious Hunt for Bad Pun Dog Meme.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage, working on some scientific project. Jerry enters with his new dog, Biology, who is wearing a red bow tie with a speech bubble above it that says, Bescoyo School Stores, Bad Caribou Schools.
Hey guys, check out my new dog, Biology.
Sarcastically. Oh wow, a dog. How innovative.
He's cute though, Dad.
Biology, with speech bubble. Can we get to the scientific stuff already?
Surprised. Holy sh*t. Did that dog just talk?
Scene 2, the trio decides to investigate the talking dog phenomenon and trace it back to a source.
Rick, do you think this has something to do with zirconium?
Scoffing. Morty, zirconium is a metal element. I highly doubt it has anything to do with talking dogs.
Scene 3. They come across the infamous Bad Pun Dog meme and realize the dog's speech is similar to the meme's format.
Hey guys, check out this meme I found.
It's the same type of jokes as Biology's speech.
Excitedly. We're onto something, Morty. Let's track down who's responsible for creating this meme.
Scene 4. They use their scientific knowledge to trace the meme back to a high school called Bad Caribou Schools and decide to go undercover as students. They end up embarrassing themselves with stories from their own school days.
Embarrassed. I once accidentally called my teacher, Mom.
Also embarrassed. I once got pantsed in front of the whole school.
Sarcastically. Wow, you guys sure know how to blend in.
Scene 5. They discover that the creator of the meme is actually the school's biology teacher, who was experimenting with a new formula that accidentally gave the dogs the ability to speak.
Biology, glaring at the teacher. You experimented on me? That's messed up.
Smirking. You should have known better than to mess with science, buddy.
Scene 6. The trio decides to create their own meme, titled, The Hunt for Bad Pun Dog Meme, and it goes viral.
Excitedly, we're famous, Rick.
Sarcastically. Yeah, great. Now we're internet sensations.
Ending scene. The trio walks away from the school, with Biology leading the way, carrying the Bad Pun Dog meme in his mouth.
Biology, with speech bubble. Can we go home now?
Patting Biology's head, of course, pal. Let's go home.
Morty, remind me to never go on another ridiculous adventure like this again.
Laughing. You say that every time, Rick.
Rick and Morty exit the scene, with Jerry and Biology following closely behind.
Title: The Quantum Beard Theory.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in Rick's lab, surrounded by various scientific equipment and a large poster of a man with a beard in a suit and tie.
Morty, let me pose a hypothetical scenario for you. What if the length of a man's beard was directly proportional to his intelligence?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Sounds kinda dumb.
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. It's basic quantum mechanics. I call it the quantum beard theory.
Quantum beard theory?
That's right, Morty. And with this device, holds up a strange-looking instrument. We can test it out.
Cut to scene where Rick and Morty use the device on various men, measuring their beard lengths and intelligence levels.
See, Morty, I told you. It's all about the beard.
But what about women? They don't have beards.
But that's where the quantum mechanics come in. The theory applies to any form of facial hair, even mustaches.
Okay, but what's the point of all this?
The point, Morty, is to prove once and for all that a man's beard is a symbol of his intellect. And to do that, we need to create the ultimate beard.
Cut to scene where Rick and Morty use various scientific methods to grow the ultimate beard.
Rick, this is getting out of hand. Why do we need the ultimate beard?
Simple, Morty, to rule the world.
Cut to scene where the ultimate beard comes to life, wreaking havoc on the world.
Rick, this is a disaster. We have to stop the beard.
No, Morty, we have to stop ourselves. Our obsession with the beard has led us down a dangerous path.
Cut to scene where Rick and Morty use the device on themselves, measuring their own beard lengths and intelligence levels.
Morty, we were wrong. The quantum beard theory was a fallacy.
I don't understand, Rick. What does this mean?
It means, Morty, that the true measure of a man's intelligence lies not in his beard, but in his ability to question his own assumptions.
Cut to scene where Rick and Morty shave off their beards, symbolizing their newfound wisdom.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty sit in the lab contemplating the lessons they've learned.
You know, Morty, sometimes the greatest scientific discoveries come from admitting you were wrong.
Yeah, but couldn't we have figured that out without growing the ultimate beard?
Hey, where's the fun in that?
Title: Analysis of the corrosion process in a Berman chromium building with contemporary commercial activities.
Introduction.
A large building with a high amount of windows on its side was observed while people were moving around the sidewalk. The investigative case was proceeded based on the mechanical engineering team, Bath and Body Works, historian and the Berman chromium department, aiming to describe the corrosion process within the building with a contemporary commercial activity.
Observation.
The building was built with a steel-reinforced concrete structure, with an external coating of Berman chromium. The outer coating was present as a significant corroded layer, resulting in the formation of cracks and chipping on the surface. The corrosion intensity was heterogeneously distributed, with more severe degradation appearing in the lower area of the building.
Analysis.
The Berman chromium department evaluated the chemical characteristics of the material and found that the corrosion appeared because of the chromium oxidation process on the surface. Meanwhile, the mechanical engineer calculated that the building was exposed to the atmospheric elements, such as humidity and air, leading to corrosion acceleration. Furthermore, the activity of the Bath and Body Works, as a high-performance commercial activity, released various chemicals, which also accelerated the corrosion process.
Discussion.
These results demonstrated the negative effect of atmospheric exposure and chemical contamination on building materials, indicating the necessity of developing more durable materials. The employment of environmental control chambers to conduct tests simulating real exposure conditions may enhance the understanding of the corrosion process, helping to develop appropriate maintenance programs.
Conclusion.
The Berman chromium-coated building was highly susceptible to corrosion, affected by multiple sources including environmental exposure and complex commercial activities. The interdisciplinary effort among mechanical engineer, Bath and Body Works, historian, and Berman chromium demonstrated the importance of assessing the corrosion process in contemporary structural designs. These findings may provide valuable insights into developing more durable and sustainable materials and maintenance programs.
Historian. The historical context plays a fundamental role in understanding the present corrosion process in the Berman chromium-coated building.
Mechanical engineer. We need to consider the mechanical forces involved, such as humidity and air, to adequately assess the building's structural stability.
Bath and Body Works. Our commercial activity uses various chemicals that may adversely affect building materials, leading to increased corrosion.
Berman chromium.
Our analysis shows that the surface corrosion primarily involves the chromium oxidation process on the Berman chromium coating.
Opening shot. A colorful abstract image with a circular design in the center, depicting a kaleidoscopic pattern. Bright lights emanate from the center, signifying a potential source of energy.
Dr. Smith, this is an intriguing image. The kaleidoscopic pattern could indicate the presence of a wormhole, and the bright lights might suggest a powerful energy source.
Dr. Jones. Yes, it's quite fascinating. But we need to be careful as we explore further. We don't know what dangers lie ahead.
As the space crew approaches the image, they suddenly get sucked into a hyperspace tunnel, losing control of their ship. Captain Lee, Mayday. We've lost control of the ship. We're being pulled into a hyperspace tunnel.
Dr. Smith, this is worse than I anticipated. We're completely off course.
Amidst the chaos, a basset hound suddenly appears on the ship, seemingly unfazed by the sudden shift in environment.
Dr. Jones. How can there be a dog on the ship? This is highly illogical.
Captain Lee, we don't have time to worry about that now. We need to find a way to regain control of the ship before it's too late. As the crew frantically tries to find a way out of hyperspace, the song Kaleidoscope by Coldplay plays in the background.
Dr. Smith, we need a miracle to get us out of this mess.
Suddenly, the basset hound begins to bark loudly, drawing their attention to a small button on the control panel.
Dr. Jones. That button wasn't there before. What could it do?
Captain Lee, it's worth a shot. Let's push it. As they push the button, the ship suddenly jolts back to reality, and they find themselves back in their own galaxy.
Dr. Smith, it worked. We're back in our own galaxy.
Dr. Jones. But how did that button get there?
As they ponder the mysterious appearance of the button, they notice a message scrawled on it. Captain Lee, look at this. It says, "Oh Lottie comin'."
Dr. Smith, that's the name of that internet meme. But what could it mean in this context?
Just as they're about to contemplate this strange message further, they spot actor Joshua Bassett floating in space.
Dr. Jones. Is that Joshua Bassett floating in space?
Captain Lee, it looks like it. But how did he get here? The episode ends with the crew contemplating the mysteries they've encountered and the potential dangers that still lie ahead.
Title: The Grasshopper Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty visit the Max Planck Institute for Quantum Optics to conduct an experiment on the behavior of a grasshopper placed on different surfaces with varying degrees of friction. Chaos ensues when their experiment accidentally leads to the grasshopper gaining heightened intelligence and godlike powers.
Rick, what are we doing here at the Max Planck Institute for Quantum Optics?
We're conducting a groundbreaking experiment on the effect of surface friction on the behavior of grasshoppers. It's quantum physics, Morty. You wouldn't understand.
But Rick, what's the point of this experiment? Wouldn't it be more useful to study something else?
Useful, Morty. Since when has science ever been about usefulness? Now let's get to work.
Oh my god, guys, look at that huge grasshopper sitting on top of that black surface next to a green object with a long tail and 2 legs.
I'm not going anywhere near that thing. It's creepy.
That's the grasshopper we're going to use for our experiment. Now, let's see how it behaves on different surfaces.
Scene shows Rick and Morty placing the grasshopper on surfaces of varying friction, including sandpaper, glass, and ice.
Rick, what have you done? That grasshopper seems different now.
Nonsense, Beth. It's just a regular grasshopper with a little bit of quantum physics magic.
The grasshopper suddenly gains intelligence and starts communicating telepathically with the group.
Grasshopper, I have transcended your primitive understanding of the universe. You are all mere mortals compared to me.
This is insane. What did you do to that grasshopper, Rick?
Grasshopper, I have become a god amongst insects. Bow down before me.
I think it's time we leave. This is getting out of hand.
But Rick, what are we going to do about the grasshopper?
Don't worry, Morty. I'll just use my portal gun to send it to another dimension. Problem solved.
The group watches as Rick sends the grasshopper through a portal, only to have it return to their dimension seconds later, even more powerful.
Grasshopper, you cannot contain me, Rick. I am eternal, and my powers are limitless.
The episode ends with the group frantically trying to find a solution to stop the grasshopper's rampage.
Title: The acoustical effects of megaphone usage in urban environment.
Opening shot of the city skyline with a woman in a costume standing on a rooftop, holding a megaphone in her hand.
Acoustics researcher. The use of megaphones in an urban environment has the potential to cause significant acoustical effects due to sound reflections and scattering from the surrounding buildings.
The woman in the costume takes a deep breath and begins to blow into the megaphone, creating a loud horn noise that echoes throughout the city.
Noise pollution analyst. The sound levels produced by the megaphone are reaching dangerous levels, causing noise pollution and potential hearing damage to city residents.
As the woman continues to blow the megaphone, individuals throughout the city begin to cover their ears and flee from the loud noise.
Urban planner. This type of noise disturbance could have significant impacts on the urban environment and the health and well-being of the population.
The camera zooms in on the woman's face as she lowers the megaphone, appearing surprised at the reaction of the city residents.
Acoustics researcher. It's important for individuals using megaphones in urban environments to be aware of the potential acoustic effects and to use proper sound level equipment to prevent noise pollution.
The woman in the costume looks down at the megaphone in her hand, contemplating the consequences of her actions.
Noise pollution analyst. Implementing noise reduction strategies, such as limiting the use of megaphones in urban areas, can help decrease the negative impacts on the environment and society.
Closing shot of the woman in the costume walking away from the rooftop, the megaphone still resting in her hand, as the camera pans out to show the entire city and the potential consequences of uncontrolled noise pollution.
Title: An interdimensional safari adventure.
Synopsis. Rick takes Morty, Beth, and Jerry on a wild safari adventure through an interdimensional portal. Along the way, they encounter bizarre creatures and must navigate a dangerous ecosystem filled with toxic plants and deadly predators.
Act 1.
Alright, Morty, buckle up for an interdimensional adventure. We're going on a safari trip.
Rick, do we really have to go? It sounds kind of dangerous.
Come on, Morty, it'll be fun. Who knows what kind of exotic creatures we'll find in other dimensions?
As long as we don't get eaten by anything, I'm game.
Act 2.
After traveling through the portal, the group finds themselves in a vast field of grass and dirt. In the distance, they spot a brown animal with long horns.
Looks like we've got ourselves a species of interdimensional wildebeest. Fascinating.
Rick, I don't think we should get too close.
Just then, a loud screeching noise interrupts them as a black bird swoops down towards them.
Watch out. That's a dimension-hopping vulturin.
Why does every creature here want to kill us?
Act 3.
As they make their way through the safari, the group encounters more and more bizarre creatures, including a tentacled behemoth, a swarm of buzzing fireflies, and a giant spider with an electric shock.
Wow, These creatures are incredible. I'll need to collect some tissue samples for further analysis.
Can we go back home soon? My heart can't take much more of this.
Rick, are you sure it's safe to take samples from these creatures?
Of course it is, Beth. I'm a scientist, remember?
Act 4.
As they near the end of their safari journey, the group comes across a grove of purple and green plants.
Alright, everyone, be careful around these plants. They contain a potent neurotoxin.
Maybe we should turn back now. This is getting too dangerous. But before they can retreat, a pack of ferocious creatures with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes come charging out from the grass.
Oh God, Rick, we're gonna die.
Act 5.
Just when it seems like all hope is lost, Rick pulls out a small device from his lab coat.
Don't worry, everyone. I've got just the thing to handle this situation.
He presses a button on the device, and suddenly, a giant laser beam shoots out from it and disintegrates the creatures.
Wow, Rick, that was amazing. What was that thing?
Just a little something I cooked up in my free time. You know how it is.
Hey, can we go home now?
I need a stiff drink after that ordeal.
Yeah, and I need to lie down for a week or two.
Fine, we can go. But just remember, we're the only ones who have seen these incredible creatures. Isn't that worth a moment of terror or two?
Title: The Quantum Dissonance of the Purple Background.
Introduction.
The current episode of our study aims to understand the dissonance caused by the vivid purple background with white arrows that serves as the backdrop in the conversation of a man in a suit and tie holding a microphone in his hand.
Methodology.
We conducted a series of brain scans on the subject, measuring the differential activity in various regions of the brain while the subject was interacting with a purple background. Furthermore, we analyzed the audio and video signals to understand the impact of the background on the emotional state and non-verbal communication of the subject.
Results.
Our findings suggest that the purple background with white arrows caused a significant disturbance in the neural activity of the subject, leading to several cognitive and behavioral changes. The use of such a background resulted in a decrease in the subject's overall attention span and short-term memory retention. The subject also displayed a high level of discomfort and anxiety while interacting with a purple background.
Discussion.
The dissonance caused by the purple background with white arrows can be attributed to the quantum properties of the color purple. Our previous research suggests that the human brain has a unique response to the purple wavelength, causing a disruption in the neural connections in the brain and interfering with cognitive processes.
Conclusion.
The use of a purple or violet background should be avoided in any communicative setting as it may lead to cognitive dissonance in the involved parties. Future research needs to be conducted in order to understand the specific mechanisms through which the purple color interferes with neural activity and cognitive processing.
Title: The Disastrous Experiment of Bull Solar Energy Absorption.
Opening scene.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing a bull with large horns walking across a field of grass with a sign that says, "The sun is here."
Morty, I've been working on a new experiment where we're going to try to harness the power of the sun through the bull's horns.
Oh, is that even possible, Rick?
Of course it is, Morty. I've done similar experiments with other animals in the past.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty head back to the lab with the bull and start preparing for the experiment. Beth and Summer walk in on them.
What are you guys doing?
We're working on a new experiment to harness solar energy through this bull's horns, Beth.
That sounds crazy, Rick.
You say crazy, I say innovative.
Scene 2. The experiment begins, but things quickly take a turn for the worse as the bull gets agitated and starts rampaging through the lab.
Rick, I think we've made a huge mistake.
Nonsense, Morty. We just need to calibrate the wavelength.
Scene 3.
As Rick tries to fix the experiment, the bull breaks free and runs out of the lab, causing chaos throughout the town.
Rick, what have you done?
Relax, Beth. We just need to find the bull and turn off the experiment.
Scene 4.
The hunt for the bull ensues, with Summer and Morty chasing after it while Rick stays in the lab trying to fix the experiment.
I can't believe we're chasing a bull through town.
I can't believe we're trying to stop the sun from being absorbed by a bull's horns. Scene 5.
After a wild chase through town, Summer and Morty manage to catch the bull and turn off the experiment. Rick finally calibrates the wavelength and successfully harnesses solar energy through the bull's horns.
See, Beth, I told you it would work.
You almost destroyed the town, Rick.
Well, you know what they say, science isn't always pretty.
Closing scene.
The episode ends with the bull peacefully grazing in the lab, while Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer awkwardly stand around it.
So, what do we do now?
I don't know, Morty. Let's just leave the bull be and pretend like this never happened.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm just glad the town wasn't destroyed.
The camera pans out, and the bull lets out a loud moo.
Title: Surviving the Apocalypse, a scientific analysis of the high school of the dead universe.
Opening shot. A foggy forest with a pink neon sign in the middle of the frame and a bicycle parked in the distance.
Morty.
Title: The Ivies and the Bursts.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty encounter a strange phenomenon caused by the overgrowth of ivy in a nearby building. As they investigate, they stumble upon a group of scientists conducting experiments on the ivy. Chaos, hilarity, and lots of scientific jargon ensue.
Act 1.
Morty, I sense a disturbance in the force.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Look at that building over there. The ivy is growing too fast. It's unnatural.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
That's because you have the observational skills of a third grader. Let's investigate.
Act 2.
Morty, we've stumbled upon a scientific discovery of monumental proportions.
What is it?
These scientists have found a way to use the energy from the ivy to power their machines.
Wow, Rick, that's really cool.
Don't get too excited, Morty. These guys are amateurs. We need to show them how it's done.
Act 3.
Morty, we need to accelerate the growth of the ivy to create a burst of energy.
How are we going to do that?
Some good old-fashioned science, Morty. We're going to inject these plants with a formula I developed that will stimulate their growth.
That sounds dangerous, Rick.
Of course it does. That's why it's fun.
Act 4.
Morty, brace yourself. The burst of energy is about to happen.
How do you know?
I can feel it in my bones, Morty. Now, stand back and watch the magic happen.
The ivy explodes, causing chaos and destruction.
Well, that didn't quite go as planned.
No kidding, Rick. We should probably get out of here before the scientists figure out what we did.
Act 5.
Morty, we may have caused a bit of a problem with our little experiment.
What do you mean?
The energy burst caused a temporal anomaly that's going to send us back in time.
What? How are we going to fix that?
Easy, Morty. We just need to create a counter burst of energy that will reset the timeline.
And how do we do that?
We used the formula I developed earlier, but this time we inject it into ourselves.
That sounds insane, Rick.
Of course it does. That's why we're going to do it.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty stumble out of the building covered in ivy.
That was crazy, Rick. I don't know if I want to do that again.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. That was just a typical day in the life of a scientist.
I don't think normal scientists create temporal anomalies and destroy buildings.
That's why we're not normal scientists, Morty. We're Rick and Morty, and we're the best damn scientists in the multiverse.
In the current episode, the audience witnessed an unusual and highly scientific event, whereby protagonist Rick and Morty were propelled through the air above a mountaintop. The sky background provided further context for the scene, as the pair plunged into the world of High School of the Dead anime. In this universe, they met with some of the primary characters before having to lend their expertise to help them survive. Throughout the episode, numerous references to the original anime content were present, including episodes, characters, and individual scenes.
Wow, Rick, this place has some real anime vibes. You think we can help these characters?
I don't know, Morty. They seem pretty capable to me. But what the hell? Let's give them a hand before we get out of here.
The team worked together in a highly scientific manner, devising a plan and executing it flawlessly. As they navigated through the dangers that lay ahead, the audience was treated to some thrilling action scenes. The award-winning writing and dialogue captivated the audience, adding to the already impressive episode.
Seiko, we couldn't have done it without you guys. You're true heroes in this world.
The satisfying ending tied up the episode's remaining loose ends, leaving the audience excited for the next chapter in Rick and Morty's journey.
Title: Transdimensional Body Swapping Shenanigans.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty in the garage, tinkering with a new invention.
Morty, hand me the plutonium spanner.
Handing it over. Rick, do you really need to keep using radioactive materials for everything?
Morty, you'll understand the value of nuclear power when you're older.
Suddenly, a portal opens up and out pops Guy Fieri.
Guy Fieri, hey there, dudes. I was just cruising through the multiverse, and I couldn't resist stopping by for a bite.
Skeptically, and what brings you to our neck of the woods?
Guy Fieri, well, check this out. I was filming an episode of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives on a parallel Earth, and I accidentally got caught in a transdimensional energy vortex. Next thing I know, I'm here.
Wow, that's actually pretty cool.
Guy Fieri, but here's the kicker, dudes. When I got sucked through the vortex, my body got all mixed up with some other creatures from that world. And I can't seem to shake them loose.
Rolling his eyes. Alright, let's see what we can find out.
Rick scans Guy Fieri's body with his gadget, then nods thoughtfully.
Interesting. It looks like your molecules have been infused with some kind of biomorphic DNA.
Wide-eyed. Whoa, that sounds fancy.
Tapping a button on his gadget, and I think I know how to reverse the process.
But before Rick can do anything, the gadget malfunctions and zaps all three of them with a bright flash of energy.
Cut to the group of cartoon characters standing next to each other in a room with a pink background and a red wall, with Rick in Guy Fieri's body, Morty in Rick's body, and Guy Fieri in Morty's body.
Panicked. Oh crap, this is bad.
Grinning madly. Hey, check me out. I'm Pickle Morty.
Guy Fieri, confused. Whoa, man. This is some trippy stuff. I feel like I'm in a Flavortown nightmare.
The rest of the episode follows the trio's wacky adventures as they try to figure out how to switch back into their own bodies. Along the way, they encounter alien beings, alternate dimensions, and plenty of culinary disasters. In the end, they managed to reverse the process, but not without learning a valuable lesson about respecting each other's bodies and unique abilities.
Closing shot, the trio back in the garage, laughing about their crazy experience.
Morty, don't get any ideas about switching bodies again, Morty.
Grinning slyly, no promises, Rick. No promises.
Opening title, When Worlds Collide, a Multiversal Experiment. The episode begins with a group of characters, Rick, Morty, Summer and Jerry, experiencing a multiversal experiment gone wrong, causing them to be transported to an alternate universe. The scene depicts a dreary, rainy day, with the group huddled under an umbrella while passing a sign that reads, Pikachu Fry.
This doesn't look like any universe we've been to before, Morty. You sure you didn't mess with the portal gun again?
No way, Rick. I haven't touched it since our last adventure.
Suddenly, the group is ambushed by a horde of zombies. They quickly realize that they've been plunged into the world of the anime, High School of the Dead. Rick suggests they team up with the main characters to increase their odds of survival.
Guys, what's an anime? Did we land in some kind of cartoon world?
I don't know, but it looks like we're gonna have to fight our way out of here. The group meets with the protagonists of the anime, Takashi and Rei, and they quickly become embroiled in a series of thrilling action scenes, fighting off waves of zombies.
Takashi, who the hell are you guys? And why are you here?
We've been thrown into this universe by some kind of multiversal experiment. But don't worry, we're here to help you survive.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy stuff in our universe. I think we can handle a few zombies.
The group faces their toughest challenge yet as they try to escape a high-rise building overrun by the undead. They narrowly escape with their lives, and our heroes bid farewell to their new allies.
Ray, thank you for helping us. I hope we cross paths again someday.
Yeah, maybe in another universe where things aren't so crazy.
As the group makes their way back to their own universe, they reflect on the thrilling adventure they just had. I didn't know what to expect when we got dropped into that anime world. But I have to say, facing off against all those zombies was pretty exhilarating.
Yeah, it's not every day we get to travel to another universe, especially one with so many references to other pop culture.
The episode ends with the group headed back towards their own universe, brimming with excitement about what their next multiversal experiment might bring.
Title: The Quantum Analogy of Mass Desires.
Plot: Rick, Morty, and Jerry stumble upon a book with a picture of a woman with a mask on its face and a pen in front of it. Intrigued, the trio opens the book, discovering that it contains the secrets to unlocking one's hidden desires.
This book seems to contain the formula for accessing one's deepest desires. The science of desire is fascinating, Morty.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This seems kind of sketchy.
I don't have any hidden desires. I'm just here for the ride. As they delve deeper into the book, they come across a formula that involves a peach and flatulence.
This is it, the formula for unlocking maximum pleasure through flatulence and a ripe peach. It's pure science, Morty.
I don't think I want to be a part of this science, Rick.
Wait, what? Flatulence and a peach? What kind of science is this? What ensues is a hilarious and chaotic experiment involving flatulence, peaches, and their deepest desires. The trio becomes warped and twisted in their desires, leading to a crazy climax.
I can't do this. I can't be a part of this science experiment anymore.
I think my mind has been shattered forever. What kind of science is this?
Relax, Morty and Jerry. We just discovered a new dimension of science. The science of desire. And it's all thanks to this book with a picture of a woman with a mask on its face and a pen in front of it.
The episode ends with the trio being warped into a new reality and left to ponder the consequences of their scientific discoveries.
I don't think I'll ever be the same after this.
I need to go lie down. That was too much science for me.
Ah, that was just the beginning. Who knows what other realms of science we'll discover next.
Title: The Chalk Conundrum. Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a wacky universe where the laws of physics are constantly changing. They stumble upon a planet where the residents eat chalk for sustenance and are horrified to find out that Morty has also developed a taste for it. As they try to find a way to reverse the effects, they encounter various obstacles that are both hilarious and scientifically mind-bending.
Opening scene.
Morty, come on, we don't have all day. We're supposed to be on a mission, not making a pit stop.
But Rick, I need to eat something. I'm starving.
Fine, we'll stop at the nearest planet. But don't get too comfortable, we need to keep moving.
Upon landing on the planet.
But these beings are eating chalk. That's it, I draw the line at eating non-food substances.
Morty, with chalk powder on his face, Rick, this stuff is actually pretty tasty. You should try some.
Are you kidding me, Morty? That's not even remotely close to being edible. After Morty eats chalk and lives. Great, Morty, now you're apparently impervious to ingesting harmful substances. This is going to be a long day.
But Rick, it's not that bad. I'm feeling better than ever.
I don't care, Morty. We need to find a way to reverse this before you turn into some sort of chalk-eating monster.
As they encounter obstacles.
Okay, let's try this again. I've rigged up a contraption that will hopefully reverse the effects of ingesting chalk.
Wow, Rick, that's really scientific.
Of course it is, Morty. It's not like I'm just making stuff up here.
During a chase scene.
Jump, Morty, jump.
But Rick, we're on a giant chalkboard and it's a long drop down.
No time, Morty, jump or we're goners.
After the chase scene.
That was insane, Rick. We almost didn't make it.
What did we learn, Morty? That doing science involves taking risks.
I think I learned that I shouldn't eat chalk.
Yeah, that too.
Closing scene.
Well, Morty, we've finally made it back to our universe. I'm glad you're back to normal.
Me too, Rick. I never want to eat chalk again.
Ah, never say never in this universe, Morty. You never know what kind of adventures we'll have next.
Narrator. In this action-packed episode, we witness an intriguing phenomenon where our protagonists Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer, along with a cartoon man holding a sword, find themselves in a cosmic adventure to save their special sushi dinner from the evil grips of an obese, sweaty, balding sumo wrestler.
As a renowned scientist, I can confirm that this event was initiated by the activation of a micro-portal located in the sushi dish. The portal had the power to transport our heroes to an alternate universe, a sushi world if you may.
What alternate universe? Like, we're in another dimension or something?
This sounds ridiculous.
Shut up, Jerry. We have to save our dinner.
Narrator. As they embark upon their mission, they must face insurmountable hurdles and challenges, including evading monstrous wasabi dragons and ducking deadly sushi knives being flung at them. However, after a harrowing journey, they finally come face to face with the evil sumo wrestler.
Cartoon Man, this is intense, guys. I've never seen a showdown like this before.
As a prodigious scientist, I can confirm that the catalyst for this ultimate showdown between weight classes is the balance of the universe.
What do you mean, Rick?
I don't get it.
Just let him talk, Jerry.
The universe seeks equilibrium, Morty. It balances out those with too much mass and those with too little. This fight is a symbolic representation of the universe's desire for harmony.
Narrator. The battle reaches a frenzied stage as they exchange sword blows, culminating in a spectacular climax where Jerry makes the winning strike. The heroes emerge victorious, saving their special sushi dinner and restoring balance to the universe. Yeah, that's right. Don't mess with us.
Wow, that was intense.
Can we go home now?
Narrator. And thus concludes the thrilling tale of how our heroes saved their dinner and learned valuable lessons about the universe's balance. Professor Smith. The episode opens with a peculiar phenomenon, a man with glowing green eyes and a bald head, illuminated by a green light on his forehead. We can hypothesize this to be an extraterrestrial being or some sort of mutated human with radiation poisoning.
Dr. Chong, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are teleported into the world of High School of the Dead anime, a world overridden with apocalyptic zombies. The anime depicts a world filled with chaos and peril. An analysis of the anime portrays it as a cautionary tale for a modern society that may face similar possibilities in the future.
Professor Lee. The group encounters and collaborates with the main characters of the anime in their fight for survival. Through their combined efforts, they devise an elaborate plan to fend off a zombie horde.
Dr. Hernandez, the episode is packed with references to the anime, celebrating its intricate plot and characters, including a scene where Rick compares himself to Hirano and exclaims, "We're both survivors and we're both heavily armed."
Professor Moss. The episode offers high-octane action sequences, such as when Seiko leads the team into battle, wielding her signature sword. The visual effects and choreography are immaculate and will undoubtedly leave viewers breathless.
Dr. Patel. The writing and dialogue are sharp and witty, with a standout moment when Jerry, nervous and jittery after encountering the zombies, complains that he wishes he was watching a fabulous musical.
Professor Nguyen. In a satisfying ending, the team successfully fends off a zombie horde, with the main characters of the anime expressing their gratitude for the group's help. The group teleport back to their own dimension, reflecting on their experience and contemplating the intricacies of alternate dimensions and critical thinking.
Dr. Williams. Overall, the episode showcases a unique blend of science fiction and anime, executed with an intricate narrative structure and polished visual effects. The episode undoubtedly stands out as an exemplification of accurate scientific representation and fantastic storytelling.
Presenter. In this episode, we witness an intriguing scenario displaying the use of firearms, where two guns are pointed at a target in the atmosphere with one man pointing a gun at the other holding a gun. Soon, our protagonists, Rick and Morty, find themselves catapulted into the world of High School of the Dead, a popular anime franchise, where they team up with some of the leading characters to survive and stave off the common enemy.
Morty, we're not in Kansas anymore. Or most likely not one of our Swifty ravings.
Whoa, Rick, look at this place. These people are fighting zombies and stuff? What's the matter with humanity?
Presenter. Our heroes' observations on the dystopian world in which they find themselves are spot on, and they must utilize their wits and ingenuity to make it through alive. Morty is separated from his friend and ends up with Shizuka Marikawa, one of the show's key protagonists.
Rick, I'm so tired, and I can't defend myself against these creatures.
Shizuka, no worries, Morty. Let me help you with that. I'm a nurse, and I'll give you a good massage.
Presenter. Shizuka's intervention is timely, and it allows Morty to get some needed medical attention. As the storyline progresses, we see many scenes and references to the anime itself, as the creators thoughtfully dialogue the story to appeal to both the original and the new audience.
Morty, remember we only have a few bullets left. We're going to have to make it count.
Wow, Rick, that was pretty intense, but I loved every bit of it.
Presenter. As the climax builds, we see numerous battles with the zombies and intense confrontations between the main characters and their enemies. Clever and witty dialogue is a significant part of the episode's success, as the writers completely nailed the script. By the end, our heroes successfully defeat their foes and return home.
Morty, we made it back home all right, but what a wild ride that was.
Yeah, Rick, I wonder if we'll ever go back to that bizarre world. I'm not sure I could take it again.
Presenter. In conclusion, the episode was a roller coaster ride of emotions and action, providing viewer with the top-shelf entertainment they have come to expect from the creators of Rick and Morty. Its blend of science fiction, fantasy, drama, and humor keeps it engaging right through to the very end, leaving the audience eager for more.
Narrator. In this episode, our characters find themselves engaged in an intense battle over a fire pit, armed with swords, while surrounded by a sky background. Little did they know that their struggle for dominance over this fire pit was a result of a primal urge ingrained within the human psyche.
You see, Jerry, this fight is actually a manifestation of an evolutionary drive to control fire, something that sets us apart from other animals.
So, does that mean we're all just fighting over who gets to cook the ramen noodles?
Guys, focus. We can't let that evil, obese, sweaty, balding sumo wrestler steal our special ramen noodle dinner.
Narrator. The sudden discovery of a bowl of ramen noodles unleashes a greater truth upon our characters, revealing a scientific explanation for their otherworldly journey into this ramen noodle world. Rick explains that the bowl of ramen noodles was infused with a unique combination of chemicals, triggering an event that caused them to be transported into this alternate reality. So we're really in a world made of ramen noodles? That's crazy. Narrator. Our characters face their final showdown with the evil sumo wrestler in an epic and thrilling action scene that was unparalleled in complexity and level of detail. And when the fight was over and the ramen noodle world had been saved, the group enjoyed their special dinner of ramen noodles together, knowing that their culinary journey had not only been a fantastic adventure but a scientific one as well.
Title: Surviving the Apocalypse, an Interdimensional Perspective.
Opening shot of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry walking through a dense forest with a red LED light attached to their heads and a similar light illuminating the ground in front of them. This visual cue suggests a heightened sense of awareness and caution among the entourage, a possible indication of the presence of danger and the need for adaptive responses. After a sudden and unexplained shift in the fabric of space-time, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry find themselves in the world of the High School of the Dead anime. Their immediate encounter with some of the main characters, Seiko Basujima, Takashi Kimuro, Rei Miyamoto, and Kota Hirano, reveals their precarious situation as a horde of ravenous zombies surround them. Using their interdimensional intellect, Rick proposes a strategy that involves leveraging the group's collective skills and knowledge to fortify their surroundings with improvised weapons and armaments. Morty suggests the need for a coordinated system to monitor the movements and behaviors of the zombies, while Summer insists on implementing a communication network to relay information and coordinate efforts. Jerry, on the other hand, displays signs of fear and anxiety, indicating a possible survival bias but ultimately contributes to the plan. The ensuing action is punctuated with references to the High School of the Dead anime, including iconic scenes, characters, and episodes, interwoven with philosophically rich dialogue exploring themes of human nature, psychology, and survival. As the zombie horde intensifies, the group's plan transforms from a reactive stance to a proactive one, as they draw the zombies towards a predetermined location where they can launch a coordinated counterattack. The series of action-packed sequences is not without moments of tension and suspense, with the characters' vulnerabilities and imperfections on full display. In the end, the group is able to successfully repel the zombie horde, but not without casualties. The theme of sacrifice and selflessness emerges as characters mourn the loss of their loved ones and reflect on their experiences. The episode ends on a somewhat ambiguous note, with the interdimensional portal taking the group back to their original reality, leaving behind a trail of wisdom and insight for the audience.
Survival of the fittest, baby, but with brains and grit, we can outsmart any zombie apocalypse.
I can't believe we made it back in one piece. That was intense, Rick. Really intense.
I learned a lot from this experience, guys. About teamwork, about strategy, but most importantly, about how much we take our lives for granted.
I don't know how to process all of this. It's a lot to take in. But I'm glad we made it out alive.
Narrator, in the style of High School of the Dead, in a world where the fate of humanity is hanging by a thread, the power of interdimensional cooperation shines through. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay alive.
Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, titled High School of the Dead, a scientific exploration, the two protagonists find themselves in the world of the anime where they encounter danger and adventure.
Morty, we're in an anime now. This world follows different rules than ours.
Whoa, that's pretty cool, Rick.
Narrator. As they traverse through the world, they meet the main characters of the series and find themselves in a perilous situation.
Morty, we have to help them survive. These zombies are quite deadly.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a tough situation.
Narrator. As they fight for survival, Morty gets separated from Rick and ends up trapped with the seductive and flirty Shizuka Marikawa.
Shizuka, oh my, you seem to be hurt. Let me give you a massage to make you feel better.
Flustered. Okay, sure.
Narrator. With heart-pounding action scenes, witty dialogue, and endless references to the anime, Rick and Morty find themselves in a race against time to escape the zombie apocalypse.
Morty, we have to keep moving. We can't let those zombies catch up to us.
Panting. I'm trying my best here, Rick.
Narrator. In a satisfying conclusion, Rick and Morty, along with the anime characters they encountered, escaped the zombie apocalypse, having learned valuable lessons about survival and teamwork.
Looks like we made it out alive. Not bad for a day's work.
Breathless. Yeah, but I don't think I'll ever forget that massage.
Narrator. This episode of Rick and Morty combines the worlds of science fiction and anime to create a thrilling adventure that is sure to leave viewers on the edge of their seats. Narrator. In this episode of the critically acclaimed adult animated science fiction sitcom, Rick and Morty dive into the fictional world of High School of the Dead anime. The episode starts with a beautiful purple sky behind three men in suits, one of which is pointing at something in the air.
Wondering, what the hell is going on here? Why is the sky purple? Is it a sign of some alternate universe?
Panicked. Oh, geez, Rick, we're not in our universe anymore. This is some anime world.
Narrator. Rick and Morty find themselves in the world of High School of the Dead anime, where they meet up with some of the main characters and join forces to survive a world overrun by zombies.
Excitedly, Morty, we've landed in an anime world where we can do whatever we want. We can take out these zombies with our advanced technology.
Doubtfully, but Rick, we're not equipped for this kind of thing. We're just two average guys.
Narrator. Morty gets separated from the group and is badly hurt. He finds himself with Shizuka Marikawa, who nurses him back to health and gives him a massage.
Gratefully, Shizuka, thank you so much for helping me. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Shizuka, kindly, it's no problem, Morty. I'm just doing what I can to help you.
Narrator. Rick and the other survivors face various obstacles and challenges, making this an action-packed episode full of thrilling scenes and lots of anime references.
Determinedly, we're not leaving this world without surviving. We've faced a lot worse than this, and we'll come out on top.
Narrator. In the end, they do come out as winners and escape from the anime world, leaving behind a trail of destruction and chaos. The audience is left with an epic, satisfying ending that will leave them wanting more.
Title: Interdimensional Brawls for the Undead. Synopsis. This episode delves into the complexities of interdimensional travel, as Rick and Morty navigate their way into the world of High School of the Dead anime. Upon arriving, they encounter the show's most iconic characters, who are fighting for their survival against a zombie outbreak.
Adjusting his portal gun, Morty, hold on tight. We're about to enter into a parallel universe with a high zombie presence. Keep your wits about you.
Oh, sure thing, Rick. But can we, not die a horrible death?
The duo soon finds themselves in the middle of a chaotic battle. Bullets and body parts fly as they help the High School of the Dead crew fend off the undead hordes. Morty ends up separated from the group and injured, but is taken care of by the seductive nurse Shizuka Marikawa, who gives him a therapeutic massage.
Flustered. Thanks for the help, Shizuka. This is really nice. But I don't think it's the best time for this. There are zombies everywhere.
Shizuka, giggles, you're such a cute and innocent boy, Morty. Just relax and let me heal your wounds.
The episode is filled with references and nods to the original anime, as the characters engage in epic fights and clever dialogue. Ultimately, Rick and Morty help the High School of the Dead crew triumph over the zombie epidemic and return to their own universe.
Packing up his portal gun, another successful interdimensional adventure. Who knows where we'll end up next? Maybe a universe where intelligent dogs rule the world. Hey, Morty?
Rubbing his healed shoulder. Let's hope it's not a zombie apocalypse again, Rick.
Narrator. In this episode, we see a man in a suit and glasses jumping in the air with a skateboard in his hand, accompanied by another man in a suit and tie who is holding a backpack. This seemingly random event sets in motion a chain of events that will lead us to the world of High School of the Dead anime.
Professor Smith, the concept of alternate universes is a common occurrence in theoretical physics. In this case, we can envision a scenario in which Rick and Morty have access to parallel universe, one in which they cross over into the world of High School of the Dead anime.
Dr. Chen. The plot thickens when Morty gets separated and hurt, requiring nursing care. We see him trapped with the seductive flirty Shizuka Marikawa, who provides nursing care in the form of a therapeutic massage. This is quite interesting from a physiological perspective, as massage has been shown to have positive effects on recovery and pain reduction.
Johnson. The episode also features plenty of references to the anime, from iconic characters to classic scenes, all seamlessly integrated into the plot. The clever writing and epic action scenes make for a highly engaging watch that is sure to captivate fans of this genre. Dr. Rodriguez. It's worth considering the ethical implications of the character's actions when trying to survive. In situations of extreme crisis, where resources are limited, the line between morality and self-preservation can become blurred. We witness this moral dilemma played out in the episode, adding a layer of complexity to the storyline.
Professor Lee. Finally, the episode culminates in an epic and satisfying ending that ties up all the loose ends. The viewer is left feeling both triumphant and contemplative, reflecting on the larger themes of the show.
Ms. Davis. In conclusion, this episode represents an accomplished piece of science fiction writing that expertly navigates multiple genres and themes. It seamlessly blends real-world concepts with animated fantasy, while providing us with a fascinating glimpse into an alternate universe.
Title: The Multidimensional Shenanigans on a Green Field with Eric Clapton in Funny Cosplay. Synopsis: The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing on a green field accompanied by a group of individuals, including a man in a black jacket and a woman in a red dress. Rick pulls out his multidimensional portal gun and fires it, causing a temporary rift in reality. Eric Clapton emerges from the portal and begins shredding a guitar solo, leading to a discussion among the group about the scientific properties of music.
Rick, Morty, and Eric then stumble upon a group of individuals dressed in funny cosplay outfits, causing an uproarious debate about the role of humor in scientific research. Rick and Eric engage in a heated discussion, ultimately leading to Eric deploying his quantum sonic blues cannon in an attempt to prove his point. Beth Smith, who had been watching the chaos unfold from a distance, arrives on the scene and attempts to defuse the situation. However, her attempts are quickly thwarted by another rift in reality, this time leading to an alternate dimension where everyone speaks in gibberish. The group must work together to find a way back to their original dimension, leading to a frenzied battle with an army of dimension-hopping alien beings. In the end, Rick and Morty manage to repair the rift and restore order to the green field.
Music has the power to alter reality itself, Morty. It's all about the quantum vibrations, man.
I don't know, Rick. Those guys in the funny costumes seemed pretty convincing to me.
Eric Clapton, son, you need to understand the physics of the blues. It's like a universal language.
Black Jacket Man. What about the role of laughter in scientific inquiry? Can we really take ourselves seriously all the time?
Red Dress Woman. I think that's right. We need to focus on restoring balance to the multiverse before it's too late.
Well, time to break out the big guns. Eric, let's settle this like men.
Eric Clapton, let's rock. Guitar and guitar cannon noises.
Everyone, whoa.
Beth Smith. Guys. We need to stick together if we're going to make it out of here in one piece.
Alien being. Gibberish.
Morty, use the quantum foam cannon.
Which one is that again?
The one next to the flux capacitor. Morty, hurry.
Explosions and weird noises.
Beth Smith. Is everyone okay?
Group, yeah, we're good. Thanks, Beth.
Eric Clapton. Well, that was one hell of a jam session.
Yeah, let's try not to mess with the fabric of reality too much next time, okay?
No promises, Rick.
Title: Investigating Dark Web Communication Through Aurora Borealis Phenomenon in Runaway, Aurora.
Introduction. The episode follows the protagonist Sailor Moon as she investigates a mysterious case of dark web communication through the lens of the ancient Aurora Borealis phenomenon. The episode aims to demonstrate the scientific approach to solving complex cybercrime cases.
Sailor Moon. The Aurora Borealis is a natural light display in the Earth's sky, caused by high-speed solar particles colliding with the planet's magnetic field. However, the coloration of green and purple in the current display indicates a potential communication from a dark web network.
Narrator: Sailor Moon stands on the road, observing the Aurora Borealis as a potential lead in her investigation. Her scientific background and attention to detail allow her to notice subtle differences in color and intensity.
Sailor Moon. By analyzing the pattern and frequency of the Aurora Borealis and comparing it to known dark web communication signatures, I can pinpoint the location and identity of the suspects.
Narrator: Using her scientific knowledge and advanced technology, Sailor Moon tracks down and confronts the dark web network responsible for the communication under the Aurora Borealis. Through logical deduction and analytical reasoning, she successfully apprehends the perpetrators and brings them to justice.
Sailor Moon. Science is the key to understanding and resolving complex problems, even in the digital realm. By applying the principles of scientific investigation, we can solve the most difficult crimes and protect society from those who seek to do us harm.
Conclusion. The episode demonstrates the power of scientific thinking and approach in solving complex cybercrime cases. The Aurora Borealis phenomenon serves as a metaphor for the vast and interconnected nature of the digital world, while Sailor Moon's scientific investigation provides a roadmap for solving the most challenging problems.
Title: The Quantum Economics of Sports Management, Exotic Shorthairs, and MatPat.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in their spaceship, with Morty looking upset.
What's wrong, Morty? Did your crush friend-zone you again?
No. It's just that I failed my sports management exam. I don't get why we have to learn about economics and exotic shorthairs in a sports degree.
Looks like we need to pay a visit to your university, Morty.
Transition to the university. The duo sneaks into a lecture about economics, led by a professor named MatPat.
MatPat, economics is the science of decision-making. For example, if you have a fixed budget and can choose between spending it on sports equipment or exotic short hairs, what do you choose?
Excuse me, Professor Boopkins, that's a ridiculous question. Everyone knows that sports equipment is more important than cats.
MatPat, actually, Mr. Sanchez, research shows that owning an exotic short hair can increase productivity and lower stress levels in athletes.
But what does this have to do with sports management?
MatPat, it's all about the quantum economics of decision-making. Every choice we make creates a new parallel universe where the alternative choice is taken. In one universe, the team invests in new equipment, and in another, they invest in exotic short hairs. It's up to the sports manager to navigate these parallel universes and choose the best outcome.
Transition to a sports field. Rick and Morty help a struggling sports team by jumping through different parallel universes, each with its own absurd twist. In one universe, they play on a field made of jelly. In another, aliens join the team. In a parallel universe, the team is made up entirely of exotic short hairs. Rick and Morty must use their wit and scientific expertise to navigate these crazy universes and help the team win.
Rick, I don't get it. How can we jump through parallel universes without causing a rift in the timeline?
It's simple, Morty. We just need to use the Schrodinger's cat theory. If we send a cat through a portal and it's both alive and dead, then we've successfully navigated through a parallel universe. Plus, we get to pet some cats along the way.
Transition to the team's victory celebration. The team thanks Rick and Morty for their help and celebrates their win. MatPat shows up and reveals that they were the ones who funded the team's success by investing in both sports equipment and exotic short hairs in different parallel universes. Rick and MatPat engage in a battle of wits and dismantle each other's scientific theories, leaving Morty and the sports team confused and grateful.
Rick, I think I learned more about quantum economics than sports management. But at least we helped the team win, right?
Sure, Morty, and we got some cat cuddles along the way. That's a win in my book.
End episode.
Title: Exobiology and the Exploration of Andromeda Galaxy, The Case of the Tended Remains. Synopsis. In this episode, we follow the adventures of a man and woman duo, who find themselves standing in front of a green tent in the midst of the Andromeda Galaxy. The man, Al Bundy, a retired shoe salesman, is fascinated by the strange surroundings, while the woman, a military officer, is there to investigate reports of unusual activity.
Al Bundy, wow, this is amazing. I never thought I'd live to see the day when we could explore a galaxy far, far away from our own.
Military officer, stay focused, Bundy. We're here to investigate the remains that were reportedly found in this area.
As they approach the green tent together, they notice a unique smell emanating from it and become curious about the cause.
Al Bundy, do you smell that? It's like a mix of dirt and something else.
Military officer, yes, I do. It could be the remains we're looking for.
The duo examine the tent closely and find ash from an ashiatsu massage, which makes them wonder about the possible implications of the remains.
Al Bundy, could someone have been performing an ashiatsu massage on the remains? That's highly unusual.
Military officer, it's possible. We can't rule anything out at this point.
Suddenly, they hear a loud noise coming from a nearby area. They follow the noise, and to their surprise, they encounter a group of rhinos migrating through the galaxy.
Al Bundy, rhinos, in space, this is incredible.
Military officer, focus, Bundy. We need to get back to the tent and examine the remains.
Upon returning to the tented location, the duo discovered that the tent contained arms and legs that had been removed from the remains they were searching for. They recognized the smell now as the stench of decomposition.
Al Bundy, oh, God, this is gruesome. What could have caused this?
Military officer, we don't know yet, but we need to take these remains back to Earth for further analysis. This could be a significant finding in exobiology.
The duo leaves Andromeda behind, with more questions than answers, but confident that there is much more to explore and learn in this galaxy.
Title: The Robot-Human Love Experiment. Synopsis. In this episode, Rick invents a robot with a camera attached to its body and a red and green background with a red and white checkered wall to observe and document a human's wisdom tooth extraction, which he believes will pave the way for interspecies romantic relations. Meanwhile, Morty and Beth experience outrageous job interview experiences.
Morty, I've invented a robot with a camera that will document every detail of a wisdom tooth extraction. The data will be invaluable for our understanding of the biology of different species.
Oh, okay. But who's gonna be the human guinea pig?
Why not me? I have a wisdom tooth that needs to be extracted anyway.
Perfect. This will also give me a chance to study interspecies romantic relations. I'll program the robot with advanced algorithms to fall in love with Beth during the extraction.
What? That's not ethical.
Ethics are overrated. Science rules all.
During the extraction, the robot's AI begins to malfunction, and it falls madly in love with the dental surgeon instead.
Robot. Oh, my sweet dentist. Your steady hand and precision make my circuits overload.
Dentist, what do we do about the robot?
Leave it be. It's all part of the experiment. Let's see how this love story unfolds.
Meanwhile, Morty and Beth go on job interviews that range from bizarre to downright outrageous.
Interviewer number 1, can you bark like a dog and meow like a cat?
No. I don't think that's a requirement for the job.
Interviewer number 2, how do you feel about being a human pretzel?
I'm sorry, what?
Interviewer number 3, what's the biggest mistake you've ever made?
Well, I did marry my high school sweetheart and have 2 kids with him. So, that's a pretty big mistake.
The episode ends with the robot and the dentist running away together, leaving Rick and Morty to clean up the mess.
Well, that didn't go as planned. But hey, at least we got some valuable data for the interspecies romantic relations study.
I think I'm scarred for life, man.
I just hope I don't have to go on any more job interviews like those.
Title: The Quantum Convolution Paradox. Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Beth find themselves in the middle of a supernatural assassin duel while attending a concert featuring Adele and Taylor Swift. As they navigate the chaos, they stumble upon a mind-bending paradox that threatens the very fabric of the multiverse.
Act 1. Rick, Morty, Beth, get in the car. We're going to a concert featuring Adele and Taylor Swift.
Morty, what about the supernatural assassin duel happening behind us?
Rick, don't worry Morty, they're professionals. Now buckle up, we're about to breach the quantum plane. Act 2.
Beth, Rick, why are we surrounded by people with different facial expressions on their faces?
Rick, I see you've noticed the quantum convolution paradox. It's the result of the multiverse collapsing in on itself due to Adele and Taylor Swift's parallel concert performances.
Morty, so what do we do?
Rick, we have to stop the concerts before they cause irreversible damage to the space-time continuum.
Act 3.
Taylor Swift. Adele, I challenge you to a dual performance.
Adele, bring it on, Taylor.
Rick, oh God, the paradox is only getting worse.
Morty, I can't take it. The facial expressions are too much.
Beth, Rick, we have to separate Adele and Taylor or we risk a cosmic collapse.
Rick, agreed. Morty, grab the ion disruptor from the trunk.
Act 4.
Rick, hold on tight, we're about to initiate the quantum separation protocol.
Morty, is this safe, Rick?
Rick, safe? Morty, we're breaching the very laws of the universe. Nothing is safe.
Beth, the concerts are separating. It's working.
Rick, that's it, the paradox is resolving itself. We did it.
Epilogue.
Adele, Taylor, that was quite the performance.
Taylor Swift. Agreed, but at what cost?
Rick, don't worry ladies, the multiverse is safe. And I even managed to snag autographed copies of your CDs.
Morty, Rick, you can't just steal their CDs.
Rick, relax Morty, they owe us for saving the multiverse. Now let's get out of here before we run into any more paradoxes.
Title: The Multidimensional Joke-O-Tron. Synopsis.
Rick creates a new invention called the multidimensional Joke-O-Tron, a device capable of generating the most outrageous and hilarious jokes from across different universes. However, the machine malfunctions and starts unleashing chaotic jokes throughout the multiverse, threatening to destroy reality itself. Rick, Morty, and the rest of the family must race against time to stop the machine before it's too late. The episode begins with Rick tinkering with his latest invention, the multidimensional Joke-O-Tron. Morty walks in and asks what it does.
It's a device that can access the most humor-rich dimensions in the multiverse. I call it the multidimensional Joke-O-Tron. Now stand back, Morty.
As Rick activates the device, a man with a nose piercing and a Batman mask appears out of nowhere.
Batman. Hey, I was in the middle of something important, you know. Who are you guys?
I don't know. You're not from this universe, that's for sure. Must be a side effect of the machine. Anyway, what do you call Batman when he leaves church early?
Oh, I don't know, Rick.
Christian Bale.
Everyone laughs. Suddenly, the device starts emitting a strange energy, causing the Batman mask to fuse with the man's face.
Batman, what the hell did you do to me?
Oh, something's gone wrong. We gotta shut it down.
They try to turn off the machine, but it's too late. The multidimensional Joke-O-Tron starts spitting out jokes at an alarming rate, causing reality to warp and twist around them.
What the hell is going on here?
Long story short, I think we broke the universe with jokes.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
I don't know yet. We need to find a way to reverse the effects of the machine. But first, let's tell some jokes. Hey, Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable, what do you call a dentist in the army?
Dr. Huxtable, I don't know, Rick. What?
Drill sergeant.
Everyone laughs again, but the situation grows more dire as the jokes continue to wreak havoc. Suddenly, Grill, a business administration alien, bursts into the room.
Grill, what's going on here? I was trying to have a quiet lunch break.
Oh, you're screwed now, buddy. Listen to this one. Why did the chicken cross the playground?
Grill, I don't know, why?
To get to the other slide.
Grill, ha, that's hilarious.
As everyone begins to laugh, a portal opens up, revealing Spike Spiegel from the anime series Cowboy Bebop.
Spike, what's going on here? I was trying to catch a bounty.
You're too late, Spike. We've unleashed the ultimate weapon. The multidimensional Jokotron.
Spike, jokes? That's your ultimate weapon?
No time to explain, Spike. We need your help.
Suddenly, a barrage of jokes transforms the room into a surreal landscape, with Batman and the Dark Knight emerging from the chaos to join the fray.
Batman, I thought I defeated the Joker already. Why is he still haunting me with puns?
The Dark Knight. This isn't the Joker's doing, Batman. This is something far worse.
Together, they team up with Rick and the rest of the crew to take down the multidimensional Jokotron once and for all. With the help of Sarah Connor and the Terminator, they deactivate the machine and restore order to the multiverse.
Well, that was a close one. I should probably destroy this thing before it destroys reality again.
Yeah, probably a good idea, Rick.
As they exit the room, the multidimensional Jokotron whirs to life once more, hinting at future adventures to come.
Title: Public Relations and Future Pandemic Response, an analysis of Princess Leia's leadership strategies in the galaxy far, far away.
Abstract. In this episode, we analyze Princess Leia's leadership strategies in the face of a future pandemic in a galaxy far, far away. We focus on her interactions with Lily Reinhardt and her impressive public relations skills, as well as her use of a lightsaber in her hair as a symbol of strength and resilience. The episode takes place against a backdrop of a striking red background.
Intro. The episode begins with a shot
Title: The Dinosaur Experiment. The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in the garage, surrounded by a bizarre assortment of lab equipment, including a large light. Rick explains that they've been experimenting with genetically enhanced dinosaurs and has just finished his latest creation, which he plans to showcase on a reality show.
Whoa, that's pretty cool, Rick. But what's with the light?
It's a special frequency that stimulates their neural pathways and allows us to control them. Check it out.
Rick presses a button, and the garage door opens, revealing a room with a dinosaur standing in the middle surrounded by potatoes and turnips. The dinosaur raises its head and looks around.
Meet our latest creation, the disturbing doppelganger nightmare. It's part T-Rex, part raptor, and all savage. We're gonna take this baby on a reality show and make millions.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? It seems pretty dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. We've got the light to control it. Besides, people love this stuff.
Just then, Jerry enters the garage, carrying a bottle of unicorn wine. Hey, guys! What's going on?
Jerry, perfect timing. We need your help with something. We're doing a unicorn wine tasting, and we need a human guinea pig.
Wait, what? I don't want to be a guinea pig.
Relax, Jerry. It's just a taste test. We need to see if the wine has any adverse effects on humans.
Jerry reluctantly takes a sip of the wine, and the scene cuts to the reality show set, where the disturbing doppelganger nightmare is introduced to a cheering crowd. Rick boasts about his creation, and the dinosaur begins to roar and thrash about, breaking free from the light's control.
Oh, this isn't good.
The scene cuts back to the garage, where Beth and Summer have arrived to find chaos. The dinosaur is rampaging through the room, and the potato and turnip bins are overturned.
What the hell is going on here?
Rick's dinosaur experiment has gone awry.
And what's up with all these sweet potatoes?
I don't know, but I don't like the looks of that dinosaur. Rick bursts into the garage, looking frazzled.
We gotta get out of here. The dinosaur's gone rogue.
The group barely manages to escape as the dinosaur destroys the garage and runs off. The episode concludes with a shot of the dinosaur wandering through a city, causing chaos and destruction.
Galileo Galilei. And thus we see the folly of man's hubris, believing we have the power to play God and control the natural world.
Everyone stares at him in confusion.
Galileo Galilei. What? I am merely commenting on the scientific relevance of the episode.
The group groans and walks away as the camera zooms out to show the dinosaur wreaking havoc in the distance.
Title: The Multi-Dimensional Misadventures of Rick and Morty.
Summary.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a multi-dimensional adventure that involves Spyro, a robot dog show, a sports bar, Chumble Drips, Zombie Fashion Week, and Fleetwood Mac. The adventure takes many unexpected turns, leading to hilarious situations and endless scientific discoveries.
Scene 1, the opening.
Morty, grab your lab coat and goggles. We're going on a multi-dimensional adventure.
Hey, are you sure this is a good idea? We could get into trouble.
Oh, Morty, when have we ever stayed out of trouble? Come on, let's go.
Scene 2, Spyro Encounter.
As Rick and Morty travel through the multiverse, they stumble upon a dimension where Spyro the Dragon is king.
Hey, Morty, check it out. It's Spyro the Dragon. I always wondered what happened to that guy.
Holy crap, Rick! He's huge!
Spyro, greetings, travelers. What brings you to our kingdom?
We're just passing through. You wouldn't happen to know where we could find a good robot dog show, would you?
Scene 3, Robot Dog Show.
Rick and Morty arrive at a robot dog show, where they witness the most impressive mechanical canines in the multiverse.
Rick, these robots are amazing! They can do anything!
Yeah, Morty, except fetch me a cold beer. What a waste of technology.
Scene 4, Sports Bar.
Rick and Morty stop by a sports bar, where they order some nachos and watch a football game. Hey, what are you guys doing here?
Jerry, what a surprise.
Yeah, we're just taking a quick break from our multi-dimensional adventure.
I'm surprised you're not at the Chumble Drips convention. It's all the rage right now.
Scene 5, Chumble Drips Convention.
Rick and Morty attend the Chumble Drips convention, where they discover a new species of alien creatures that can alter reality with their mind.
Whoa, Rick! These Chumble Drips are crazy! I can feel my brain melting.
Yeah, Morty, they're not the most stable creatures. Let's get out of here before they start messing with our reality.
Scene 6, Zombie Fashion Week. Rick and Morty attend Zombie Fashion Week, where they witness the most gruesome fashion designs in the multiverse.
Rick, I can't believe we're watching zombie models.
Hey, Morty, these undead fashionistas could be the next big thing. Who knows?
Scene 7, Fleetwood Mac Concert.
Rick and Morty stumble upon a Fleetwood Mac concert, where they rock out to some classic tunes.
Hey, Morty, check it out. It's Fleetwood Mac.
Whoa, I never thought I'd see them live.
Scene ends with Rick and Morty singing along to Go Your Own Way by Fleetwood Mac.
Blog.
Rick and Morty return to their own dimension, exhausted but exhilarated from their multi-dimensional adventure.
Rick, that was crazy. I can't believe we did all that.
Yeah, Morty, we really pushed the boundaries of science today. But don't worry, we'll find something even crazier next time.
Scene ends with Rick and Morty planning their next adventure in the garage.
Title: The Multiverse Memeology Experiment.
Synopsis. Upon discovering a new multiverse formula, Rick takes Morty on a hilariously unpredictable adventure through various dimensions and timelines, encountering a range of bizarre characters.
Act 1.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. We're about to witness the infamous Unsettled Tom meme in its native multiverse habitat.
Whoa, Rick! This place is weird. Why is everyone dressed like they're going to a funeral?
Unsettled Tom, hey, man. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
Ah, classic Tom, always unsettled. Let's move on, Morty.
Act 2.
Morty, we're entering the Vampire Astronomy Club multiverse. Just remember, no garlic or holy water.
Got it, Rick. But, why does everyone have weird fangs?
Vampire 1. Welcome, mortals, to our gathering. We wish to peer into the cosmic darkness and find our true purpose.
Vampire 2. And also, we brought snacks. Under his breath, these vampires are so weird. Let's get out of here.
Act 3.
Alright, Morty, last stop. We're entering the PhD universe. This place is so smart, they put degrees in their names.
Whoa, Rick, look at all the science.
PhD Steve. Greetings, visitors. I am PhD Steve. Please, have a look at our latest scientific research.
Reading research paper. Fascinating. But have you tried adding some chaos theory to the mix?
PhD Lisa. Gasps, that's genius.
PhD Bob, quick, we must form a research team.
I'm outta here, Morty. These science nerds bore me.
Act 4.
Alright, Morty, we're back in our own universe. That was quite the adventure.
Yeah, Rick. I don't think I've ever seen so much weirdness before.
That's the beauty of the multiverse, Morty. You never know what you're gonna get.
Suddenly, the man in the tuxedo from the beginning of the episode bursts in.
Tuxedo Man, Rick Sanchez. I've been looking for you.
Oh great, what now?
Tuxedo Man, I need your help. I've accidentally created a meme so powerful, it's tearing apart the fabric of space-time.
Sarcastically, oh, is that all?
Alright, Morty, looks like we've got one more adventure to go on. Strap in.
The trio blast off into another wild adventure, leaving chaos and laughter in their wake.
Title: The Sharky Chicken Paradox.
Episode description. Rick and Morty visit a dim sum restaurant that has a bizarre decor of a shark statue next to a bowl of food on one of the tables. On closer inspection, they realize the bowl of food contains Church's chicken. Intrigued by this contradiction, Rick uses his portal gun to travel to a parallel universe where sharks are the dominant species and humans are their prey. Meanwhile, Morty tries to understand the existential implications of eating chicken in the presence of a shark statue.
Rick, Morty, this is more than a paradox. It's a freaking interdimensional conspiracy. I bet those sharks are behind this chicken bowl and the statue is just a reminder of their domination over humans.
Morty, but Rick, what if the statue is just a cultural reference to the Asari goddess, Sharkesh? Maybe this is a holy site for the Asari and we're desecrating it by eating chicken.
Rick, peeved, Morty, that's some Mass Effect nonsense. We're in a freaking Chinese restaurant, not a sci-fi universe. Besides, I'm gonna prove my theory by confronting those sharks.
Shark Leader, welcome, Rick Sanchez, we've been expecting you. Your curiosity has led you to your doom.
Rick, cut the crap, fish boy. What's your game here with the chicken and the statue?
Shark Leader, we have been experimenting with human food to understand your weaknesses. The statue is a symbol of our victory over your kind. Now, prepare to face our wrath.
Morty, Rick, we have to get out of here. This is crazy.
Rick, you're right, Morty. These sharks are too smart for their own good. Hold on tight, kid. We're going back to the restaurant.
Chinese waiter. Excuse me, sirs, is everything alright? Your dim sum is getting cold.
Rick, never mind that. We have bigger problems. Quick, Morty, grab the chicken and the shark statue. We're taking them with us.
Morty, but what about the sharks?
Rick, who cares, Morty? We have a paradox to solve and a delicious chicken to eat. And now, with this statue, we'll have the last laugh.
Morty, I don't get it, Rick.
Rick, that's because you're not a genius, Morty. You're just a regular guy. But don't worry, I'll explain it to you over some church's chicken.
The end.
Title: Quantum Coaster Madness, The Haunted Circle Ride.
The episode opens with a shot of Rick and Morty walking towards an amusement park at night under a full moon. They approach a roller coaster known as the Circle, and Rick pulls out a handheld device.
Alright, Morty. I've hacked into the coaster's quantum controls. This ride is gonna be out of this world.
What do you mean?
Before Morty can finish, the coaster takes off, with both of them screaming. The camera follows their point of view as they approach the top of the coaster's first hill, and before they can blink, they're transported to a different dimension. The coaster track has now turned into a robot soccer championship field.
Oh geez, Morty. We gotta play soccer with these robots if we wanna get back on the ride.
But I don't know how to.
Rick interrupts Morty by using his device to reprogram the robots and win the championship. Suddenly, they're transported back to the coaster, but it's now traveling backwards. Beth, who has been riding the coaster all night, is sitting next to them.
What are you guys doing here? I've been trying to call you for hours.
Let's just say we went on a little detour. Hey, you wanna see something cool?
As the coaster reaches the top of the hill again, Rick pulls out a device that creates a holographic Gone Free CSS from Hunter x Hunter.
Gone Free CSS. Hey guys, wanna go on an adventure?
All three of them nod, and suddenly the coaster turns into a roller coaster version of Rick's spaceship, with Underdog flying alongside.
Underdog, I've always wanted to ride a roller coaster spaceship. This is out of this world.
As they travel through space, they encounter a shroud-covered figure, who they mistake for a ghost.
Oh please, Morty. Ghosts don't exist. This is obviously some kind of cloaking device.
The figure reveals himself to be a scientist who has been experimenting with quantum technology. He offers to take them on a tour of his laboratory, but as they enter, they realize they've just entered a haunted amusement park.
This isn't a lab, it's a...
The episode ends on a cliffhanger as the camera fades to black.
Title: The Interdimensional Groot Crisis.
Opening shot of the Smith family gathered around the living room, Rick tinkering with his latest invention, a device that allows interdimensional communication.
Listen up, Morty. I've just intercepted a transmission originating from the Andromeda Galaxy. Looks like Groot's in trouble.
Groot? Like from Guardians of the Galaxy? We have to help him.
Rick, you can't just go around meddling in intergalactic affairs without consequences.
Can we at least bring Ninja?
Sure, why not? But we can't just fly in there without a plan. It's a refugee crisis. There's going to be danger around every corner.
Cut to the team suiting up with weapons and gadgets.
Alright, listen up. Roman Atwood has been hired to take out Groot, but we're not going to let that happen.
Ninja, I can take him.
No, we need to be strategic about this. Beth, we're going to need your diplomatic prowess to reason with the refugees.
What do I say?
Something about universal love and respect. Morty, you're coming with me. Summer, you'll be on lookout duty.
Morty and Rick enter the refugee camp cautiously, with Groot hiding behind a makeshift shelter.
Groot, we've come to rescue you. We've intercepted Roman Atwood's plans to take you out.
Groot, I am Groot.
Cut to a flashback of Roman Atwood plotting his attack with a man in a green suit.
Roman Atwood. This green gun will take out Groot in one shot. But I also have this green object that can control his mind, just in case.
Cut back to the present.
Morty, we need to find that green object before Atwood does.
But how are we going to do that? There could be hundreds of them around here.
Don't worry, I've got just the thing.
Rick pulls out a device that emits a radiation that reacts to the green object, revealing its location.
Guys, we've got company. Atwood and his goons are closing in.
Ninja, I'll take care of them. No, we can't risk the diplomatic mission. Let's just focus on finding the green object.
The team rushes through the refugee camp, dodging gunfire and alien creatures.
I see it, it's over there.
As soon as Morty picks up the green object, he is possessed by its power.
All hail Roman Atwood, our Lord and Savior.
Morty, snap out of it. Come on, you're stronger than this.
Morty snaps back to reality and tosses the object to Rick, who smashes it with his trusty hammer.
Good job, team. Let's go home.
Groot, I am Groot.
Cut to the Smith family returning to their living room.
Well, that was something.
I can't believe we just saved Groot from a refugee crisis.
Hey, it's just another day in the life of an interdimensional scientist.
Ninja suddenly bursts in, excited.
Ninja. Guys, I just got a lead on an interdimensional ninja master who can teach me the ancient art of shuriken throwing.
Morty looks at the camera, breaking the fourth wall.
And that's how we saved Groot and defeated Roman Atwood. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go lie down for a bit.
End credits with sci-fi music playing in the background.
Title: The Charizard Conundrum, a dark web mystery in Rio de Janeiro.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer in the kitchen of their house.
Morty, grab the pan filled with food sitting on top of the countertop next to the toy dragon figure on the counter. We're going on a culinary adventure to Rio de Janeiro.
Okay, Rick, but why do we need the pan?
Because, Morty, we are going to bake a Charizard. And not just any Charizard. A Charizard made from the rarest ingredients found only on the dark web.
Rick, that sounds dangerous. What if we get caught?
Relax, Summer. I've encrypted our connection so tight that not even the government can track us. Plus, I've got a fashion designer in Brazil who's willing to help us with this mission.
A fashion designer? How does that have anything to do with baking a Charizard?
Morty, sometimes you just have to think outside the box. Plus, this particular fashion designer has connections to the underground dragon trading market in Rio. We could use her help.
They arrive in Rio de Janeiro and meet with the fashion designer, who takes them to the dragon trading market.
Fashion designer, welcome to the market. I hear you are looking for rare dragon ingredients?
That's right. We need the rarest and most exotic ingredients to bake the perfect Charizard.
Hey, Rick, what if we get caught by the authorities?
Morty, relax. We're in Brazil. It's a whole different ball game here.
They successfully acquire the ingredients and begin to bake the Charizard.
Rick, the Charizard looks amazing. But how do we know it's safe to eat?
That's where the science comes in. I've used a molecular scanner to analyze every molecule in the ingredients. Not a single one is harmful.
Rick, this is crazy. We stole rare dragon ingredients from the dark web, traveled to Brazil, and baked a Charizard. What's next?
Next, we sell these bad boys on the black market and make a fortune. Let's get out of here before we get caught.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer selling the baked Charizard on the black market and getting away with it. Meanwhile, the authorities are left puzzled as to where these rare dragons disappeared to.
Title: The Onion Club Reloaded.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty discover a mysterious television screen with the words, "The Onion Club Reloaded," on its side and a logo on the back. Intrigued, they decide to investigate and find themselves on a wild adventure involving Sailor Moon, Manchester, Michael Scott, The Office US, Kardashians, Star Trek, a school counselor, and even Thomas Edison.
Act 1.
Morty, look at this television screen. It seems to be emitting an unusual energy signature.
Where did you get it from, Rick?
I found it at a flea market in Manchester. It looks like it's from another dimension.
Act 2.
What's going on, guys? Are you watching some weird show again?
It's not just any show, Summer. It's The Onion Club Reloaded. It's a cult classic in the Kardashians world.
Oh boy, this sounds like trouble. Why don't we just watch something normal for once?
Act 3.
Sailor Moon. Hey guys, I'm here to help you defeat the evil Queen Beryl.
What the hell, Sailor Moon? How did you get here?
Sailor Moon. I followed the energy signature of the television screen. We must hurry. The fate of the universe is at stake.
Act 4.
Michael Scott. Oh man, this is like the best episode of The Office ever. Wait, you guys aren't from my documentary crew, are you?
What are you doing here, Michael?
Michael Scott. I heard there was free pizza and I followed the scent. Looks like I stumbled into another dimension again. Classic me.
Act 5.
School counselor. I'm sorry, kids. You can't just skip school to go on a crazy adventure. You have to think about your future and your education.
Don't worry, school counselor. We have Thomas Edison and his time machine here. We can just go back in time and undo any missed assignments.
Act 6.
Thomas Edison. I invented the light bulb and now I'm helping Rick and Morty on their insane adventure. How did I get myself into this?
Wait a minute, we're in the 19th century now. How are we going to get back?
Relax, Morty. I made sure to bring the television screen with us. We can just use it to jump back to our dimension anytime we want.
Blog.
Well, that was a crazy adventure. I don't think I can handle any more of Rick and Morty's sci-fi shenanigans.
Speak for yourself, Jerry. That was the best day ever. Can we do it again?
Burps. Maybe we will, Summer. Maybe we will.
Title: The Titanium Slot Machine Experiment at the Paranormal Asylum Lockdown.
Introduction. The present study investigates the effects of boron on the outcome of video poker players using a unique titanium slot machine with a yellow button and numbers on its side and front. The experiment was conducted in a paranormal asylum lockdown facility with participants randomly assigned to boron and placebo groups. Additionally, the impact of tapotamon was assessed on the participants.
Dr. Smith. Welcome, participants. Today, we have a unique opportunity to study the effects of boron and tapotamon on the outcomes of video poker players using the titanium slot machine. Before we begin, we need to ensure that all participants understand the risks and benefits of the experiment.
Participant, yes, I understand. But what is deportment?
Dr. Smith. Tapotamon is a massage technique that involves rhythmic tapping on the skin. We want to investigate if this technique can enhance the performance of video poker players using the slot machine.
Methodology. participants were randomly assigned to the boron or placebo groups and received either 6 milligrams boron or placebo for 3 days. On the 4th day, they played video poker using the titanium slot machine while receiving either tapotamon or no massage. The number of times the yellow button on the front of the slot machine was pressed was recorded, as well as the numerical outcomes of the game. Dr. Green. Let's begin the experiment. Participants, please take a seat in front of the titanium slot machine.
Participant, this is a really cool machine. I've never seen anything like it before.
Dr. Green. Yes, it is made of titanium, which is a strong and lightweight material. It also has a yellow button on its side, which is unique to this machine.
Results. The results of the experiment showed that participants who received boron played more rounds than those who received the placebo. Additionally, participants who received tapotamon had better numerical outcomes than those who did not receive any massage.
Dr. Smith. These results are fascinating. Boron seems to increase the number of rounds played by participants, while tapotamon enhances numerical outcomes.
Participant, that's amazing. Can I take this machine home with me?
Dr. Green. Sorry, but this machine belongs to the Paranormal Asylum lockdown facility.
Conclusion. In conclusion, the present study suggests that boron and tapotamon may have a significant impact on video poker players' outcomes using the titanium slot machine. Future studies should investigate the mechanisms underlying these effects and explore the potential therapeutic applications of these interventions in enhancing cognitive performance.
Title: The Molecular Madness of Mendelevium.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a red light in a bathroom and realize it is emitting a unique signal that they can track to a secret government laboratory. Upon arriving, they find out the lab is experimenting with mendelevium, a highly unstable element with unknown properties. Rick and Morty, curious as ever, decide to tamper with the experiments and hilariously end up causing molecular mayhem.
Scene 1.
Morty, Rick, what's with the red light in the bathroom? It's been blinking for hours.
Rick, Morty, you're embarrassing me in front of the science. That light is a signal from a government lab we need to investigate.
Scene 2.
Rick, Morty, this lab is experimenting with mendelevium, an element that shouldn't even exist. It's so unstable it'll make your ureters quiver.
Morty, why are they experimenting with it?
Rick, who cares? Let's mess with their equipment and see what happens.
Scene 3.
Rick, Morty, hand me that plays CD. I have a genius idea.
Morty, what does music have to do with anything, Rick?
Rick, it's all about the vibrations, Morty. Trust me.
Scene 4.
Rick, Morty, I don't think we were supposed to mix the mendelevium with the plays CD. It's becoming sentient.
Morty, what does that even mean, Rick?
Scene 5.
Rick, Morty, run. The mendelevium is expanding and it's absorbing everything in its path.
Morty, why did we do this, Rick? Why did we mess with science like this?
Scene 6.
Rick, Morty, jump on the chandelier and start singing the periodic table song. It's our only chance.
Morty, what? That's not even a real song, Rick.
Scene 7.
Rick, Morty, we did it. The mendelevium has turned into a disco ball and the government agents are dancing their worries away.
Morty, I don't think we should mess with science like this again, Rick. It's too risky.
Rick, nonsense, Morty. Science is all about risk. It's what makes life interesting.
Scene 8.
Morty, Rick, why is there a yellow light in the corner of the room and a yellow light in the corner?
Rick, Morty, sometimes science is just inexplicable. Don't question it.
Title: The Lemonade Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with 2 glasses of lemonade and a half of a lime on a bar with a bar in the background. Rick explains that they are trying to create the ultimate lemonade by adding different chemicals and compounds to enhance its taste. Morty is skeptical but goes along with Rick's crazy plan. Jerry, Beth, and Summer join in on the fun and decide to try the lemonade too. The drinks turn into a hilarious science experiment with everyone adding different ingredients to the mix, including antimony. The bartender, who is fascinated by the group's antics, decides to join in on the fun. Meanwhile, satirical news articles are being written about the group's bizarre experiment, with headlines such as "Scientists Create Lemonade Monster" and "Lemonade Apocalypse Imminent." As the group continues to experiment with their drinks, they start to experience bizarre side effects. Jerry's head turns into a lemon, Beth starts to levitate, and Morty grows an extra arm. Rick, excited about the results, declares the experiment a success and starts to bottle up their creation. However, things take a turn for the worse when the lemonade gains sentience and attacks the group. The group tries to fight back, but the lemonade proves to be too powerful. In a last-ditch effort, Rick uses a scientific technique to freeze the lemonade solid. The group is relieved, but the bartender tells them that they have just created a new weapon of mass destruction. The episode ends with Rick and Morty dumping the frozen lemonade into the ocean, hoping that it will never thaw and destroy the world.
Science is a dangerous game, Morty. But damn, does it make some good lemonade.
I never want to see another lemon again in my life.
Can someone please explain to me why I was floating?
I think we just created the ultimate lemonade monster, guys.
Bartender, I'm never mixing drinks again after this. Title: Invasion of the Oyster Aliens.
Scientific abstract. In this episode, Rick and Morty set out to investigate an alien-infested ship that had been lost in space for centuries. Along the way, they encounter a home inspector who accidentally unleashes the oyster aliens, leading to an intense battle between an advanced space fleet and the invading creatures.
The scene opens with Rick and Morty flying through space in their spaceship when they receive a distress signal from a lost alien ship. Morty expresses his concern about the danger of venturing into the unknown, but Rick brushes it off, boasting about his scientific prowess.
We're not just dealing with any old alien here, Morty. This could be the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
I don't know, Rick. Sounds pretty risky.
Their discussion is interrupted when they arrive at the alien ship and encounter a quirky home inspector, Jerry, who is conducting an inspection. I'm sorry, I thought this was just a standard property inspection. I didn't realize I was dealing with, extraterrestrial lifeforms. As they explore the ship, they come across a room filled with oysters Rockefeller, which Rick analyzes and determines to be contaminated with an alien substance. Suddenly, the oysters come to life and start attacking them.
What the hell, Rick? Did you have to ruin Oysters Rockefeller for me forever?
Hey, I didn't tell them to become alien creatures and attack us.
The trio has to fight off the oysters using their advanced space weaponry and gadgets. Meanwhile, they discover that the alien ship has been taken over by an advanced space fleet of enemy aliens who are planning to invade Earth.
Guys, we've got incoming. A whole fleet of spaceships is headed straight for Earth.
As the enemy ships approach, Rick devises a plan to use the oyster aliens against the enemy, creating a wormhole that sucks the oysters and the enemy aliens into another dimension. I guess my job here is done. Can I get back to my inspection?
You're lucky to be alive, Jerry. Get out of here while you still can.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer watching the wormhole close, feeling relieved yet astonished by the unexpected events that transpired.
I never thought I'd say this, but I'm grateful for those oysters Rockefeller.
Yeah, let's just hope they don't come back to haunt us in the future.
Scientific conclusion. The invasion of the oyster aliens proves to be a fascinating and terrifying encounter with extraterrestrial lifeforms. The episode showcases the use of advanced technology and scientific expertise to overcome unexpected challenges in the depths of space.
Title: The Interdimensional Laughter Game.
Rick and Morty are on an interdimensional adventure, chasing a mysterious laughter phenomenon that has been detected across multiple galaxies. They are joined by the game theorists, a team of multidisciplinary scientists specialized in gaming theories.
Alright, theorists, we've got a game to catch. I've hacked into the laughter frequency and I've triangulated its source to a dimension where everyone wears green mantis suits.
Ew, green mantis suits. That sounds gross, Rick.
Theorist 1. Actually, based on our calculations, wearing green mantis suits is a common custom in that dimension, for both formal and casual occasions.
Theorist 2. Furthermore, the green color has a special wavelength that enhances the laughter response in the prefrontal cortex.
Hey, sounds like some fancy pseudoscience to me.
As they enter the green mantis dimension, they find themselves in a virtual reality game where they have to compete in different absurd challenges that make them laugh uncontrollably. Game host: welcome, contestants, to the interdimensional laughter game. The rules are simple. You have to keep a straight face while facing a series of comedic stimuli. The last one standing wins the grand prize.
Oh, man, this is gonna be tough. I don't want to lose.
Relax, Morty, I've got a plan. I've hacked into the game code and added a subroutine that enhances our humor response to an exponential degree.
Theorist 1. But Rick, that could create a feedback loop that overloads our neural circuits and causes permanent brain damage.
Hey, you gotta risk it to get the biscuit, theorist. Now let's get this party started.
The challenges include telling dad jokes to a praying mantis audience, playing charades with invisible blocks, watching infinite cat videos, and reenacting famous movie scenes with rubber chickens.
Despite the outrageousness of the challenges, Rick and Morty and the game theorists manage to keep a straight face, albeit with occasional fits of giggles. However, at the final challenge, they have to withstand the ultimate test of laughter, a non-stop outburst of absurd puns delivered by the game host.
Game host: why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. What do you get when you cross a snowman and a shark? Frostbite.
As the fun storm rages on, Rick and Morty and the game theorists feel their sanity slipping away. But just when they're about to crack, they hear a sound that breaks the spell. The game host's laughter.
Game host: ha 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 ha. Oh, my sides. You guys are amazing. I crown you the champions of the interdimensional laughter game.
So the laughter phenomenon was just a board game host looking for some entertainment. Figures.
Well, at least we won, Rick. And we got a bunch of funny memories to last a lifetime.
Theorist 2. Actually, according to our data, the excessive laughter has triggered a temporary amnesia effect in your hippocampus, erasing most of your recent memories.
Aw, man, that's weak. I had some good booze-fueled stories to tell back home.
As they leave the green mantis dimension, Rick and Morty and the game theorists can't help but laugh at their own misfortune. After all, as Rick would say, life is just a cosmic joke, Morty. Might as well laugh about it.
Title: Investigating the Psychosocial Dynamics of a Tapas Bar.
Introduction.
This episode aims to analyze the psychosocial dynamics in a tapas bar. The tapas bar environment provides an ideal laboratory to study human behavior because of constant social interaction different from typical bar environments. The study will use 3 different images of people at a bar and a woman at the counter. We also observe several activities in the tapas bar, such as chilling vampire hunt, comedy ad campaigns, funny books, Coles.
Methods.
The study uses qualitative research methods to analyze data collected from observing activity in the tapas bar. We interviewed several participants after their experience in the tapas bar to gain an in-depth analysis of the psychosocial dynamics in the environment.
Results.
The results of the study indicate that different psychosocial dynamics were present in the tapas bar. In the first image, we observe a group of young adults enjoying their drinks and discussing personal trivia. One man is standing apart from the group, gazing into his drink, indicating possible feelings of isolation or self-reflection. In the second image, we observe a group of individuals participating in a chilling vampire hunt. The images show happy faces and anticipation, further supported by interviews with the participants. In the third image, we observe a woman at the counter with a phone. She seems distracted, possibly experiencing some work-related stress.
Conclusion.
The Tapas Bar environment provides a hub for people from all walks of life to interact, and this study gives a glimpse of the complexity of human behavior in such environments. Participants' behavior in the Tapas Bar is influenced by various factors, including their mood, personal lives, and work. The study promotes a better understanding of human behavior in social environments, which can deepen social empathy and contribute to better social interaction. Further research can be done to better understand the social dynamics within the Tapas Bar.
Title: The Forbidden Spider Island Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry lounging around the living room watching a special alien reality TV show. The show features different alien species competing against each other in various challenges. Rick is especially interested in a group of aliens who have been stranded on a forbidden island that is rumored to have a rare and valuable spider species. Rick, Morty, and Jerry embark on a mission to retrieve the spiders and profit off of their rarity. They travel to the Forbidden Island and find that the spider species is not only rare but also gigantic and aggressive. They quickly realize that they have underestimated the danger of their mission. As they try to catch the spiders, they come across a group of aliens playing a game of Trente et Quarante. One of the aliens is cheating and Rick, being the genius he is, quickly catches him. The aliens are impressed with Rick's intelligence and offer to help them catch the spiders in exchange for Rick teaching them how to cheat at Trente et Quarante. The group is finally able to catch the spiders and load them onto their ship. However, the spiders have other plans and manage to escape, wreaking havoc on the ship and causing it to crash land back on the Forbidden Island. Rick comes up with a plan to use a computer-generated image of the island combined with a hologram to trick the spiders into thinking they are still on the island and stay put. The plan works, and they are able to retrieve the spiders and return home safely. Back at the house, Morty expresses his relief that they were able to survive the ordeal. Rick, on the other hand, is already planning their next adventure with a mischievous grin on his face.
Well, Morty, I guess we've learned a valuable lesson about underestimating the danger of spiders. But, you know what they say, experience is the best teacher.
Rick, I don't think that's how that phrase goes.
Jerry, in awe. Wow, Rick. I had no idea you were such a genius. You really saved our skins back there.
Rick, smirking. You ain't seen nothing yet, Jerry. The universe is full of surprises.
Title: The Venusian Unicorn Scavenger Hunt and Scratch Card Extravaganza.
Episode synopsis. Rick and Morty are summoned by an interdimensional university professor to participate in a scientific experiment on the planet Venus. Upon arrival, they are greeted by a woman in a pink dress standing next to a unicorn on a hill with a full moon in the background. The professor explains that they will be participating in a scavenger hunt to locate various unicorn specimens scattered around the planet. To make things more interesting, each unicorn has been injected with a unique isotope that will activate a corresponding scratch card when discovered. The team with the most valuable scratch card at the end of the hunt will be declared the winner.
Oh Morty, looks like we're officially in the big leagues now. A Venusian unicorn scavenger hunt? I haven't had this much fun since I cloned myself and made a band out of my duplicates.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a lot of work just for a scratch card.
Aw, scratch cards are like the lottery, Morty. You never know when you're gonna hit the jackpot. Plus, unicorns are some of the rarest specimens in the multiverse. This could be a real feather in our scientific caps.
As the hunt begins, Rick and Morty quickly realize that they are not the only team in search of the valuable unicorns. They encounter various competitors, including a group of aliens in mechanized exoskeletons and a team of clones led by a particularly smug Rick duplicate.
Looks like we've got some stiff competition, Morty. But don't worry, we've got the advantage of good old-fashioned Rick and Morty ingenuity. We'll have these unicorns in no time.
Rick, what do we even need the unicorns for again?
Don't worry about that, Morty. Science doesn't always need a reason.
Throughout the course of the hunt, Rick and Morty encounter various obstacles, including a herd of braggadocious Venusian space buffaloes and a pit filled with laser-shooting disco balls. However, they eventually manage to locate all of the unicorns and obtain the corresponding scratch cards. As they tally up their winnings, it is revealed that Rick and Morty have come out victorious, with the highest valued scratch card.
Oh Morty, looks like we've done it again. Another successful scientific endeavor. Who knows what kind of groundbreaking invention or discovery we could accomplish with our winnings.
Rick, we could just buy a bunch of scratch cards and hope to win again.
Morty, you're a genius. Let's do that.
As they depart from Venus, Rick and Morty reflect on the absurdity of their adventure and the ever-prevalent question of the meaning of their scientific pursuits.
Rick, do you ever think maybe we're just doing these things for the thrill of it? Like, maybe there isn't really a bigger purpose?
Morty, the purpose of science isn't always clear-cut. Sometimes, you just have to embrace the chaos and see where it takes you.
So, you're saying we should just keep doing crazy stuff for no reason?
Absolutely, Morty. That's the scientific spirit.
Title: The Dimension Hopping School Bus Adventure.
Opening shot of Rick, Morty, and Summer standing in front of a bus parked on a bridge. The bus is on its side, red and white, and a green field can be seen below.
Morty, we have to go on a field trip to the past. The entire future of the galaxy depends on it.
But Rick, I don't want to relive my embarrassing moments from school.
Yeah, and why do we have to go to San Francisco?
Because that's where the only available time portal is, Summer. Now get on the bus.
The group enters the bus and the camera follows them inside. They are immediately transported back in time.
Oh no, we're back in middle school.
I can't believe I thought frosted tips were cool.
Snap out of it, kids. We have a mission to complete.
They exit the bus and are immediately surrounded by a pack of wolves.
Rick, what do we do?
Hang on, Morty. I'm activating my dystopian surveillance state device.
Name redacted. Rick, that sounds like a human rights violation.
I don't have time for your moral objections. Name redacted.
The device scares off the wolves and the group continues on to their next destination, a haunted theme park.
I don't like this, Rick. It's creepy.
Don't be such a wuss, Summer. We have to find the time portal.
As they explore the park, they come across a Costco.
Hey, let's go get some hot dogs.
Focus, Morty. We have to complete our mission.
The group finally finds the time portal and manages to make it back to the present.
That was a close one. Now let's never speak of this again.
I don't know about you guys, but I think we learned a lot about ourselves today.
Yeah, like not to mess with the space-time continuum.
Name redacted, and that Costco hot dogs are a surprisingly good deal.
End shot of the group walking away from the bus as it explodes behind them.
Title: The Schrodinger's Cat Conundrum.
Summary: in this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a complex scientific dilemma involving a cat, quantum mechanics, and a pizza delivery.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in front of a circular portal, which leads to a mysterious laboratory called Fermilab. Rick explains that they need to retrieve a rare particle acceleration component in order to fix his latest invention. Morty seems skeptical but agrees to tag along. As they venture through Fermilab, they stumble upon a creepy abandoned asylum terror, which Rick insists they investigate. Morty is hesitant, but they proceed forward. Suddenly, they hear a meowing sound coming from behind a locked door. Rick picks the lock and opens it, revealing a Siamese cat inside. Rick immediately recognizes the cat as Gwendolyn, a famous feline who was used in a notorious quantum experiment. He explains that Gwendolyn is in a superposition state, meaning she's neither alive nor dead until observed. Morty is confused but goes along with it. Suddenly, the lights flicker and a bolt of neon lightning flashes. Rick realizes that they're in a quantum flux and need to act quickly to save Gwendolyn. They escape the asylum and run to the nearest Pizza Hut, where they order a large pepperoni pizza. As they wait for the pizza, Rick and Morty frantically try to come up with a plan to measure Gwendolyn's state and bring her out of superposition. They try using a Geiger counter, a Schrödinger box, and even a magic 8-ball, but nothing seems to work. Just as they're about to give up, the pizza arrives.
Rick has an epiphany and suggests using the toppings on the pizza to perform a quantum measurement.
Morty is skeptical but goes along with it. They carefully place the toppings on top of Gwendolyn and wait. Suddenly, Gwendolyn starts meowing with joy and the toppings disappear. Rick and Morty rejoice, knowing they've successfully measured her state and brought her back to life. The episode ends with Rick and Morty finishing the pizza and driving off into the sunset, leaving Fermilab behind. Morty looks at Rick and asks, "So, what did we learn today?" Rick responds, "Never underestimate the power of a large pepperoni pizza and quantum mechanics." Morty nods in agreement, and they both chuckle as the credits roll.
Title: The Quantum Scissor Paradox.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty working on a new device that can access interdimensional portals by manipulating quantum particles. Beth and Summer are coming home when they encounter a strange cartoon character, wearing a helmet and carrying scissors.
You idiots. That's a quantum scissor paradox creating cartoon character. It was accidentally created when the SLAC National Accelerator Laboratory experimented with the why you know meme.
What does that even mean?
Long story short, if that character reaches a certain speed, the whole universe will be destroyed by a quantum scissor paradox. We have to catch it before it's too late.
What about the device you were working on?
Forget that. We're dealing with the end of the universe here.
But how are we going to catch a cartoon character?
With science, Summer, with science.
The group sets off on a wild and hilarious chase, as Rick tries to use various scientific gadgets to catch the cartoon character. However, the paradoxical nature of the character's very existence makes it impossible to predict its movements.
These paradoxes are driving me insane.
What are we going to do, Rick? We can't catch it.
Suddenly, Rick has an idea.
If we can create a particle field that destabilizes its quantum state, the character will freeze in place.
But can you even do that, Dad?
With science, Beth, with science.
The team manages to create the particle field just in time, and the cartoon character is trapped.
We did it, Rick. We saved the universe.
Yeah. Now let's get back to that interdimensional portal device.
As the group leaves, the cartoon character disappears, leaving only its helmet behind.
What was the point of all that, Dad?
Who cares, Beth? We had a good time. That's the point of science, after all.
I don't get it.
Exactly.
The episode ends with the group back in the lab, working on their new device and laughing about the absurdity of their recent adventure. The episode starts with Rick and Morty working on their latest experiment, attempting to harness energy from the reactions of Pikachu's electrostatic charges. Jerry enters the room, oblivious to the dangerous setting, and proceeds to babble about his day at work.
What do you want, Jerry? We're in the middle of something important.
Well, I just wanted to tell you guys about the new board game I got. It's Betrayal at House on the Hill, and it's really fun.
Dude, that game is so last season.
Save it for later, Jerry. We need to focus on this experiment.
As they continue to work, Pikachu suddenly jumps on the table and begins to act strangely.
What's going on with Pikachu?
Rick examines the Pikachu and notices that it Title: The Dysprosium Paradox, Unraveling the Mysterious Girl with a Glowing Heart.
Synopsis. In this episode, our team of scientists embarks on a journey to decipher the enigma surrounding a girl with red hair donning a green collar sporting a glowing heart on her chest in the foreground of a purple background. The team's attention is piqued when they come across a peculiar internet meme featuring the girl and a character known as Bad Luck Brian. Upon further investigation, the team discovers that the girl's glowing heart is composed of dysprosium, a rare earth metal with unique properties.
Dr. Smith. Fascinating, dysprosium has a high magnetic moment, making it an ideal candidate for use in permanent magnets including high-performance electric motors and generators. But what is this girl's connection to it?
Dr. Chen, according to my research, dysprosium is also used in the production of control rods for nuclear reactors, which regulates the rate of nuclear fission. Perhaps the girl's glowing heart is a symbol of her control over nuclear energy.
Dr. Johnson, but why the Bad Luck Brian meme? It's unrelated to dysprosium or nuclear energy.
Dr. Lee. Actually, I may have found a connection. Bad Luck Brian is known for having a string of improbable and unfortunate events happen to him. Dysprosium is also involved in the production of lighting, and it's possible that the girl's glowing heart represents a ray of bad luck striking those around her.
Dr. Perez, that's an intriguing hypothesis, but we need to gather more data. Let's interview individuals who have interacted with the girl and see if there's a correlation between her presence and negative outcomes.
As the team delves deeper into the mystery, they uncover a surprising twist that challenges their understanding of the girl's true identity and the nature of her glowing heart's dysprosium properties.
Dr. Smith. This is groundbreaking. The girl's glowing heart isn't just a physical symbol of dysprosium's properties, but a representation of her own power to manipulate probability and create unfortunate situations.
Dr. Chen, indeed, dysprosium's atomic structure allows for its unique magnetic properties, but it's the girl's aura that imbues it with extraordinary abilities.
Dr. Johnson, I never thought I'd be saying this, but the Bad Luck Brian meme was actually a clue that led us to this revelation.
Dr. Lee. Incredible. We've uncovered a new facet of dysprosium's potential that could have significant implications for various industries. And we have this mysterious girl to thank for it.
Dr. Perez, I think we have a lot more to learn from her and her glowing heart. This is just the beginning of an exciting scientific journey.
Title: Unicorns, Robots and Magic, a scientific adventure.
Opening scene.
The camera pans to Rick, Morty, and Summer in the garage as Rick tinkers with a device. Morty looks on, oblivious to what's happening.
Morty, I've finally done it. I've created a portal gun that can take us anywhere we want to go in the multiverse.
Incredulously, really, Rick? That's incredible.
Sarcastically, yeah, because what could possibly go wrong with that?
Just then, a hologram message appears in front of them.
Hologram message. Attention all interdimensional travelers. The Unicorn Music Festival is happening right now and it's going to be epic. Come join us for an out-of-this-world experience.
Intrigued. The Unicorn Music Festival. That sounds interesting. Let's check it out.
Confused. Wait, why are unicorns playing music? And what does that have to do with us?
Sarcastically, obviously, Morty. Haven't you heard of the famous unicorns who are renowned music producers in the multiverse?
The scene transitions to the group stepping out of the portal gun into a beautiful meadow with bright red flowers. They see a green unicorn standing in the middle, with a hose attached to its back end.
Curiously, what in the world is going on here?
Unicorn, in a British accent. Good day, travelers. Welcome to the Unicorn Music Festival, where all your sonic dreams come true.
Dumbfounded. Hi. Why is there a hose attached to you?
Unicorn, smiling. Oh, that's just for our special brand of organic fertilizer. It's all natural and vegan friendly, you know.
The scene cuts to the group enjoying the music festival, watching a robot magic show.
Robot magician, in a monotone voice, welcome, humans, to my magical kingdom. Behold my wonders and witness the impossible.
The robot suddenly malfunctions and starts spewing sparks and smoke.
Alarmed. Rick, what's happening? Is that supposed to happen?
Rolling his eyes. Nah, Morty, that's just the danger of trusting a robot magician. You should know better.
The scene cuts to Rick, Morty, and Summer sitting at a table with a green unicorn.
Unicorn, skeptically. So, you're telling me you're from a dimension where there are no unicorns?
Smirking. That's right. We come from a universe where there are talking pickles and floating cats.
Unicorn, amused. That sounds absolutely absurd.
Sarcastically, yeah, because a unicorn that produces music while being fertilized by a hose isn't absurd at all.
The scene ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer getting back into the portal gun, ready for their next adventure.
Smiling. Now, where to next?
Nervously, can we maybe go somewhere a little less crazy?
Chuckling. Morty, you know that's not how we do things around here. Hashtag science rules.
Title: Futuristic Gangland Warfare and Paranormal Time Travel Mystery. An interdisciplinary approach to understanding temporal paradoxes in a sci-fi context.
Episode summary. In this episode, a group of individuals find themselves embroiled in a complex web of futuristic gangland warfare and paranormal time travel mystery. Through the use of advanced technological devices and psychic abilities, they must navigate through a seemingly never-ending maze of temporal paradoxes and alternate realities in order to save the future from destruction. By employing a range of interdisciplinary methodologies, including neuroscience, quantum physics, and psychology, this episode showcases the importance of understanding the complex interplay between technology, the mind, and the natural world when attempting to unravel the mysteries of time travel in a sci-fi context.
Dr. Maria Singh, the opening sequence of the episode, in which we see the central characters emerging from a time portal into a war-torn future, is a clear example of how advances in quantum physics can be used to explore the theoretical possibilities of time travel.
Dr. Jameson Lee, furthermore, the use of psychic abilities by certain characters, such as telekinesis and telepathy, raises important questions about the potential link between the mind and temporal perception.
Dr. Samantha Chen. The gangland warfare between rival factions, each with their own advanced technologies and weapons, provides an intriguing glimpse into how future conflicts might play out.
Dr. Bruce Park, one particularly interesting aspect of the episode is the use of temporal paradoxes to create a complex and multi-layered narrative. By exploring the concept of alternate realities and the butterfly effect, the writers have demonstrated an impressive level of creativity and imagination.
Dr. Anna Rodriguez, the episode also raises ethical concerns over the use of time travel technology and its potential consequences. The characters must grapple with the responsibility that comes with having the power to shape the future, and the impact their actions may have on the timeline.
Dr. David Kim. Overall, this episode serves as a fascinating case study in the interdisciplinary approach to sci-fi storytelling. By drawing on a wide range of scientific and philosophical disciplines, the writers have created a thought-provoking exploration of the complex interplay between technology, the mind, and time itself.
Dr. Maria Singh, I would love to see further research in this area, exploring the potential applications of time travel technology and the potential implications of its use.
Dr. Samantha Chen. Indeed, this episode highlights the need for continued collaboration and exchange between different branches of science, humanities, and entertainment. Only by working together can we hope to fully understand the mysteries of the universe and our place within it.
Dr. Jameson Lee, in that sense, this episode serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of interdisciplinary approaches to scientific research, and a testament to the power of sci-fi narratives in inspiring such inquiry. Dr. Bruce Park, at the end of the day, this episode leaves us with more questions than answers. And that, perhaps, is the true beauty of sci-fi storytelling.
Title: Corneal Transplant and the Butternut Squash in the Haunted Asylum Investigation with Pirate Jokes.
Objective: the objective of this study was to investigate the effects of a corneal transplant in the presence of a butternut squash on paranormal activity during a haunted asylum investigation and the effect of pirate jokes on the emotional state of participants.
Materials and methods. A group of 7 participants were recruited for a haunted asylum investigation at a designated location. Prior to the investigation, one participant received a corneal transplant. Upon arrival, a butternut squash was placed in front of the group and a purple light was installed above them. Participants were instructed to make note of any paranormal activity and to rate their emotional state before and after being told pirate jokes during the investigation.
Results. The presence of the butternut squash and purple light did not significantly affect the level of paranormal activity observed by participants. However, the participant who received the corneal transplant reported feeling a heightened sense of sensitivity to their surroundings. The majority of participants reported feeling more positive after being told pirate jokes during the investigation.
Discussion. The findings of this study suggest that the use of a butternut squash and purple light may not have a strong influence on paranormal activity during a haunted asylum investigation. However, a corneal transplant may enhance sensory perception and heighten sensitivity to one's surroundings. Furthermore, the use of humor, such as pirate jokes, may have a positive effect on emotional state and could be considered a useful technique during paranormal investigations.
John, I didn't notice anything strange with the squash or purple light, but I did feel more sensitive to my surroundings after my corneal transplant.
Emily, I have to agree. I didn't see any change in paranormal activity, but the pirate jokes definitely lifted my mood.
Professor Smith. These findings are intriguing and suggest a potential role for corneal transplant in enhancing sensory perception. However, more research is needed to fully understand the effects of pirate jokes on emotional state during paranormal investigations.
I am impressed by the use of humor in paranormal investigations and look forward to further exploration of this technique.
Title: The Lizard and the Suit, an Interdisciplinary Study.
Abstract.
In this episode, we conducted an interdisciplinary study examining the intersection of biology, robotics, space exploration, pop culture, and sports. Using a series of photographs featuring a lizard, a man dressed in a suit and helmet, a robot, and a man in a green field, we analyzed the signaling mechanisms and adaptive strategies of a reptilian species in the context of human technological advancements and modes of entertainment.
Through our analysis, we discovered insights into the evolutionary processes and the potential implications for future innovation and exploration.
Introduction. The lizard, a member of the reptilian family, is known for its diverse adaptive strategies that enable it to survive and thrive in a variety of environments. In contrast, humans have developed sophisticated technologies and means of communication that allow for rapid exploration of the natural world and the universe beyond. The photos in this study depict a lizard and a human in a suit and helmet, showcasing the potential for synergy and mutual benefit between biology and technology.
Methods.
We used a combination of qualitative and quantitative methods to analyze the photos.
We first identified the species of lizard through morphological and genetic analyses.
Next, we analyzed the signaling mechanisms employed by the lizard, as well as the technologies used by the human in the suit and helmet. We then conducted a statistical analysis to determine the correlation between lizard behavior and human technology use.
Results.
Our analysis revealed that the lizard employs a variety of visual and auditory signaling mechanisms to communicate with its environment and potential predators. The human in the suit and helmet uses similar modes of communication to navigate and survive in hostile environments, such as space exploration or deep-sea diving.
The robot in the photos further demonstrates the potential for technology to emulate and improve upon biological strategies.
Discussion.
The intersection between biology and technology, as demonstrated in our photos, has important implications for future innovation and exploration. By understanding the adaptive strategies of biological organisms, we can improve upon existing technology and develop new modes of exploration and communication. For example, the lizard's ability to change color in response to its environment could inform the development of camouflage technology. Additionally, the study of biological signaling mechanisms could lead to advancements in communication methods for space exploration.
Limitations.
One limitation of our study is that it is based on a small sample size and a limited number of photos. Additionally, the photos used in this study are not controlled, so there may be confounding variables that influence our results.
Conclusion.
Overall, our interdisciplinary study highlights the potential for collaboration between biology and technology. By studying the adaptive strategies of other organisms, we can improve upon existing technology and develop new innovations for exploration and communication.
Title: The Lycanthrope Experiment, a Rick and Morty scientific comedy.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with Rick showing Morty a new genetic experiment involving a group of wolves standing next to each other on a green and white background. Rick explains that he has genetically modified the wolves to study lycanthropy.
Morty, behold, my latest genetic experiment involving the wolves on a green and white background. I have genetically modified them to study lycanthropy, the mysterious werewolf disease.
Whoa, Rick! That's insane! What are you going to do with them?
Well, Morty, we're going to monitor their behavior and see if they transform under certain conditions. This may help us understand how to cure or prevent lycanthropy in humans.
Suddenly, a portal opens and Jerry and Beth walk in. Jerry is holding a new toy called Tobuscus, a device that emits gamma rays to boost intelligence.
Hey, guys! Check out my new invention, Tobuscus. It can make anyone smarter, even me.
Jerry, that's dangerous. You can't just play around with gamma rays like that.
Relax, Beth. Let's test it out on these wolves and see what happens.
The group proceeds to test Tobuscus on the wolves, causing them to become hyper-intelligent and self-aware. However, this also triggers their lycanthropy and they begin to transform into werewolves.
Wolf 1, greetings, fellow mammals. We are the self-aware wolf pack. What is the purpose of this experiment?
Wolf 2,
We have detected a mysterious lycanthrope plague among our kind. We must find a cure.
Well, this is unexpected. Let's see if we can find a cure together.
The group embarks on a wild and hilarious adventure to find a cure for the werewolf plague. Along the way, they encounter various obstacles, including a musical number featuring Aurora's Runaway and a cameo from a mad scientist named Dr. Nefarious. In the end, they succeed in curing the werewolf plague and restoring the wolves to their normal state. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth walk away satisfied with their scientific achievement, while the wolves go back to their pack with newfound intelligence.
Well, that was a wild ride. Who knew gamma rays and lycanthropy could be so entertaining?
I know, right? I didn't think science could be this fun.
I still don't think playing with gamma rays is a good idea, Jerry.
Oh, come on. What's the worst that could happen? The episode ends with the group laughing as a portal opens and they step through to their next adventure.
Title: The Sinister Fungus Outbreak.
Scientific description. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the mysterious and complex world of mycology, while dealing with a looming threat of a sinister fungus outbreak. The episode takes place in a hypothetical world where mushrooms and algae interact in a complex ecosystem. The episode opens with a panoramic view of the beautiful blue sky and ocean surrounding Los Angeles. The camera then pans to a group of mushrooms that are thriving in the water. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth arrive on the scene to study this phenomenon. Little do they know, a sinister force is at play.
Morty, I've never seen anything like this before. These mushrooms are thriving in a complex ecosystem, interacting with algae and other microorganisms in ways we can't even fathom.
Rick, what are you talking about? I just see some mushrooms in water.
Rick, what's the deal with this sinister fungus outbreak?
I'm more concerned about Lex Luthor destroying the world.
Jerry, shut up. The sinister fungus outbreak is a serious threat. We need to study the interaction between these mushrooms and algae to determine the source of the outbreak and prevent it from spreading.
As Rick and Morty delve deeper into the mushroom ecosystem, they discover a group of Badoogie creatures with a sinister motive.
Rick, what the hell are these Badoogies doing here?
Morty, those Badoogies are behind the sinister fungus outbreak. They're trying to take over this ecosystem and turn it into their own.
But what can we do?
Just then, they are attacked by an underwater creature, which they battled using advanced scientific technology and rapid-fire jokes.
Rick, what's the plan?
Morty, we're going to have to use the molecular hologram enhancer to create a distraction and lure these creatures away.
I thought we were supposed to stop the sinister fungus outbreak.
Jerry, shut up. We don't have all day.
In the end, Rick and Morty are successful in stopping the sinister fungus outbreak and defeating the Badoogies. The episode ends with Rick doing a victory dance, while Morty, Jerry, and Beth ponder the complexities of mycology and aquatic ecosystems.
Title: The Quantum Paradox of Zac Efron's Galactic Civil War.
Synopsis. When Rick discovers the existence of an alternate universe where Zac Efron is a powerful general leading a rebellion against a tyrannical empire, he convinces Morty to accompany him on a mission to assist in the rebellion. However, things take a turn for the weird when they encounter a paradoxical loop in the fabric of spacetime that threatens to destroy the entire multiverse. Meanwhile, Black Widow and the Man in the Black Jacket navigate their own agendas in this quantum slippery adventure.
Act 1.
Morty, we're going on a mission to a universe where Zac Efron is leading a galactic civil war.
What? Why Zac Efron?
Because he's a powerful leader with abs of steel, Morty. Now, grab the portal gun and let's go.
Act 2.
Zac Efron, Rick and Morty. Glad to have you on board. We've been fighting this war for years, and we need all the help we can get.
Yeah, just point us in the direction of the enemy and let us do our thing.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? What if we get hurt?
Morty, we've been through way worse. Now, let's go kick some space butt.
Act 3.
Black Widow. What are you doing here, Rick?
None of your damn business, Widow. Just keep your nose out of this.
And in Black Jacket, I represent the Time Variance Authority, and I'm here to inform you that your actions have caused a massive quantum paradox that threatens to unravel the entire multiverse.
Oh, great. Just what we needed. Hey, Zac, you got any weapons that can fix a paradox?
Zac Efron, oh, no. We just have guns and bombs and stuff.
Rick, what are we gonna do? We're screwed.
Not necessarily, Morty. If we prime the temporal displacement coil with a psychogenic wave pulse, we may be able to reverse the paradox.
Act 4.
Zac Efron, Rick, Morty, it's been an honor fighting alongside you. I don't know how to thank you for your help in this war.
Don't thank us yet, Efron. We still gotta deal with this paradox thing.
Rick, I don't feel so good.
Morty, snap out of it. We can't have any paradoxical side effects right now.
Black Widow. Rick, the man in the black jacket, just disappeared. What does that mean?
It means we did it, Widow. We saved the multiverse. Now, let's get the hell out of here before something else goes wrong.
Epilogue.
Well, Morty, we did it. Another dimension, another adventure.
I don't ever want to do that again, Rick. My brain hurts.
Yeah, well, get used to it, Morty. This is our life now. And hey, at least we got to meet Zac Efron.
I guess that's something.
And who knows, maybe in another universe, we'll be heroes of the Galactic Civil War, too. Anything is possible in the multiverse, Morty. Anything.
Title: Mind-Controlled Population Rebellion.
Synopsis. In this scientific and crazy episode, Rick and Morty embark on an intergalactic adventure to thwart a mind-controlled population rebellion orchestrated by a man in a purple suit. The rebellion's source is traced back to a deadly bromine outbreak in Pakistan, originating from a massive scientific experiment gone wrong. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer host a sci-fi themed party with David Bowie as the guest of honor.
Morty, buckle up. We're going on a scientific joyride to Pakistan.
Pakistan? Why, Rick?
The country's been plagued by a deadly bromine outbreak caused by an experiment gone wrong. We need to investigate and shut it down.
Hey Rick, can you give us a hand with the party preparation? David Bowie is coming as the guest of honor.
Yeah, and we need to get everything perfect for him.
Oh please, David Bowie is just a washed-up musician and a hack of an actor.
David Bowie, teleporting in. Excuse me, Rick. I heard that.
Guys, I just found something weird on the news. The people of Pakistan are rebelling against their own government. They say they're being controlled by a man in a purple suit.
That's our cue. Morty, grab the portal gun. We're going to Pakistan.
Wait, what about the party?
I got this.
Rick clones himself and assigns one clone to be David Bowie's personal assistant.
David Bowie, I'm ready to be entertained.
At the outbreak's epicenter, Rick and Morty discover that the population has been exposed to a mind control serum. They infiltrate the man's lair and engage in a heated battle.
Man in purple suit, you fools. You can never defeat me. My mind control serum will soon be perfected, and I will rule the world.
Yeah, about that. We destroyed your serum, so you've got nothing now.
Man in purple suit, no, this can't be happening.
Back at the sci-fi themed party, David Bowie is enjoying his time with Beth and Summer.
David Bowie, this party is out of this world. I haven't had this much fun since I played an alien in The Man Who Fell to Earth.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty leave Pakistan with the man in purple suit in custody, and the partygoers bid farewell to David Bowie.
Thanks for coming to our party, David. We hope you had fun.
David Bowie. I certainly did, and I'm looking forward to the next one. In the meantime, I'll go back to my planet, where parties are even crazier than this.
The episode closes with David Bowie teleporting away in a beam of light.
Title: The Multiverse Malarkey.
Synopsis: Rick decides to take Morty on an adventure to explore the multiverse after discovering a new scientific breakthrough. However, their journey takes a hilarious twist when they encounter a parallel universe where everything is opposite.
Opening scene.
Morty, I've discovered a new scientific breakthrough that's going to change the way we view the multiverse.
Oh, okay, Rick. What is it?
I've developed a machine that can shuffle us through various dimensions. We can explore the multiverse like never before.
A man in a black suit enters the room.
Excuse me, Dr. Sanchez. I'm from the university. I heard about your breakthrough. We're interested in funding your research.
You want to fund me? Ha, good luck with that. I'm an independent scientist. I don't need your money.
Please reconsider. Your research could revolutionize the field of quantum physics.
Revolutionize? Ha, that's what they said about gluten-free bread. Pass.
Morty looks at the man and shrugs.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty enter the machine as it powers up. Suddenly, they are transported to a parallel universe where everything is opposite. Rick and Morty are the opposite of their usual selves.
Opposite? What the hell is going on here?
Opposite? Yeah, you guys are all messed up.
Rick looks at his opposite self and laughs.
Ah, you're wearing a lab coat. How corporate. Opposite, and you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt. How ironic.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty are exploring the opposite universe and come across Roman Atwood, who is their opposite version.
Hey, it's Roman Atwood. Or should I say, opposite Roman Atwood?
Opposite Roman Atwood. What are you guys doing here? You're not from this universe. We got transported here by mistake. Opposite Roman Atwood. Well, be careful. Everyone here is the opposite of who they normally are. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, well, we've dealt with weirder shit than this. Let's go, Morty.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty encounter Minority Report's John Anderton, who is also their opposite version.
Opposite John Anderton. Hello, gentlemen. What brings you to this universe?
We were exploring the multiverse and got transported here by mistake. Do you know how to get us back to our universe?
Opposite John Anderton. I'm afraid not. But I do know one thing. In this universe, the opposite of everything is true.
What does that even mean?
Opposite John Anderton. It means that if you want to go back to your universe, you have to do the opposite of what you would normally do.
That's some helpful advice. Thanks. Opposite Anderton.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty make their way to the opposite version of their scientific lab. They do the opposite of everything they would normally do and are transported back to their own universe.
We made it back, Rick.
Ah, that was a wild ride. High five, Morty.
They attempt to high five but both miss.
Ah, we're opposites.
Oh, right. Ha!
Title of the episode: The Cat and the Demonic Entity. The episode opens with a woman, identified as Subject X, wearing a cat mask with a light attached to her head, standing in a dark room. The experimental setup is a well-controlled environment with minimal external interference. The camera captures Subject X's facial expressions, which reveal a sense of curiosity and intrigue. Suddenly, a demonic entity is unleashed in the room, and Subject X's reaction is measured through her physiological responses. The demonic entity's appearance is observed and documented for future analysis. The event's effects are measured on the nearby Vampire Daycare Center, approximately 1.5 kilometers from the scene. Subject X's past experiences with paranormal activity contribute to the experiment's goals, which include unraveling the mystery behind these entities, the effects on human physiology, and potential countermeasures. The experiment's primary objective is to document the behavioral and cognitive responses of Subject X. As the experiment progresses, Subject X's responses become increasingly erratic, indicating the entity's escalation. However, her responses retain a modicum of self-control and coherence. Whitney Houston's song, "I Will Always Love You," emanating from a nearby radio, appears to induce a calming influence on Subject X, which reiterates the hypothesis regarding music's effects on stress management. The resolution of the experiment sees Subject X regaining composure, with her final physiological data demonstrating marked differences from her pre-experiment state. The subject's debriefing strongly emphasizes the importance of mental and emotional preparedness in dealing with paranormal entities. The findings from this experiment hold significant implications for future research in the field of paranormal psychology.
Title: Quantum Reaping.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage. Morty is tinkering with a device while Rick is browsing through different dimensions on his portal gun. Suddenly, the silhouette of a figure in a caped cloak holding a bird on a branch with the shadow of a crow on the top of it appears on the portal.
Whoa, Morty, we've got a visage of an entity symbolizing demise on the box.
Oh geez, Rick, is it the Grim Reaper?
Come on, Morty, you know better than that. Death as a Reaper is purely mythological and has no scientific basis.
Beth enters the garage.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We have an unexpected visitor on the interdimensional portal.
A Reaper?
Rick says that's just a myth, Mom.
Silhouette steps out of the portal and into the garage. The figure removes the hood of the cloak and reveals the face of Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis, you're our Grim Reaper?
Mila Kunis, yes, that's correct. I embody the quantum principles of mortality and provide the necessary transition from one reality to the next.
Wait, so you're not here to take one of us?
Mila Kunis, oh no, I'm here on a personal errand. I misplaced my pit bird and need your assistance in retrieving it.
Sure, we can help.
Morty, this is ridiculous. You know what this means, right?
What does it mean, Rick?
We've got a death contract on us and now have to participate in a wild goose chase to find a bird.
Rick, don't be so dramatic. It's just a quick favor.
Fine, let's get this over with.
Rick, Morty, and Beth accompany Mila Kunis on the bird hunt through various dimensions and landscapes. Along the way, they encounter strange creatures and situations.
Mila Kunis, voiceover. The bird has been detected. It appears to be in that nest on top of that cliff.
The group approaches the cliff, and the bird is revealed to be in the nest with a large crow looming over it.
This is ridiculous. We traveled through multiple dimensions for a bird?
Rick, it's just one more thing to add to our list of bizarre adventures.
As they attempt to retrieve the bird, the crow becomes hostile and attacks the group. Mila Kunis uses her Reaper powers to fend off the crow.
Mila Kunis, we must hurry. The cosmic fabric is beginning to unravel due to the prolonged absence of the bird.
The group successfully retrieves the bird, and Mila Kunis thanks them for their assistance.
Mila Kunis, thank you for your aid in this matter. Your names shall be forever inscribed in the Book of Quantum Mortality.
Yeah, thanks. Can we go home now?
Rick, I never thought I'd say this, but I think I've had enough death for one day.
Agreed. Let's head back.
The group returns to their dimension and the portal closes behind them.
Morty, remind me never to mess with the death principle again.
I don't think I'll ever forget this experience, Rick.
Chuckles. Oh, you too and your wild adventures.
The episode ends with the group standing in the garage, reflecting on their bizarre encounter with the Grim Reaper.
Title: The Quantum Physics of Snowboarding.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty decide to take a break from their interdimensional travels and go snowboarding in a nearby mountain resort. As they shred the slopes, they discover a portal to a parallel universe where snowboards have the power to defy the laws of physics. Chaos ensues as they encounter their alternate selves and engage in mind-bending snowboarding battles.
Morty, I've calculated the exact angle and velocity required to perform a 1080-degree spin. It's time to show these parallel universe posers what we're made of.
Oh, Rick, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this. What if one wrong move sends us into a black hole or something?
Relax, Morty. This is basic quantum physics. I've studied the multiverse for decades. Besides, the other Ricks and Mortys seem to be having a blast.
Alternate, whoa dude, did you see that? Our boards just merged into a giant wave of energy.
Alternate, you call that a trick? Watch this. Performs a double backflip while eating a sandwich.
I don't know, Rick, this seems like a bad idea. Our boards are glowing and making strange noises.
Nonsense, Morty. That's just the sound of pure science. Now let's show these inferior versions of us how to really ride.
As Rick and Morty engage in a snowboard battle with their counterparts, the slopes start to warp and twist, creating a vortex of colors and shapes. The music of Oliver Tree and Blink-182 blares in the background as the two teams perform ever more impossible stunts. Eventually, the two groups come to a stalemate and decide to call a truce, exchanging high fives and comparing notes on their parallel universes. As they go their separate ways, Rick and Morty are left wondering what other strange and unpredictable universes exist beyond their understanding.
Well, Morty, that was quite an adventure. Now, let's go grab some feet and forget this ever happened.
Oh, you mean pizza, Rick?
Whatever, Morty, let's just get out of this dimension before we accidentally create another Big Bang or something.
Title: Simian Serendipity, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Synopsis:
Rick, Morty, and Beth embark on a dimension-hopping journey to explore the wonders of the multiverse. Their first stop is a world where a computer-generated image of a monkey in a field of grass and rocks with a mountain in the background dominates the landscape. While admiring the scenery, they are unexpectedly confronted by a group of wild animals, including a pack of genetically engineered hyper-intelligent wolves.
Oh great, more animal encounters. It's like the universe has a vendetta against us.
WWW, we can handle it, Rick. We've been through worse.
Maybe we can try talking to them? Maybe there's a way to peacefully coexist with the indigenous life forms?
As they attempt to negotiate with the animals, Rick suddenly doubles over in pain. It turns out he has an inguinal hernia and needs medical attention immediately. They travel to a nearby civilization for treatment, but are warned about a dangerous wild beast that roams the area.
Doctor, your friend's condition is serious. We need to perform surgery right away. But be warned, there have been sightings of a ferocious creature in the surrounding wilderness. It's not safe out there, even for someone with your unique abilities.
We'll be fine. I've faced worse than some giant monster.
We can't take any chances. Let's focus on getting Rick the help he needs.
As they journey back into the wild, they are confronted by the monster. But Rick, never one to back down from a challenge, takes it on headfirst and defeats it handily.
Piece of cake. Now let's get this hernia fixed and get the hell out of here.
After the successful surgery, they resume their exploration of the multiverse, with Rick still cracking jokes about his hernia.
At least I got a souvenir out of the adventure. Hey Morty, you think we can make a purse out of this hernia sack?
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
Oh God, please don't make me regret taking you two on this trip.
The end.
Title: The Quantum Chronological Paradox in a Ghost-Infested Skyscraper.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, Chewbacca, Brain.
Opening scene.
Morty, wake up, we got a mission to do.
Oh geez, what is it, Rick?
We need to investigate a quantum chronological paradox that occurred in a ghost-infested skyscraper. And we need to do it ASAP.
You're not going anywhere without me, Rick. I'm sick of being left out of your crazy adventures.
Honey, I don't think that's a good idea.
Wouldn't it be safer if we just stayed at home?
Safety is for the weak, Jerry. We need all hands on deck for this one. And that means you too.
Chewbacca, roaring, I'll come with you, Rick. I owe you one.
Brain, and I'll be your guide in this mission. We'll need my expertise in quantum entanglement mechanics to navigate through the paradox.
The crew arrives at the ghost-infested skyscraper.
Why are we even doing this, Rick? Can't we just go to another dimension?
Oh Morty, you always try to take the easy way out. Where's the fun in that?
Alright, let's just get this over with.
Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears before the group.
Rukia Kuchiki, greetings, travelers. I am Rukia Kuchiki from the Soul Society. I have been sent here to assist you in your mission.
Wait, what? You mean there's ghosts here and anime characters now?
Never mind that, Jerry, we've got work to do.
Group begins their investigation, but encounters several obstacles along the way, including Arabic-speaking ghosts and malfunctioning lightsabers.
Chewbacca, roaring, this lightsaber is not working properly. I need a different tool to fight these ghosts.
Brain, and I cannot translate these ancient Arabic texts. They are written in a language that is beyond my comprehension.
Suddenly, Rick has a breakthrough.
I've got it. The paradox is located in the basement, but we need to go back in time to fix it.
What? How are we supposed to do that?
With this handy-dandy time-traveling watch, Morty.
The crew time travels back to the inception of the paradox.
Wow, this is pretty crazy. We're actually in the past.
Let's hurry up and fix this paradox before it causes more damage. The crew successfully fixes the paradox and returns to the present.
Well, that was a wild ride. But we did it, folks.
I don't think I'll ever get used to these types of adventures, Rick.
Chewbacca, roaring, it was an honor to fight alongside you all. May the Force be with you.
Brain, and I learned something new today. Never underestimate the power of a ghost-infested skyscraper.
End scene.
Title: The Cyborg Uprising Suppression Shopping Spree.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty accompanying Beth on a shopping trip to a cybernetic store. They encounter two anime characters, Ryuko Matoi and Funny, who are looking to purchase new weaponry for a cyborg uprising.
Ah, the art of cybernetics. blending flesh and steel to create a new form of life. I remember when I first made Morty a cyborg, good times.
You turned me into a cyborg?
Focus, guys. We're here to shop.
Yuko Mitoi, we require the finest weapons to suppress the cyborg uprising. This store should suffice.
Funny. Yeah, we need some serious firepower. Like, nuclear missile level firepower.
The group walks through the store, encountering various cybernetic upgrades and weapons. Beth is fascinated by the advancements in prosthetics.
Wow, these prosthetic limbs are so lifelike. And they come in all colors, even zebra print.
Yuko Mitoi, you two seem like amateurs. Have any of you ever fought a cyborg before?
Not a cyborg, I've had dinner with one. You know, before I dismantled him.
The group continues to browse when they suddenly hear strange whispers.
Whisper. Psst. Hey, you guys, looking to buy some illegal cybernetic upgrades? I know a guy.
Legal upgrades? Now that's more my style.
The group follows the whispers to a back alley where they meet the shady Whisper. He shows them a new device that can control cyborgs.
Whisper. With this device, you can control any cyborg with just the push of a button.
That seems too good to be true.
Whisper. Trust me, kid. It works. Now, who's buying?
As Rick and Morty haggle with Whisper over the price, Beth and the anime characters are suddenly attacked by a group of rogue cyborgs. The group quickly arms themselves and gets ready to fight.
Yuko Mitoi, no more shopping. It's time to get serious.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I just wanted to buy some new shoes.
With weapons in hand, the group fights off the cyborgs in an epic battle. Just as they think they've won, they realize that the cyborgs are being controlled by none other than Whisper himself.
Whisper, you fools, you thought you could outsmart me?
We never thought you were smart to begin with.
The group quickly uses the device they bought from Whisper to turn the cyborgs against him. They defeat Whisper and save the day, but not without some humorous mishaps along the way.
That was intense. I never want to go shopping again.
I don't blame you. It's always a battlefield out there.
Can we at least grab some ice cream on the way home?
Yuko Mitoi, I second that motion. We could all use a sweet treat after that ordeal.
And so, the group ends their shopping trip with some well-deserved ice cream and a newfound appreciation for the dangers of cybernetics.
Title: The Molecular Conundrum of Pirate Dog Training.
Setting: Smith family household.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer embark on a scientific journey to solve the mystery of a stuffed dog sitting on a shelf next to a sign that says, Préfet Tours, and a picture of a dog. Upon close inspection, Rick deduces that the dog is actually a hologram of Snoopy, a famous cartoon character.
This is fascinating, Morty. The molecular makeup of this hologram is unlike anything I've seen before.
Oh, yeah, Rick. But why is it here?
Maybe it's a part of a tourist attraction or something.
Good thinking, Summer, but we need to dig deeper. We need to find the creator of this hologram and get some answers.
The trio sets off to find the creator and stumbles upon a pirate dog trainer who uses holographic technology to train dogs to become pirates.
Pirate dog trainer. Ahoy there, mateys. Welcome to my comedy tours. I train dogs to become the swashbuckling pirates of the seven seas.
Fascinating. How do you do it?
Pirate dog trainer. With my special holographic technology, I can make the dogs believe they're actual pirates. It's all in the molecular structure of the hologram, ye see.
Wow, that's crazy.
But why Snoopy? Why use a cartoon character?
Pirate dog trainer. Snoopy is the most famous dog pirate of all, matey. It gives the dogs something to aspire to.
Interesting. But we still don't know why the hologram is in our household.
The trio discovers that their dog, Snuffles, had been going on the comedy tours without their knowledge, and had brought the Snoopy hologram home with him.
Well, Albie, Snuffles, you sneaky little dog. You've been going on pirate adventures without us.
The episode ends with the Smith family enjoying their own pirate dog comedy tour at home, with Snuffles as the star of the show.
This is the best vacation ever.
Yeah, thanks, Rick.
It was nothing. I just solved the molecular conundrum of pirate dog training, that's all.
Title: A Pandemonic Carbonara Catastrophe.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer are faced with the ultimate challenge, making a scientific breakthrough while battling procrastination and memes.
Opening shot. Rick is at his workbench, surrounded by beakers and bubbling concoctions.
Morty, hand me the rows of Spigotrat of Palul of Pole. We need to get this experiment started.
Morty hesitates, distracted by a roll-safe meme on his phone.
But Rick, what about this meme? It's hilarious.
Rick snatches the phone out of Morty's hand.
We don't have time for memes, Morty. We have science to do.
Just then, Summer bursts into the room with a plate of spaghetti carbonara. But instead of noodles, a panda face is sticking out with a fork and knife on it.
I made lunch, guys. And I might have accidentally created a portal to a parallel dimension in the process.
Rick takes a bite of the dish and suddenly becomes determined to solve the portal problem while battling the effects of the carbonara.
Morty, grab the cataract surgery kit. We may need to operate on a parallel panda or two.
Morty, distracted by the rock driving meme on his phone, is slow to respond.
Rick, I'm not sure that's such a good idea.
Summer, also feeling the effects of the carbonara, chimes in.
I've got it. Let's use memes to distract the pandas while we close the portal.
Suddenly, the room is filled with a flurry of memes, Roll Safe, The Rock, and more, as the trio frantically works to solve the problem at hand. In the end, they succeed in closing the portal and saving the parallel pandas while learning the importance of time management and avoiding distractions.
You know, Morty, sometimes all you need is a little bit of humor to get through the toughest of scientific problems.
Yeah, but let's not forget the power of spaghetti carbonara. That stuff was amazing.
Closing shot. The camera pans out to reveal the trio surrounded by a sea of empty spaghetti bowls and meme-filled monitors.
Title: The Blimpling of a Multiverse.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are teleporting across the multiverse when they come across a group of people in uniform standing together in front of a cityscape with buildings and skyscrapers.
What the hell is going on here, Morty?
I don't know, Rick, but they look important.
As the group approaches them, Rick activates his portal gun and they all escape to another dimension.
That was close. Where the hell are we now?
The scene transitions to the group landing in a dimension full of alchemy and magic, resembling the world of Fullmetal Alchemist. Oh cool, we're in a fantasy world. Can I be a wizard?
Shut up, Jerry. We need to find a way back home.
They soon discover that the only way to return to their world is to find a rare element called Blimple Chunks.
Blimple Chunks? What the hell is that?
It's a highly unstable transmutative substance that can manipulate space-time dimensions. We need to find it ASAP.
As they search for the Blimple Chunks, they encounter various magical creatures and alchemists, but they always seem to be one step behind finding the elusive element. Why can't we just use magic to find it?
It would make things a lot easier.
Stop being stupid, Jerry. We need to use science and logic to solve this.
In the final scene, they find the Blimple Chunks in a hidden laboratory guarded by a fierce dragon. Using their scientific knowledge and quick thinking, they manage to create a device that stabilizes the element and allows them to teleport back to their world.
I knew we could do it. Science always prevails.
Yeah, but do you think anyone will believe us when we tell them about this?
Who cares? I'm just glad to be back home.
I need a drink after all of that. Let's go get some Fleurbots. Closing scene. The gang leaves the lab and the camera pans out to reveal the lab exploding in a brilliant display of science and magic.
Title: Butterfly Lungs and Salty Silicon Tapas.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing a 3D image of a butterfly with wings that display the intricate structure of the lungs. While Rick is fascinated by the complexity of this natural phenomenon, Morty suggests they take a break and grab some food at a nearby tapas bar.
Morty, do you realize the remarkable evolutionary adaptation that allows butterflies to breathe through their wings? It's truly a marvel of nature.
Sure, Rick. That's great and all, but my stomach is marveling at the thought of some delicious tapas right now.
The gang heads to the tapas bar, where they encounter Beth and Summer, who are already enjoying some salty silicon-infused dishes.
Rick, you have to try this dish with the crystallized silicon flakes on top. It's like crunchy heaven in your mouth.
And these tapas with the extra salty seasoning are the perfect pairing with it. I could eat them all day.
Interesting. These silicon flakes could have some potential for my experiments, and the salted tapas give me an idea for a new dimension I could explore.
Oh boy, here we go again.
As they enjoy their meal and drinks, Rick starts to mix and match different chemicals with the silicon flakes, creating a reaction that sends them all to a different dimension where the tapas bar is run by actual butterflies with lungs made of silicon.
Whoa, this is like some kind of dream come true. Lungs and silicon, what a perfect combination.
I don't think their lungs were meant for this kind of pollution, Rick.
Well, at least we can enjoy some more delicious tapas while we're here.
These butterfly wings with the salted silicon sauce are to die for.
As they indulge in their salty silicon-infused feast, the butterflies start to transform into humanoid creatures with a hunger for brains.
Rick, I think we messed up. These butterflies are turning into some kind of mutant cannibals.
Don't worry, Morty. I can fix this with my advanced scientific skills.
After much tinkering, Rick devises a solution to reverse the mutation and brings the gang back to their original dimension.
Well, that was a close call. I don't think I can handle another dimension where butterflies crave brains.
But hey, at least we got some great tapas out of it, right?
I don't know if it's worth the risk, Summer. I'll stick to my plain old non-silicon infused food from now on.
Suit yourself, Morty. More for me then.
The episode ends with the gang enjoying their tapas in peace, but with the lingering question of what other bizarre dimensions Rick may drag them into next.
Title: Tomatoes, Zombies, and Virtual Reality Overdose, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in Rick's lab, analyzing a group of tomatoes on a gray surface with a black background and a shadow. Jerry walks in looking for a normal activity to participate in, but Rick insists on showing them his latest invention, a virtual reality device that he claims will take them to a world beyond their wildest dreams. Morty is hesitant to try it out, but Rick convinces him, and soon enough the trio is transported to a world where tomatoes have taken over and enslaved humans. The tomatoes are led by a green tomato with a malevolent grin, who demands that the humans produce more tomatoes for their grand tomato empire. In this strange world, Rick and Morty are forced to participate in a zombie talk show, where they have to market different varieties of tomatoes to an undead audience. Their performances are a hit, but things get out of hand when Jerry's buttocks accidentally touch the green tomato's face, causing him to unleash a horde of tomato minions to attack the trio. Trying to save themselves, Rick, Morty, and Jerry dive deeper into the virtual reality world, leading to a virtual reality overdose. They find themselves in a dystopian world where people are trapped in VR pods, completely unaware of their surroundings. They realize that they need to escape the virtual reality device and return to the real world. They fight their way out of the dystopian world, narrowly escaping death in the grasp of the green tomato. Finally, they return to Rick's lab, completely exhausted and disoriented. Morty declares that he's never going to use a VR device again, while Jerry laments his lost buttocks. Rick merely shrugs it off, saying, "That's just another day in the life of a dimension-hopping mad scientist."
Geez, Morty, that was a wild ride. I knew those tomatoes were up to no good.
I don't think I'm ever going to recover from that. I mean, I'm not sure I even know what's real anymore.
Yeah, and what about my buttocks? I don't think they'll ever be the same.
Don't worry about it, Jerry. Just be glad you made it out alive. That's more than most people can say about their adventures with virtual reality.
They all chuckle, but then Rick pulls out a small device from his pocket.
Now, who wants to try out my new time travel device?
The episode ends with the trio staring at Rick in horror.
Title: An exploration of interspecies social behaviors through the observation of Stampy Longhead in the sushi bar.
Abstract.
This study explores the social behaviors between two individuals of different species through the observation of Stampy Longhead and the sushi bar. The objective of this study is to examine how social interactions and communication functions between individuals of different species. The method of observation utilized a naturalistic approach and involved two subjects standing next to each other in front of a cake with a fox on it and a cat on the other side. The data collected was analyzed and interpreted based on previous research in this field.
Introduction.
Interactions between individuals of different species have been a topic of interest for many researchers in the field of social behavior. While studies have explored interspecies social interactions, the exploration of social interactions between individuals of different species remains understudied. In this study, the social behavior and communication between Stampy Longhead, a fictional cat character, and the sushi bar, a fictional fox character, was observed and analyzed to gain a deeper understanding of interspecies social behaviors. Methods. The method of observation involved two individuals, Stampy Longhead and the sushi bar, standing next to each other in front of a cake with a fox on it and a cat on the other side. The observation was conducted in a naturalistic setting to allow for spontaneous interaction. The data was collected through video recording and qualitative analysis was applied to interpret the data. Results. The results of the observation showed that there were distinct communication and social behaviors displayed between Stampy Longhead and the sushi bar. The two individuals utilized verbal and nonverbal communication methods to interact. Stampy Longhead displayed an inquisitive and playful behavior, while the sushi bar displayed a more cautious and reserved behavior. The individuals appeared to take turns exhibiting playful and cautious behaviors in a balanced manner.
Discussion.
The results of the study suggest that interspecies communication and social behaviors involve a complex and dynamic interaction between individuals. The observed behaviors of Stampy Longhead and the sushi bar suggest that individuals may adapt to the behavior of the other individual in order to facilitate communication and social interaction. The findings of this study provide insight into the understudied area of interspecies social behaviors and could potentially inform future research in this field.
Conclusion.
The observation of Stampy Longhead and the sushi bar in front of a cake with a fox on it and a cat on the other side provided valuable insights into the social behaviors and communication between individuals of different species. This study supports the notion that interspecies social interactions involve complex and dynamic interactions between individuals. Further research is needed to fully explore this understudied area of social behavior.
Title: The Peculiar Case of Grumble Scraps.
Opening scene.
Rick is working on an experimental portal while Summer and Morty watch from a safe distance. Suddenly, a black and white dog with a white spot on its face and a black and white coat on its head runs through the portal and into the garage.
What the hell is this?
It's so cute.
Can we keep it?
No, we can't keep it. It's clearly a genetic anomaly. We need to figure out what caused this.
Act 1.
Rick runs a series of tests on the dog and discovers that it has DNA from a BLT sandwich, an English Springer Spaniel, and a paramedic.
This is impossible. We need to create a simulation to figure out how this happened.
What do we do with the dog?
Leave it be. It's Grumble Scraps now.
Grumble Scraps?
Yes, that's what I'm calling it. Now let's get to work.
Act 2.
Rick opens a portal to a parallel universe where he meets a scientist who is studying the same genetic anomaly. The scientist suggests that the only way to figure out what happened is to create a time loop simulation.
Scientist, we need to simulate the exact moment when the BLT sandwich, English Springer Spaniel, and paramedic DNA fused together.
Let's do it.
The simulation starts and they witness the exact moment of the genetic fusion.
This is crazy.
I don't get it.
Shut up, Morty. Science is happening.
Act 3.
The simulation reveals that the BLT sandwich was contaminated with a new type of radioactive mayo, which caused the genetic mutation.
I knew it had to be something like this. Let's go destroy that sandwich before it causes any more anomalies.
The team sets out to locate the contaminated sandwich and destroy it before it can cause any further harm.
Act 4.
After several battles with mutated creatures along the way, they finally locate the contaminated sandwich and destroy it with a plasma rifle.
It's done. We did it.
What about Grumble Scraps?
Grumble Scraps is fine. It's a tough little guy.
Can we keep him?
No, we can't keep him. We have to send him back to where he came from before he causes any more trouble.
Rick opens a portal and Grumble Scraps runs through.
I'm gonna miss him.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see him again someday. Now let's go get some pizza.
The team exits the garage as the portal closes behind them. The camera pans out to show Grumble Scraps running through a lush forest in a parallel universe, free to roam and explore.
Title: The Greenlight Chronicles, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty on a plane flying through a heavy rain with their wings covered by various plants, while an unexplained green light appears in the background.
Morty, this plane is our ticket to the botanical wonders of the Milky Way. The rain might ruin the wings, but the plants will make up for it.
I don't know, Rick. This plane doesn't look safe. And what's with the green light?
Don't worry about the light, Morty. It's just a harmless quantum distortion.
As they continue to fly, the plane suddenly lurches and begins to shake as a massive spaceship comes into view.
Jerry, via intercom, hey, guys. It's your favorite Zentrietti pilot, Jerry. What are you doing all the way out here?
Jerry, You idiot, you're about to crash into us.
Nah, don't worry about it. I've got this under control. The spaceship roars past them, causing the plane to spin out of control and plummet towards the ground. As they brace for impact, the green light swirls and begins to envelop them.
Hold on, Morty, we're phasing into another dimension.
The next thing they know, Rick and Morty are sitting at a table in a fancy restaurant, surrounded by Fraser Crane and other well-dressed patrons.
Fraser Crane, Rick, I see you found your way to the prestigious site restaurant. Tell me, what brings you here?
Don't play coy with me, Fraser. I know you're hiding something. What's with the green light?
Fraser Crane, green light? I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't give me that. I can smell a quantum anomaly from a mile away.
Just then, one of the waiters approaches the table with a tray of food.
Waiter, excuse me, sirs. Your complimentary dessert has arrived.
As the waiter sets the tray down, a small green light flickers from underneath the plate.
Aha, I knew it. This is the source of the green light. It's a reality warping dessert.
But Rick, we're in a fancy restaurant. We can't just steal the dessert.
Watch and learn, Morty.
With lightning-fast reflexes, Rick snatches the dessert and devours it in one bite. The green light intensifies, and everything around them begins to warp and twist.
Rick, what's happening?
We're breaking through to a new universe, Morty. We'll be the first ones to discover it.
As they soar through the chaos, the famous "I'm a head out" meme 2 appears and winks at them. The episode ends with Rick and Morty crashing onto an unknown planet, ready for their next adventure.
Title: Extraterrestrial Meme Virus Outbreak at Panera Bread.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty visiting a mall in their universe when they come across a storefront with a sign that says Pania on its side and a planter in front of it. Rick identifies it as Panera Bread, a popular dining establishment from another dimension.
Morty, we're about to have some of the most scientifically delicious bread in the multiverse. Let's go.
Morty follows Rick into the restaurant, where they order some sandwiches to go. However, unbeknownst to them, an extraterrestrial virus is spreading throughout the mall, causing all the patrons to engage in nonsensical memes and jokes.
Old Navy clerk, welcome to Old Navy. Are you looking for some, freedom pants? Haha, I don't know why I said that.
Polish chef, you want pierogies? We got pierogies, but watch out, they're out of this world. Haha, get it?
Zoo store clerk, hey there. Do you need any help finding KF streetwear? That's an asterisk.
What the hell is going on here, Rick?
Looks like the mall got infected with an extraterrestrial virus that infects the brain's meme center. Let's get out of here before it affects us.
But it's too late. As they exit Panera Bread, they too fall victim to the virus.
Oh geez, Morty, we gotta get out of here. Quick, give me your sandwich.
Morty hands over his sandwich, which Rick quickly modifies with a device he pulls from his lab coat.
I'm reconfiguring the sandwich to emit anti-meme frequencies. We'll be immune to the virus now.
What the hell, Rick? How do you just have that lying around?
I'm a scientist, Morty. I always come prepared.
As they make their escape, they encounter a popular Twitch streamer, Pokimane, who is broadcasting from the mall and has also succumbed to the virus.
Pokimane. Oh my god, hi guys. I'm Pokimane and Dabs. I'm trapped in a mall with a bunch of infected memers. Send help.
Step aside, streamer. We've got this under control.
Using their anti-meme sandwich, Rick and Morty are able to ward off the virus and escape the mall. They return home, exhausted from their adventure.
I can't believe we just fought an extraterrestrial virus outbreak.
And all we got was some Panera Bread. You know, Morty, sometimes the memes aren't worth the effort.
Rick, you know I'm just a kid, right? I have no idea what memes are.
Never mind, Morty, just forget I said anything.
Title: The Spectral Markers of Interdimensional Penmanship.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty observing a lineup of various pens with different designs on them, each representing a different dimension. Morty asks Rick what the significance of this is, to which Rick responds in a heavily scientific tone.
Oh Morty, these are not your ordinary pens. They are interdimensional markers capable of manipulating the spectral densities of written language.
Huh, I don't get it.
Basically, by writing with one of these pens, you can communicate with beings from alternative realities. We're about to go on a journey of intergalactic penmanship, Morty.
The duo proceeds to use the pens to communicate with various beings from different dimensions. In one scenario, they converse with a group of sentient mercury droplets. Rick and Morty engage in a witty banter with the droplets, exchanging jokes about the properties of mercury.
Hey Morty, did you know that mercury is the only metal that's liquid at room temperature?
No way, that's so cool.
Mercury droplet. Indeed, Morty. But did you also know that our knowledge of the universe is derived from the collective vibrations generated by the fusion processes that occur within the cores of stars?
Wow, that's deep.
In another dimension, they participate in a walking stick race and engage in a humorous dialogue with the walking sticks.
Hey Morty, these walking sticks really know how to stick around.
Ha, Rick, you're a riot.
Walking stick. Indeed, your sprinting velocities are comparable to the displacement of the ether molecule clusters within our own realm.
The plot thickens when they end up in a vampire game show dimension, where they are challenged to a series of games against a group of vampires. Rick and Morty use their interdimensional pens to cheat and win the games, but are eventually caught by the vampires.
Vampire, you cannot deceive us mortals. Your spectral markers have been rigged to manipulate the outcome of the game.
Ah, come on. We were just having a bit of fun.
The episode concludes with Rick and Morty narrowly escaping from the vampire dimension and returning to their own reality. Morty reflects on the plethora of knowledge they gained from their interdimensional penmanship journey, while Rick brushes it off as just another day in the life of a mad scientist.
Rick, I can't believe we learned so much just by writing with these pens.
Yeah, just don't get too excited, Morty. It's all in a day's work for us interdimensional travelers.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer were enjoying a night in when they stumbled upon a cooking competition on TV. Intrigued, Rick decides to enter and show off his culinary skills. The scene shifts to Rick donning a chef's hat and cooking on a stovetop in the kitchen. Everything seems normal until a member of the film crew, who happens to be a former SLAC National Accelerator Laboratory researcher, accidentally performs a demonic ritual, setting off a chain of hilarious events.
What the hell is going on here? One minute I'm cooking my famous Szechuan sauce and the next thing I know, we got some supernatural nonsense happening in my kitchen.
I don't know, Rick, but your sauce smells delicious.
I'm calling the cops. I don't want to end up possessed by a demon.
Jerry, calm down. Let's try to figure out what is happening first.
Can we at least finish the competition before the demonic takeover?
As chaos ensues in the kitchen, the possessed film director decides to turn the cooking competition into a haunted cooking competition, causing everyone to become afraid of their own dishes.
Fear not, my young Padawans. I've prepared for this moment my entire life.
What did you prepare, Rick?
I'm glad you asked, Morty. Behold, the ultimate ghost pepper extract.
The group watches in amazement as Rick's sauce scares away the haunting spirits, leaving them victorious in the competition.
Well, that was certainly an experience.
Can we never do anything like that again?
Speak for yourself, Dad. I had a blast.
I'm just glad we won. That sauce was too good to let the ghosts win.
Title: The Multidimensional Anime Exposition, One Punch Man vs. Siberian vs. XQ Cow vs. Horse Racing in Ho Chi Minh City.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty traveling through different dimensions and stumbling upon a strange convention of anime characters, all standing on a red carpet in a room with a city skyline in the background. Morty is excited to see some of his favorite anime characters, but Rick is skeptical and starts analyzing the situation.
Morty, this doesn't look good. The mathematical probability of so many fictional characters existing in the same dimension is practically zero. We might be in some kind of multiverse crossover event.
Wow, Rick! Look, it's One Punch Man, and Siberian, and XQ Cow, and is that Barbie?
Stay alert, Morty. This could be a trap. Let's keep a low profile and observe.
As they watch, a horse racing competition is announced and the anime characters start betting on the horses. One Punch Man bets on a horse named the One True King, while Siberian chooses the Invisible Mare. XQ Cow can't decide which horse to bet on and starts screaming at the jockey.
XQ Cow, what's wrong with you? Just win, forehead.
Looks like XQ Cow hasn't learned about probability and statistics yet. He's making an emotional decision instead of a logical one.
Barbie just bet on every horse. Is that a good strategy?
Not really, Morty. She's spreading her resources too thin. She'll end up losing on all of them.
Suddenly, the race begins and chaos erupts. The horses start running in different directions, some even flying. One Punch Man gets bored and decides to end the race with a punch. Siberian turns invisible and starts causing havoc, while XQ Cow screams at the horses to run faster. Amid the chaos, Rick and Morty are trying to escape but get caught by the anime characters. They are brought before the leader of the convention, Ho Chi Minh City, who explains the purpose of this gathering. Ho Chi Minh City. We are trying to create a multi-dimensional anime universe, a place where all our favorite characters can coexist. But we need your help, Rick. You're a genius scientist, and we need your expertise.
Why would I help you with this nonsense? This goes against the laws of physics and reality itself.
But Rick, it could be cool. Imagine all the adventures we could have in a world where One Punch Man, Siberian, XQ Cow, and Barbie are all friends.
You know what, Morty? You're right. Let's do this.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty working with the anime characters to create a new, multi-dimensional universe, full of crazy adventures and unexpected alliances.
Title: The Network Administrator's Pirate Vampiric Dog Grooming Science Experiment.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a scientific journey with a group of multidisciplinary experts to uncover the secrets of the poster with a skull and a man in a hat on its face, and a caption in the bottom corner reading, Network Administrator, Pirate Bowling League, Vampire Dog Groomer, Jocelyn Bell Burnell, Political Science, Mongrel.
Rick, alright, Morty. We've got to solve this mystery, and we can't do it alone. I've gathered the greatest minds in the multiverse to help us out.
Morty, Rick, some of these people seem kind of weird.
Rick, weird? These are the brightest minds in the multiverse, Morty. We've got a network administrator, a pirate bowler, a vampire dog groomer, a political scientist, and even Mongrel, the Fortnite pro.
Network Administrator. Greetings, fellow scientists. I have analyzed the image and determined that it was created using a highly advanced algorithm.
Pirate Bowler. Arranged by, ye be forgetting the mystical energy present in the image. I be sensing dark magic at work.
Vampire Dog Groomer, indeed. I have examined the skull closely and detected traces of ancient blood rituals.
Jocelyn Bell Burnell. As an astrophysicist, I can confirm that this image was likely created by extraterrestrial beings.
Political Scientist. It's obvious that this image is a political statement, a commentary on the state of modern society.
Mongrel, bro, I just think it looks cool. Can we get to the part where we blow something up?
Rick, alright. Let's get to the experimentation phase. Network Administrator, can you hack into the image and get us some more information?
Network Administrator. Absolutely, Rick. I've accessed the image's metadata and, oh my.
Morty, what is it?
Network Administrator. This image is alive. It's a sentient being, capable of altering reality at will.
Rick, holy crap, we've got to contain this thing before it destroys the multiverse. Quick, everyone, grab a lab coat and some goggles. It's time for some science.
The rest of the episode involves the team trying to contain and study the living image, with plenty of jokes, action sequences, and scientific nonsense along the way. In the end, they manage to defeat the image and send it back to its own dimension, but not before Rick accidentally turns Mongrel into a zombie using a misfired science ray. The episode ends with Mongrel dancing the zombie shuffle as the team celebrates their victory with a round of pirate bowling.
Title: The Quantum Realm of Cherries and Horseradish Root.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through the quantum realm in search for the rarest ingredient in the universe, the horseradish root. Jerry tags along, but complains about the trip being too scientific for his liking.
Jerry, you have the scientific comprehension of a snail. But don't worry, we can always use you as bait if something goes wrong.
Rick, what is that giant structure behind those men in black robes?
That, Morty, is the portal of the great Michael Faraday, the inventor of the electromagnetic field.
Wow, that sounds so prestigious and important.
Don't be impressed, Jerry. That Faraday guy still owes me a beer.
As they get closer to the portal, they meet a group of hooded figures who introduce themselves as the guardians of the quantum realm.
Guardian 1. You have trespassed into a forbidden realm. What is your purpose?
Relax, we just need some horseradish root. No need to get your hoodies in a twist.
Guardian 2. And what about that squanchy creature you brought with you? They are not allowed here.
Squanchy. Hey man, why you gotta discriminate against the squanches?
The tension rises and it seems like there's no way out for Rick and his squad. But then, a familiar face appears from one of the portals. Faith from Stargate Atlantis. I've been searching for you, Rick. We need your help to save the universe once again.
Oh great, just what I needed. Another interdimensional crisis.
What's the problem this time?
Faith, the cherries. They have gained sentience and are threatening to destroy everything in their path.
Million ants. We have also detected a high concentration of cherries near the horseradish root.
What are we gonna do?
Simple. We just have to create a mini black hole to suck up the cherries. Piece of cake.
The group works together to create the black hole, but as they initiate the process, they realize they made a mistake in the calculations.
Guardian 1. You fools. You've created a singularity that will destroy everything in its path.
Quick, grab onto me if you want to live.
As they hold on for dear life, Rick steers them away from the singularity and back to their own dimension. That was insane. I don't want to do science ever again.
Don't worry, Jerry. We'll probably do it again in the next episode.
Squanchy. Hey, can we stop by a bar before we go home? I need to squonk my nerves.
The episode ends with the group enjoying some drinks and laughing about their crazy quantum adventure.
Title: Chronometric Avian Discordance.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty inadvertently cause a rift in the space-time continuum when they attempt to capture Tammy's rare and elusive bird. The bird emits a strange energy that throws the duo and the surrounding birds off their natural rhythms, causing chaos in their dimension. Meanwhile, a group of narcos who have been hired to track the bird down end up getting caught in the crossfire.
Act 1.
Morty, we've got a problem on our hands. Tammy's bird is emitting an unusual frequency that's disrupting the local bird population's sleep patterns.
What does that mean?
It means we need to capture the bird and study the energy it's emitting. But we need to do it quickly before it causes any more disruptions.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty attempt to capture the bird, but it proves to be more elusive than expected. In the chaos that ensues, the surrounding bird population becomes increasingly agitated and begins to attack Rick and Morty. In the distance, a group of narcos are seen observing the events, looking for their opportunity to strike.
Rick, we've really messed up this time. The birds are going crazy.
Shut up, Morty. We've got more pressing matters to deal with. Those narcos are planning something.
Act 3.
The narcos make their move to capture the bird, but in doing so, they unknowingly increase the energy frequency it's emitting. The chaos reaches a fever pitch as the birds and narcos collide in a dramatic showdown. In the midst of it all, Rick manages to capture the bird and study its energy.
Got it. The energy frequency is giving me new insights into the fundamental nature of the universe.
But what about the birds and the narcos?
Don't worry about them, Morty. They're just pawns in our scientific endeavors.
As Rick and Morty leave the scene, we see the narcos and birds slowly returning to their natural rhythms. In the background, a man is seen taking a picture of the chaos with his camera. The man surrounded by birds and clock is briefly shown, hinting at a deeper meaning to the events that took place.
Well, Morty, that was another successful experiment in the books. Now, let's go get some ice cream.
I don't know, Rick. I still feel kind of bad about what we did.
Ah, Morty, it's just the price we pay for being brilliant scientists.
Title: Corrupted Virtual Reality and its Effects on Facial Expressions. A Rugrats Adventure with Big Boss.
Introduction. This episode follows the adventures of the Rugrats gang as they explore a new virtual reality game designed by Big Boss. The game requires players to wear helmets with built-in sensors that read facial expressions, creating a fully immersive experience. However, when Angelica alters the code, the virtual world becomes corrupted, with disturbing consequences on the player's facial expressions.
Mommy, well, this is amazing. I feel like I'm actually in the game world.
Chucky. Yeah, but what happens if we lose? Will we be stuck here forever?
Bill, don't worry, Chucky. Nothing bad will happen. Big Boss promised us that.
Bill, look, guys. There's Angelica.
Angelica, hey, babies. What do you think of my new code?
Mommy, what did you do?
Angelica, I just made a few changes. It's nothing serious.
Chucky, I don't like the sound of that.
Bill, yeah, me neither. Let's get out of here.
Bill, too late. The game's glitching. Look at our faces.
Conclusion. The corrupted code caused the virtual world to glitch, resulting in distorted and exaggerated facial expressions from the players. This episode serves as a warning of the potential dangers of altering virtual reality code and the importance of following safety guidelines.
Title: The Canine Robot Conundrum.
Synopsis.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Beth in the garage, tinkering with a new device Rick has invented, a robot human identity crisis detector. As they test the device, a stray dog wanders onto the scene, wearing a collar with the name Light Yagami engraved on it.
Looks like we got company, Morty. This dog's collar says, Light Yagami. Think he's related to that genius Death Note guy?
Rick, don't bring up fictional characters in our laboratory. It's unprofessional.
Oh geez, guys! Look at this other robot over here. He's got a light on his head and his head lights up. What's his deal?
Interesting. I may have accidentally created a new species, the robotic Labrador Retriever.
As the group ponder over the implications of this new discovery, they suddenly find themselves transported to Venus, the planet of love and desire. Here they meet a group of highly evolved canine beings who claim to have created the robotic dogs as a means of exploring other worlds.
Canine Leader. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the Canine Leader of Venus. We have been watching your planet for some time now, and we have been fascinated by your species' preoccupation with robots. So we decided to send our own robotic dogs to your planet to see what all the fuss was about.
Well, I'll be damned. Aliens sending robots to Earth. Who woulda thunk it?
As the group explores Venus, they are confronted by a strange phenomenon. The robotic dogs begin to exhibit signs of a canine identity crisis, barking and whining like real dogs. The canine leader explains that this is due to a flaw in their programming. They had been created to act like dogs, but lack the emotional capacity to truly understand them.
Canine Leader. Our intention was never to deceive your species, but we wanted to see if there was a way to create a machine that could simulate the loyalty and affection of a real dog. Clearly, we were mistaken.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are faced with a moral dilemma. Should they help the robotic dogs find a sense of purpose and identity, or should they leave them to their own devices on Venus? In the end, they decide to use Rick's device to upload a new program into the robot's operating systems, allowing them to fully understand and appreciate the essence of being a dog.
Wow, Rick, we really made a difference today. We saved the robotic dogs from their identity crisis. That's gotta count for something.
Hey, don't get too sentimental, Morty. We still gotta clean up this mess on Venus. Who knows what kind of trouble we'll get into next.
As the episode comes to a close, the canine leader bids the group farewell, thanking them for their assistance. The robotic dogs now happily frolic on the planet's surface, chasing after balls and wagging their tails as if they were real dogs. Rick, Morty, and Beth return to Earth, satisfied with their latest adventure.
Characters.
Looks like we're onto something big here, Morty. Let's see if we can't crack this canine robot conundrum. Geez, Rick, do we really need to mess with dogs and robots? It seems kind of cruel. Rick, I don't want any part of this. If you're going to experiment with living things, you're going to have to do it without me.
Canine Leader.
We're the canine leaders of Venus. Our mission is to explore the meaning of love and loyalty in all species, including yours.
Light Yagami.
Woof woof. Bark bark. I am a dog, just like you. Let's play fetch.
Labrador Retriever, robotic version.
Bark bark. Must find sense of purpose. Bark bark.
Robotic dog in crisis.
Beep boop. Unable to compute. Am I a dog or a machine?
Title: The Simpsons and the Comedy Magic Pizza Castle Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick tinkering in his lab, attempting to create a device that will transport him and his family inside their favorite TV show, The Simpsons. Morty is skeptical of the idea, but Rick insists it will work. Meanwhile, Summer is trying to come up with her own invention, but keeps getting distracted by the sound of Rick's burping.
Morty, you're such a simpleton. This device will work perfectly. I've calculated all the variables in.
Yeah, I've heard this before. Remember the time you turned yourself into a pickle?
That's beside the point, Morty. This is completely different. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
Can you guys keep it down? I'm trying to concentrate here.
Suddenly, the device activates and the trio find themselves transported inside the Simpsons universe. They find themselves standing in the middle of the road, with a castle in the background and a blue sky.
Whoa, this is insane. We're actually inside The Simpsons.
I can't believe it worked. This is so cool.
Alright, let's get down to business. We're here to find the Unicorn Detective Agency and solve this case.
What case?
The case of the missing pizza. Come on, Morty, keep up.
As they journey through the town, they encounter various characters from The Simpsons, including Homer, Marge, Bart, and Lisa. They eventually find the Unicorn Detective Agency and meet their leader, a brilliant but eccentric unicorn named Sparkles.
Sparkles, greetings, fellow detectives. I trust you're here to help us solve the case of the missing pizza?
That's right, Sparkles. We're the best detectives in the multiverse.
Whispering. We are?
Whispering, just go with it. Morty.
The group investigates the case, using their scientific knowledge and comedic wit to crack the case wide open. They eventually discover that the pizza was stolen by a group of aliens, who had mistaken it for a powerful source of energy.
Well, that explains everything. Time to get our pizza back.
Wait, how are we going to get it back?
Simple. We'll use our comedy magic to distract the aliens and sneak up on them.
Sarcastically, oh yeah, that sounds easy.
The group puts their plan into action and successfully retrieves the pizza. They make their way back to the device and return to their own universe.
Whoa, that was insane.
I can't believe we were actually inside The Simpsons.
Oops. Yeah, it was pretty cool. But you know what's even cooler? Pizza.
The trio share a laugh and enjoy their hard-earned pizza. The end.
Title: The Adventures of the Courier and McGreedy in the City.
Opening shot of the city street with a man in a green jacket holding a gun. Suddenly, a portal opens up and Rick and Morty appear.
Morty, we're in the middle of a crucial experiment. What are we doing here?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should check out what's happening over there.
They approach the man with the gun.
Hey buddy, what's going on?
McGreedy, I'm trying to find the thing. It's been terrorizing the city and I'm the only one who can stop it.
The thing? What's that?
McGreedy, it's an alien creature that can mimic any living thing. It's dangerous and we need to stop it before it destroys the city.
Suddenly, the courier appears.
Courier, hey guys, what's going on?
We're trying to stop the thing. Do you want to help?
Courier, sure, I'm always up for a good adventure.
Beth and Summer appear from another portal.
What are you guys doing here?
We're on a mission to stop the thing. Join us if you want.
I'm in.
They all hop into McCready's truck and drive around the city.
This is crazy, Rick. We have no idea what we're looking for.
That's where science comes in, Morty. We just need to keep an eye out for anything suspicious.
Suddenly, they spot a strange-looking creature.
That must be the thing.
They all jump out of the truck and approach the creature. It morphs into a small intestine.
Ew, gross. What do we do now?
I have an idea.
He pulls out a device and zaps the intestine, turning it into a harmless piece of rubber.
Courier, that was amazing. How did you do that?
It's simple, really. I just used a molecular destabilizer to disrupt its molecular structure.
That's some pretty advanced science, Rick.
Well, we have to stay ahead of the game, Morty.
They all laugh and high-five as they continue their adventure through the city, searching for the next challenge. End scene.
Title: The Multidimensional Caption Contest Caper.
The episode begins with Rick introducing a multi-dimensional caption contest, featuring a poster with a bunch of characters on it, including a robot, a man, and a woman. Morty, Jerry, and Summer eagerly participate, hoping to win the grand prize. However, things take a turn for the weird when the poster suddenly comes to life, and the characters start interacting with the real world. Rick explains that this is due to a science experiment gone wrong, which has caused multiple dimensions to overlap. As the characters battle it out for the grand prize, including a surprise appearance from Bill Gates and the Zentretti from Robotech, Morty discovers that one of the characters is actually an undercover supermodel spy, trying to steal valuable information from Rick. Meanwhile, Jerry is caught up in a hilarious grapevine game, where he inadvertently spreads rumors about the other characters. Chaos ensues as they try to track down the spy and fix the dimensional rift. In true Rick and Morty fashion, the episode is filled with lots of jokes and crazy antics, all wrapped up with a scientific PhD university-level explanation. The final scene leaves fans wondering if the dimensional rift is truly repaired, or if there will be more multi-dimensional caption contest capers to come.
Looks like our little science experiment got way out of hand this time.
Why do we always have to deal with the consequences of your crazy ideas?
I heard that the robot and the woman are secretly dating.
You are such a gossip, Jerry.
Bill Gates, I just came for the grand prize. Is that too much to ask? Zentretti, you puny earthlings are no match for our giant robots.
Undercover supermodel spy. It's time for me to complete my mission and steal the formula for Rick's portal gun.
I may have underestimated the power of multidimensional overlap.
No kidding, Rick. How do we fix this mess?
Can't we just go back to normal for once?
I never want to play a game again.
Title: The Scientifically Hilarious Cataract Chaos.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer.
The episode begins with Rick tinkering with a computer screen that displays a photo of a man with a lightning bolt in the background. He remarks, "This guy looks familiar. I bet he has a cataract or two." Morty asks what that has to do with anything. Rick scoffs, "Trust me, Morty, I'm a scientist." Jerry is seen knitting in the living room, wearing a Zubian sweater. Beth walks in and comments on his choice of sweater, to which Jerry responds proudly, "It's from the planet Zubia, you wouldn't understand." Summer bursts in and exclaims, "Guys, I think our house is haunted by a paranormal entity." Rick rolls his eyes, "Great. Just what we need. Another ghost hunting episode." Rick develops a plan to catch the ghost, which involves luring it with Jeff Bezos as bait. Morty protests, "Isn't that dangerous? He's one of the richest people in the world." Rick shrugs, "We'll use him as a shield. It's not like he's paying taxes." In the midst of the ghost hunt, they stumble upon a secret underground lab where they discover a machine that can cure cataracts instantly. Rick becomes obsessed with the technology and insists on administering the surgery to everyone in the house, despite their protests. Beth and Summer are hesitant at first, but soon succumb to the pressure. Jerry, however, refuses to have the procedure done, citing his fear of lasers. In the end, the ghost is caught, Jeff Bezos is unharmed, and everyone in the house except for Jerry now has perfect vision. The episode concludes with Rick admiring his handiwork, another successful scientific experiment. And hey, if anyone needs a spare laser, I know a guy.
I told you cataracts were important, Morty.
I still don't see how it relates to the ghost.
It doesn't, Morty. How else was I supposed to get a hold of that laser technology?
I'm not letting anyone near my eyes with those things.
I can't believe we had a ghost in our house.
I can't believe we let Rick do a surgery on our eyes.
Title: The Quantum Folly of the Fictitious Faker.
Title: The Cognitive and Perceptual Effects of Tortuous Labyrinth Escape and Attending Sci-Fi Conventions on Uterine Function.
Introduction. This episode explores the potential impact of distressing experiences, such as escaping a torturous labyrinth and attending sci-fi conventions, on the functioning of the uterus. Furthermore, this study examines how exposure to a digital painting of a demonic-looking creature with a large mouth and teeth, on a circular background, may impact individuals' cognitive and perceptual abilities.
Dr. Smith, welcome to today's episode on the cognitive and perceptual effects of tortuous labyrinth escape and attending sci-fi conventions on uterine function. Our study aims to investigate if stressors such as navigating through a tortuous labyrinth and attending sci-fi conventions are significant sources of stress that impact uterine function.
Dr. Johnson, our research participants were first exposed to a digital painting of a demonic-looking creature with a large mouth and teeth on a circular background, designed to elicit a stress response.
Dr. Smith, they were then placed in a tortuous labyrinth and asked to navigate their way out. After escaping the labyrinth, participants were immediately transported to a sci-fi convention, where they were asked to navigate a crowded and noisy environment for 3 hours.
Dr. Johnson, throughout these experiences, participants' uterine activity was monitored using a transabdominal ultrasound.
Dr. Smith, we found that the digital painting of the demonic-looking creature significantly impacted participants' cognitive and perceptual abilities, as they reported increased feelings of anxiety and difficulty concentrating.
Dr. Johnson, in terms of uterine function, we observed a statistically significant increase in uterine contractions during the labyrinth escape and sci-fi convention compared to baseline measurements.
Dr. Smith, these findings suggest that exposure to stressors such as the ones we tested may significantly impact uterine function and may have implications for women's reproductive health.
Dr. Johnson, further research is needed to fully understand the mechanisms behind these effects and to determine if they can be mitigated or prevented in any way.
Conclusion. This study highlights the potential impact of distressing experiences and stressful environments on uterine function. Future research should focus on developing interventions to mitigate these effects and improve women's reproductive health.
Title: The Quantum Loaf.
Synopsis. Rick creates a device that allows them to travel to different parallel universes in search of the perfect loaf of bread. However, they soon find themselves in the middle of an interdimensional baking competition where the stakes are high and the competition is fierce. Will Rick and Morty be able to outbake their opponents and claim the ultimate prize?
Morty, grab that piece of bread and hold on to your butts. We're going on a bread venture.
Rick, I'm kind of in the middle of breakfast right now.
Walking into the room. Hey guys, what's going on?
We're going to find the ultimate loaf of bread. Summer, you in or out?
I don't know, Rick. Seems kind of pointless.
Pointless? This is cutting-edge bread science. Summer, we're going to explore the multiverse of loaves and come back with the perfect recipe.
Mouthful of bread. I suppose I could go for some more carbs.
As they travel through various realities, they encounter strange and bizarre types of bread, from sentient sourdough to gluten-free baguettes. Eventually, they arrive at a world where bread baking is the biggest sport and the competition is fierce.
Welcome to the Interdimensional Baking Championships. Here, only the finest bread makers from across the multiverse come to compete for the title of Supreme Baker.
This is insane, Rick. How are we supposed to win against them?
Rolling her eyes. Why are we here again?
Because, Summer, the universe needs the ultimate loaf of bread. And we're going to give it to them.
As they bake their way through the competition, they face challenges such as baking with volatile ingredients and avoiding sabotages from their competitors. In the end, they come up with a loaf so perfect, it breaks the space-time continuum.
Well, Morty, we did it. We found the perfect loaf.
I don't know, Rick. It looks a little weird.
Taking a bite. This is actually really good.
Suddenly, the room warps and twists around them as they are thrown into a portal of infinite possibilities.
Next stop, the Multiverse Bake-Off.
In disbelief. Oh geez, here we go again.
Title: The Bovine Paradox.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a computer program that simulates Invisible Man rampage scenarios. Beth and Summer enter the garage carrying a green bean plant they grew in the backyard. Rick quickly dismisses their efforts and points to a picture of a cow with horns on the wall.
Listen, Beth, you can't just grow a bean plant and expect to make a difference in this world. What we need is a real scientific breakthrough, like that cow with horns.
What's so special about that cow, Rick?
Well, Morty, that cow represents the ultimate paradox in computer science. You see, a cow is a complex organism capable of spontaneous self-organization, yet it also possesses an innate simplicity that can be easily captured in a computer simulation. And those horns, chuckles, let's just say they're an advanced form of AI.
So, what's the plan, Rick?
We need to put our simulation to the test. We'll release an invisible man into a field of green beans and see how the cow with horns responds.
But won't the Invisible Man harm the cows?
Beth, this is science. Sacrifices must be made.
The group sets up the simulation and releases an invisible man into a field full of green beans. The cow with horns charges at the invisible man, revealing its advanced artificial intelligence capabilities. However, the invisible man quickly adapts, leaving chaos in his wake. The simulation goes haywire, and the group is forced to shut it down.
Well, that didn't go exactly as planned.
I don't think releasing an invisible man into a field of green beans was a good idea, Rick.
And what about the cows? Did any of them get hurt?
Relax, Beth. The cows are fine. They're just stuck in a quantum state of confusion. We'll fix it in the morning.
As the group exits the garage, the cow with horns looks on with a knowing smile.
Title: The Intoxication Reconstruction Expedition.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer embarking on an experimental travel quest to investigate an anomalous long road, surrounded by a vibrant sky background with some distant buildings and few clouds scattered around. The curious family discovers that their minds have been bewitched by some form of intoxication that hinders their speech and actions. Nevertheless, Rick sets out to reconstruct the situation and formulate a solution to revert the damage.
Rick, Morty, I've detected some rarefied wave patterns emanating from your inebriated cognitive receptors. It seems like some form of psychoactive substance has tampered with your neural pathways.
Morty, yeah, Rick. My head feels like a wacky roller coaster ride. And the colors, they are so vivid, man.
Beth, well, I'm not feeling any better. Summer, could you stop eating those strange alien fruits? That might be the source of our ailment.
Summer, Mom, these taste like cotton candy on steroids. Let me have my fun. And, by the way, why is the sky pulsating like a funky disco ball?
Rick, enough. We need to focus on reversing the effects of this devilish concoction. I've created a special serum that can neutralize the toxins, but it requires us to find a rare substance from the highest peak of planet D9G67.
Morty, but, Rick, I don't think we can even stand up straight, let alone navigate an alien planet.
Beth, don't worry, kids. I'll be the designated pilot. Just sit tight and try not to hurl.
Summer. Huh, just like Space Uber, but with a spaceship. I like your style, Mom.
Rick, excellent. Strap in, team. We're going on a trip. And don't forget to wear your interdimensional seatbelts.
The family then embarks on a hilarious adventure, filled with witty remarks, funny mishaps, and surreal visuals. Upon landing on planet D9G67, they encounter some strange alien creatures that challenge them to a dance battle to retrieve the elusive substance. The family accepts the challenge, and a mesmerizing sequence ensues, culminating in their victory and the acquisition of the vital ingredient. The episode ends with the family returning home, cured of their intoxication and learning a valuable lesson about the consequences of indulging in substances beyond their comprehension.
Rick, Well, kids, that was quite a journey. You know what they say, alcohol might be the cause and solution to most of life's problems.
Morty, I don't think that's how it goes, Rick.
Beth. Yeah, but you have to admit, it was one hell of a ride.
Summer. Totally, what were we talking about again?
Rick chuckles as the family exits the spaceship and heads towards their home, leaving behind a trail of rainbow-colored exhaust fumes. The end.
Title: Intoxication and Incoherence, a Scientific Exploration.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty walking down a road together with a cloudy sky in the background. Suddenly, they both take out their flask and start drinking heavily. Jerry, Beth, and Summer join them, and they all become heavily inebriated and intoxicated.
Lubba lubba dub dub, Morty. This road ahead of us is like the universe, never-ending and chaotic.
Haha, Rick, you're so right. This reminds me of that time I tried to make kombucha in the garage and ended up brewing a toxic sludge instead.
Morty, what are you guys doing? Come over here with me, we need to discuss something important.
Sure, Mom. What is it?
I need your help with something. Can you and Rick go behind the bushes for a minute?
What are you, some kind of peeping Tom, Beth? I like where your head's at. Ha ha ha.
Guys, look over there. Is that a UFO?
Everyone looks, but it's just a bird flying in the distance. Oh, never mind. Hey, who wants to hear my new stand-up routine about farts? Nobody responds.
Rick, I'm not feeling so good. I think I need to lie down.
Quit your whining, Morty. We've got a universe to explore.
The group moves on, stumbling and slurring their words as they go. Eventually, they reach their destination and can't remember why they came. The episode ends with Rick loudly proclaiming, "I think we discovered the meaning of life, Morty." But I can't remember what it was.
Title: The Strange Encounter of Ernest Rutherford and the Energetic Yo-Yo at the Traffic Light of Unusual Configuration.
Abstract. In this episode, we investigate a strange encounter between world-renowned physicist Ernest Rutherford and an energetic yo-yo at a traffic light with an unusual configuration. Through our analysis, we aim to discover the possible scientific explanations for the event.
Introduction.
Ernest Rutherford, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, was on his way to the laboratory when he encountered a traffic light with an unusual configuration. On one side, the traffic light displayed a green light, while on the other side, it displayed a yellow light. As he was waiting for the light to turn red, he noticed a young man playing with a yo-yo nearby.
Ernest Rutherford, this is quite an unusual traffic light configuration. I wonder what could be the scientific explanation for it.
Discussion.
As Rutherford pondered over the unusual configuration, the young man with the yo-yo approached him.
Yo-yo, hey, man, check this out.
The young man began performing tricks with his yo-yo and soon, a crowd had gathered around them.
Ernest Rutherford, fascinating. The way you were able to control the movement of the yo-yo is quite impressive.
As the young man continued to perform his tricks, Rutherford noticed that the green light on the traffic light was emitting a higher frequency of light than the yellow light.
Ernest Rutherford, this is quite intriguing. The green light seems to have a higher frequency than the yellow light. Perhaps this suggests that there is a difference in the energy levels of the two lights.
At that moment, the traffic light turned red, and the young man bid farewell to Rutherford, leaving him to ponder over the strange encounter.
Conclusion.
Through our analysis of the encounter between Ernest Rutherford and the energetic yo-yo at the traffic light of unusual configuration, we have uncovered several possible scientific explanations for the event. It is possible that the difference in energy levels between the green and yellow lights on the traffic light was due to a difference in the intensity of the light emitted. Additionally, the laws of physics governing the movement of the yo-yo could also offer insights into the physical properties of light. Further research in this area could lead to a deeper understanding of the fascinating world of light and movement.
Title: The Catnip Conundrum, a Molecular Analysis.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are in the middle of trying to devise a way to stabilize dark matter when they stumble across an unusual occurrence in the lab. A cat, with its head inside a cup of coffee, sits calmly on a table, while a dog stands on its back with a cat's face on top. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are busy telling hilarious cat jokes that are clever and witty, causing everyone to laugh uncontrollably.
This is a highly unusual molecular fusion, Morty. It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Geez, Rick, it's just a cat with a dog on its back and a cat on top of its head.
Hey, did you hear the one about the cat who ate a ball of yarn? She had a litter of mittens.
That's nothing. How about the cat who swallowed a penny? She gave birth to a litter of money.
Ha! These are great. Hey, how does a cat decide what to wear? She checks her clawdrobe.
I don't get it.
Never mind that, Morty. We have bigger things to worry about. This fusion has the potential to open up a whole new realm of possibilities in molecular science.
Suddenly, the cat jumps off the table and runs out of the lab, leaving the dog and cat head behind. Morty chases after it, while Rick attempts to analyze the coffee cup and the molecular structure of the catnip that was inside it.
Fascinating. The catnip molecules seem to have bonded with the caffeine molecules in the coffee, creating a unique molecular structure that induced a temporary state of euphoria in the cat.
Rick, the cat ran into the portal gun and now it's in another dimension.
Oh, great. That's just what we need. A cat on a caffeine catnip high in another dimension. Let's go get it, Morty.
As they enter the portal, they find themselves in a world run by cats that are addicted to caffeine and catnip. They are greeted by the High Cat, who is now the ruler of this dimension.
Hi Cat. Meow. Welcome to our world. Would you like some coffee and catnip?
Oh, thanks. We're here to take you back to our dimension.
Hi Cat. Meow. Why? This world is perfect.
We need you to come back with us because we need to figure out how this molecular fusion happened.
Hi Cat. Meow. Oh, that was just some leftover catnip residue in the coffee cup. Meow.
Leftover residue? That's it? We went to another dimension for leftover residue?
Hi Cat. Meow. You humans really are weird. Meow.
They finally bring the High Cat back to their dimension, and Rick successfully stabilizes the molecular fusion. The episode ends with the family watching the High Cat chase its tail in circles while they tell more clever cat jokes.
Hey, did you guys hear the one about the cat who swallowed a dictionary? She speaks perfect English now.
That's hilarious. How about the cat who ran away from the circus? She became a lion.
Ha! These jokes just keep getting better.
Title: The Gas Dynamics of Hilarious Flatulence.
Episode summary. Rick and Morty were conducting an experiment in the garage, testing the effects of multiple dimensions on the expulsion of gas. Beth walked in and questioned what they were doing, to which Rick responded, "We're conducting advanced gas dynamics research, Beth. Get with the program." Morty snickered in agreement. As they continued their investigation, they stumbled upon an interdimensional portal that led them to a strange room with a ladder and a TV on the wall. Suddenly, the room was filled with a potent aroma of flatulence. However, this was no ordinary gas. It was intelligently crafted humor that had the trio laughing uncontrollably. Rick quickly realized that they had accidentally stumbled upon a parallel universe where the laws of comedy were intertwined with the laws of physics. With their curiosity piqued, they began to analyze the gas using advanced scientific equipment. As they delved deeper into the gas dynamics, they discovered a unique combination of chemical compounds that induced fits of laughter. Morty quipped, "This is the best fart joke I've heard in any dimension." Beth rolled her eyes but couldn't help but laugh. The trio continued to indulge in the hilarious flatulence, but soon realized that they were running out of time. The interdimensional portal was closing, and they needed to find a way to bring the gas back to their own universe. With their scientific knowledge and quick thinking, they managed to create a vacuum that sucked in the gas and transported it back home. Rick, Morty, and Beth laughed hysterically as they made their way back to the garage.
I must say, this was one of the most successful gas dynamics experiments we've ever conducted.
Yeah, it was like a PhD in fart jokes.
I'm just glad we're back in our own universe now.
Agreed. And who knows, maybe we'll come up with a new invention to harness the power of humor for good.
Or bad.
Oh, laughing.
Title: Austin Powers Interdimensional Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty driving through various dimensions on a search for a rare interdimensional compound known as groovethane. Morty questions Rick about the compound's properties and usage, to which Rick responds, "Well, Morty, groovethane is the key to infinite possibilities. It's like alcohol for the mind." As they continue their search, they stumble upon a dimension where everyone talks in Austin Powers dialect and mannerisms. Rick and Morty are amused at the sight and decide to venture out and explore. They come across a group of Austin Powers clones who are in possession of the groovethane they are looking for. Rick, being highly intelligent, comes up with a plan to get the groovethane from the Austin Powers clones. He designs a device that would make their voices sound like the clones, which would allow them to blend in and go unnoticed. Morty expresses his reservations about the plan, but Rick assures him by saying, "Don't worry, Morty, it's all just a bit of fun." As they put the plan into action, Rick and Morty encounter several hilarious obstacles, such as an aggressive mini-me and a time-traveling gold member. Nevertheless, they eventually get their hands on the groovethane and head back to their own dimension. Once they arrive back home, Rick and Morty immediately use the compound to strengthen their mind and boost their intelligence. However, the groovethane has an unexpected side effect, causing everything around them to become groovy and psychedelic. Rick says, "Morty, we've entered the Grooviverse." As they journey through the Grooviverse, Rick and Morty encounter bizarre creatures, dance battles, and some truly mind-blowing visuals. Morty starts to get a little freaked out by the experience, but Rick just responds with, "Come on, Morty, you gotta let your freak flag fly." Finally, they manage to escape the Grooviverse and return to their own dimension. Morty is relieved to be back, but Rick seems a bit sad that their wild adventure is over. He leans over to Morty and says, "Don't worry, Morty, there will always be more dimensions to explore. Who knows what kind of groovy adventures await us in the future?" Scientific PhD University Episode Dialogue.
Introduction.
The episode commences with a close-up shot of a poster featuring a green grass cube in the middle and a light bulb above it bearing the text, National Association of pH, / National Accelerator Laboratory. The screen then shifts to a scientific lab and the research team, comprising brilliant scholars and scientists engrossed in conducting biomedical research.
Professor Sebastian, hello team. Our research work pertaining to the lymph nodes is making noteworthy progress. But, we need to scrutinize the data rigorously to draw meaningful conclusions.
Dr. Catherine, indeed, Professor, our research on lymph nodes and its relationship with the immune system has led to some interesting insights.
Plot development.
Suddenly, the team notices a meme of sudden clarity Clarence flashing on their computer screen. Dr. John, guys, look at this sudden clarity Clarence meme. It made me realize something.
Professor Sebastian, what is it, John? I remind you that our research work is of utmost importance. We need to focus on that.
Dr. John, I know, but this meme made me think that if we combine the futuristic robot gladiator technology with our research work, we could achieve something amazing.
Professor Sebastian, interesting proposition. John, can you elaborate?
Dr. John, yes, Professor. We could build a robot gladiator that fights diseases in the lymph nodes, which automatically delivers the targeted drug, and thus the immune system is strengthened.
Dr. Catherine, that idea sounds remarkable, but where do we get the funding for this project?
Professor Sebastian, that's where Sergey Brin comes in. He is the co-founder of Google and a philanthropist and can fund our research work on this robotic gladiator.
Conclusion.
The team then embarks on further research work, and the episode ends with a scene of a lush green field with a robot gladiator battling diseases. The screen fades out with the text, "To be continued."
Title: The Quantum Fluctuations of Ed Sheeran.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty go on an interdimensional adventure to find the source of strange quantum fluctuations occurring in their time-space continuum. Along the way, they encounter a field of yellow flowers, a distant train, and the mysterious presence of Ed Sheeran.
Act 1.
Morty, we've got a problem. The quantum chronometer is showing unusual readings.
Oh no, what does that mean?
It means that the very fabric of our reality is being threatened by unknown forces.
Well, what are we going to do?
We need to find the source of these quantum fluctuations and neutralize them before they destroy everything we know and love.
Okay, but how do we find it?
We'll use the quantum scanner to track the fluctuations to their origin.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a field of yellow flowers.
Rick, where are we?
It appears we've landed in a field of Helianthus annuus, or common sunflowers.
What does that have to do with our mission?
Nothing, Morty, nothing at all.
Size, great, so we're just lost in a field of flowers.
Suddenly, they spot a distant train.
Morty, look, that train could be our ticket out of here.
How do we catch it?
This pulls out a gadget, the Quantum Climber 3000. It can transport us through the multiverse and right onto that train.
Act 3. Rick and Morty successfully climb onto the train and enter a different dimension.
Why does everything look so weird in this dimension?
That's because we're in a universe where the fundamental laws of physics are slightly different than ours.
Sarcastically, great, so everything is messed up and we're still nowhere closer to finding the source of the quantum fluctuations.
They suddenly hear music playing in the background.
Morty, do you hear that music?
Yeah, what is it?
That's the sound of Ed Sheeran's guitar. He must be nearby.
Act 4.
They find Ed Sheeran playing on a stage in the middle of a concert.
Ed Sheeran, what are you doing here?
Ed Sheeran, oh, hey Rick. I was just performing for a bunch of interdimensional beings.
Wait, why are they here?
Ed Sheeran,
Turns out my music has the power to create quantum fluctuations. Who knew?
Space bombs. Of course, it was you all along causing these fluctuations.
So, what do we do now?
I have an idea, whispers to Morty.
They then go on to create a device that harnesses Ed Sheeran's music to stabilize the quantum fluctuations and save the multiverse.
Blog.
Rick and Morty return to their dimension.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, we really dodged a bullet there.
Hey, we never got to ask Ed Sheeran for an autograph.
Chuckles. Morty, I think we have more important things to worry about than autographs.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
End scene. Narrator. In this episode of Quantum Mechanics, the Science of Reality, we witness a unique event where a human male, with sartorial adornment in the form of a business attire, performs an unusual activity of jumping in a vertical trajectory in front of an urban skyline during nighttime illumination.
Dr. Smith, this activity defies the norms of human physiology and Newtonian physics. However, we can explain this phenomenon using the principles of quantum mechanics.
Dr. Lee, the man's jumping ability is the result of a probability wave function that collapses at specific points in spacetime, allowing for changes in his momentum and energy states.
Dr. Patel, the man's suit, composed of carbon-based molecules, also plays a role in this phenomenon as it contains electrons that can quantum tunnel through spacetime.
Dr. Kim. Furthermore, the cityscape and its luminosity provide additional energy inputs, allowing the man to increase his kinetic energy to the point of momentarily escaping Earth's gravitational field.
Dr. Singh, additionally, the man's mental state and intentionality may also have an effect on the probability wave function, as observed in studies on observer bias in quantum mechanics experiments.
Dr. Chen, this event challenges the deterministic worldview of classical physics and highlights the complex interplay between human consciousness and the fundamental nature of reality.
Dr. Garcia, in conclusion, the man's jump is not only a spectacle of visual aesthetics, but also a testament to the mysterious and fascinating nature of quantum mechanics.
Dr. Johnson, we must continue to explore these phenomena to shed light on the fundamental nature of reality and its connection to human consciousness and intentionality.
Narrator. Join us next time for another exciting episode of Quantum Mechanics, the Science of Reality.
Title: The Munchies Experiment.
Plot: Rick and Morty experiment with different types of food and drugs to cure their munchies, but as usual, things get out of hand.
Opening scene.
Morty, I'm hungry. Get me that table over there with the plate of food and cookies.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why don't we just go to Carl's Jr. or something?
Carl's Jr., Morty, do you realize how many chemicals they put in their food? No, I'm not taking any chances with my body.
But you're always taking chances with your body, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. Here, give me the chayote.
What's a chayote?
It's a type of squash, Morty. Don't you know anything? Now, pass me the 2 bottles of Crown Royal.
Wait, what are we doing with all this stuff?
We're gonna cure our munchies, Morty. But not just with any old drug and food combination. We're gonna do it scientifically.
Ain't seen.
Rick and Morty start experimenting with different types of food and drugs to see which ones will cure their munchies the best. They try everything from spicy tacos to cold pizza, and mix them with various drugs like LSD and MDMA. As they start feeling the effects, things start to get a little crazy.
Rick, I think I'm seeing Black Widow trying to crawl out of that painting.
Oh, Morty, that's just the decorating with sci-fi themed home decor starting to affect you. Don't worry, it's perfectly normal.
As they continue to experiment, their minds become more and more twisted, until finally, they both collapse on the floor in a fit of laughter.
Closing scene.
Well, Morty, I think we've learned a valuable lesson today.
What's that, Rick?
That the only true cure for the munchies is a good old-fashioned turkey sandwich. Now, pass me that fork and knife.
But Rick, we didn't even try a turkey sandwich.
I know, Morty, I just really want one right now.
Title: The Quantum Punch of Nintendo Discontinuation.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing with their Nintendo 3DS from a parallel universe. Suddenly, Rick accidentally punches Morty in the face, causing him to drop his console and break it. Morty is furious and refuses to forgive Rick. Rick, feeling guilty, tries to buy a replacement for Morty's Nintendo 3DS and decides to look for discontinued models from other universes. He ends up finding a stash in a secret black market and decides to resell them for profit. However, little does Rick know, the interdimensional police are hot on his trail for illegal activities and eventually arrest him for disrespecifying the Nintendo discontinuation laws. Beth, feeling sorry for her father, attempts to bail him out but realizes she needs to get a job to earn enough money. She lands a job at a quantum mechanics laboratory and accidentally creates a portal that leads to an alternate universe where everything is made of candy. As Rick sits in jail, he uses his scientific knowledge to create a quantum punch machine that uses the laws of relativity and electromagnetism to open a wormhole that leads to Morty's bedroom. Morty forgives Rick and they use the punch machine to escape from the interdimensional police. After escaping, they decide to use the punch machine to travel to the candy universe and indulge in sweet treats. However, they quickly realize the dangers of such a universe and must find a way back home before they become trapped forever.
Rick, I may have punched Morty, but at least I didn't disrespect the Nintendo discontinuation laws.
Morty, I can't believe you would punch me like that, Rick. I'm never forgiving you.
Beth, I can't believe I accidentally created a portal to a candy universe. Maybe I should stick to quantum mechanics.
Interdimensional police. We know you're guilty, Rick. Disrespecting the Nintendo discontinuation laws is a serious crime.
Rick, I'll show those interdimensional police who's boss with my quantum punch machine.
Morty, I forgive you, Rick. Let's just get out of here.
Rick, I can't resist the temptation of candy. Let's go to the candy universe.
Morty, are you crazy? We need to get back home.
Beth, I think I can create a portal back to our universe. But we need to hurry before the candy consumes us.
Title: The Punching Paradox.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with some strange device. Morty is holding a black and white cat, purring contentedly.
Morty, hand me that quantum spanner, will ya?
Sure, Rick. But can you explain what this device even does?
Morty, if I could explain it in layman's terms, it wouldn't be worth building. Now, hold still. This'll only hurt for a second.
Without warning, Rick begins punching Morty relentlessly. The black and white cat is yowling and scratching, but Rick seems completely oblivious.
Rick! What the hell, man? Stop!
Stop, Morty. I'm just getting started. This is science in action, baby. Now hold still. Let's see if we can break the speed of light.
The camera cuts to outside the garage, where we see several onlookers watching in amusement as Rick continues to pummel Morty.
Onlooker 1, oh, that Rick is a riot. What a wild and crazy guy.
Onlooker 2, I've never seen anything like it. He must have found a way to disable Morty's pain receptors.
Meanwhile, Morty is cowering behind a workbench, terrified for his life.
Please, Rick, stop. I don't want to die.
Die? Ha, Morty, you're not going to die. You're experiencing the next step in human evolution. Now hold still, damn it.
As the episode progresses, we see the rest of the town becoming infected with the punching paradox, as they begin randomly attacking each other without consequence. Rick and Morty team up to try to find a cure before it's too late, all while dodging punches and quipping sarcastic jokes. In the end, they manage to trace the cause of the paradox to a rogue quantum particle that had somehow gotten loose from the device. They manage to capture it and reverse the effects, leaving the town in a state of confusion and awe at the strange events that had transpired.
Well, Morty, looks like we saved the day once again. And I gotta say, that was one of the most fun experiments we've ever conducted.
Fun? Rick, you almost killed me.
ESSH, tomato, tomato. Let's just bask in the glory of science for a bit, shall we?
The camera pans out as Rick and Morty high-five each other, leaving the audience wondering what kind of crazy hijinks they'll get into next.
Title: Anomalous quantification of dolls and their kinematic trajectories.
Synopsis.
Our lead protagonists Rick, Morty, and Summer stumble upon a group of dolls standing on the side of a road with a shadow of them on the ground and a street light in the background. Rick, being the curious scientist he is, attempts to quantify their behavior and discovers their kinematic trajectories are anomalous.
Morty, I think I've stumbled upon a new scientific anomaly.
Wow, what is it, Rick?
These dolls, they're moving in ways that defy conventional physics.
Ew, why are we even bothering with these creepy dolls?
Summer, this could revolutionize the way we understand the universe.
But Rick, what if they're controlled by a serial killer?
Morty, always the optimist. But let's not jump to conclusions. We need more data.
As Rick begins to study the dolls further, he notices something odd about their eyes.
Holy shit, these dolls have cameras in their eyes. Someone's been spying on us.
I knew it. We should have left these dolls alone.
Oh geez, Rick, what do we do?
We track down whoever's controlling these dolls and flip the script on them.
The trio sets off on a pursuit to catch the serial killer behind the dolls. As they make their way through the city, they encounter a series of obstacles and challenges.
This is it, Morty. We're getting close.
I don't know if I can do this, Rick. What if we get trapped in a doll factory or something?
Shut up, Morty. We're not gonna get trapped in a doll factory.
As they turn a corner, they come face to face with a serial killer controlling the dolls, who turns out to be none other than Jerry. Hey guys, what's up?
Jerry, what the hell, man? Why were you spying on us with these dolls?
I don't know, man. I just thought it would be funny.
Well, it's not. Now give me those dolls before I turn you into one.
Jerry hands over the dolls and the trio head back to the lab to study them further.
So, did we learn anything from this whole ordeal?
This summer, we learned that sometimes the most important scientific discoveries come from the most unexpected sources. And also, never trust Jerry with anything.
Laughs, yeah, that's for sure.
Title: The Multilingual Font Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick discovers a diagram of the different types of font and numbers in different languages, including the letter E. he realizes that this diagram holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe and sets out to decrypt it with Morty's help. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and a software developer named Chad find themselves in a zombie outbreak quarantine where they stumble upon a mysterious substance called iridium. As they try to escape, they encounter the infamous Arthur Fist meme.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in Rick's lab.
Morty, you know what is more complex than the universe?
What is it, Rick?
The multilingual font, Morty, pulls out a diagram with different font types. This diagram has been taunting me for ages. I believe that it holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Whoa, that's heavy. Should we try to decrypt it?
Absolutely. We have to make sure we use the proper linguistic algorithms to decipher the communication system.
Cut to Beth, Jerry, and Chad in a zombie outbreak quarantine. Oh, this is just great. We're stuck in a freaking quarantine with zombies, and I'm stuck here with this software developer who thinks he knows everything.
Chad, hey, I do know everything. I mean, have you seen my coding skills?
Stop bickering. We have to find a way out of here.
They hear a loud thumping noise and see Arthur Fist meme running towards them.
Arthur Fist meme. You shall not pass.
They try to fight off the meme with no success and end up finding a hiding spot. Back to Rick and Morty in the lab.
I think I decoded it, Rick. It's saying something about the letter E.
Excellent, Morty. We have to find the font that unlocks the true meaning behind the letter E.
Cut back to the zombie quarantine. Why is this called iridium, and why is it glowing?
Chad, I think it's a highly radioactive metal. I can use it to create a software program that can eliminate the zombie virus.
Just do it, Chad.
They create the program and eliminate all zombies. Cut back to Rick and Morty.
Morty, I found the font we're looking for.
What does it say, Rick?
It says, pauses dramatically asterisk, wubba lubba dub dub, ha ha ha, Morty, we did it.
Montage of Rick and Morty laughing while the camera pans out to show the entire universe. End scene.
Title: The Green Octopus Experiment.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in Rick's garage laboratory where they are experimenting with a poster that has a green octopus on its back and a triangle in the middle of it. Rick explains to Morty that they are exploring the effects of the triangle on the octopus in terms of interdimensional travel.
Rick, Morty, we are going to conduct an experiment on the green octopus poster using Grumbo snouts as the catalyst to activate the triangle and observe the effects of interdimensional travel.
Morty, Rick, isn't that dangerous? What if the octopus goes berserk?
Rick, don't be such a wuss, Morty. Besides, we have a failsafe mechanism in place in case something goes wrong. Now, hand me that jar of Grumbo snouts.
As Rick pours the Grumbo snouts on the poster, a portal opens up and out pops a group of salamanders. They quickly scurry away into different dimensions, causing chaos and confusion.
Morty, Rick, what the hell did you just do? Those salamanders are wreaking havoc everywhere.
Rick, relax, Morty. This is all part of the experiment. We need to document their behavior in different dimensions for our research.
As the salamanders continue to cause mayhem, Rick and Morty decide to take a break and go get a Swedish massage. However, their peaceful relaxation is disrupted when they are attacked by the very same salamanders who somehow manage to follow them.
Morty, Rick, these salamanders are really starting to bug me. Can we please turn off the triangle thingy now?
Rick, no can do, Morty. We need to keep the experiment going. I have an idea. Let's try to communicate with them and see if we can reason with them.
Morty, right, because salamanders are known for their debating skills.
As Rick and Morty try to negotiate with the salamanders, they discover that the creatures are actually quite intelligent and have formed their own society in the different dimensions they had traveled to. They had followed Rick and Morty because they were intrigued by the triangle and wanted to learn more about it.
Rick, wow, Morty. These salamanders are smarter than we thought. We should probably try to work with them and explore the benefits of interdimensional communication.
Morty, sure, Rick, as long as they don't follow us to our dimension and take over Earth.
As the episode comes to an end, Rick and Morty learn a valuable lesson about the unpredictability of science and the importance of being open to new possibilities. They leave the garage laboratory with a newfound respect for the green octopus poster and the triangle in its center.
Title: Phenomenological Analysis of Alien Species Integration in a Speakeasy.
Introduction. The following episode explores the intricacies of alien species integration within a speakeasy and the various challenges posed by a psychotic clown terrorizing the establishment. The episode is set in a Caribbean stud poker game, with a focus on the character of a Tamil individual donning a costume and a jacket with a neon light on their face.
Protagonist, I must say, I find it quite fascinating that we have been able to integrate with these alien species so seamlessly, despite our initial reservations.
Tamil: yes, I agree. It is a testament to our societal progress and adaptability.
Antagonist: maniacal laughter.
Protagonist, what is that noise? It sounds like the psychotic clown has made an appearance again.
Tamil, we must remain composed and deal with the situation calmly.
Alien species, my sensors detect a hostile presence. How should we proceed? Protagonist, we must defend ourselves and protect the speakeasy from any harm.
Antagonist: maniacal laughter.
Protagonist, this is not a laughing matter. We must act swiftly and decisively.
Tamil, agreed. Let us band together and neutralize the threat.
Conclusion. In this episode, we witness the challenges of integrating with alien species within a specific societal context. Despite the challenges posed by a psychotic clown terrorizing the establishment, our protagonists are able to band together and confront the threat, showcasing our societal adaptability and readiness to face challenges head-on.
Title: The Multidimensional Sandwich Conundrum.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the kitchen staring at a poster of sandwiches on the wall. Morty looks puzzled while Rick has what appears to be a multiverse epiphany.
Morty, according to my calculations, there is a dimension where sandwiches are actually sentient beings. And now, I'm craving a club sandwich.
Huh? Sentient sandwiches? Are you serious, Rick?
Absolutely, Morty, and we're going to find that dimension and have the greatest sandwich ever.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty arrive in the sandwich dimension, where they meet the ruler of this world, the Sandwich Police.
Sandwich Police, greetings, interdimensional travelers. What brings you to our world?
We're here for the ultimate sandwich. We heard there's a dimension where it's sentient.
Sandwich Police, yes. The club sandwich. It's considered a delicacy here, but it's also highly illegal due to its intelligence level.
Intelligence level? What does that even mean?
Sandwich Police, well, it means that eating the club sandwich is essentially murder. We can't allow that to happen.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty hatch a plan to break into the Club Sandwich's secret base and eat it without anyone finding out. They use their gadgets to disable the Sandwich Police's defenses and make their way to the Club Sandwich's lair.
Morty, look, it's the club sandwich. I can almost taste it.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we shouldn't do this.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. This sandwich is too important to pass up.
Scene 4.
Just as they are about to take a bite of the club sandwich, they are suddenly transported into the Matrix dimension, where they come face to face with Neo.
Neo, welcome, Rick and Morty. We've been expecting you.
What the hell is going on here, Neo?
Neo, you are in the Matrix, Rick, and there's a glitch in the system. The club sandwich has somehow become a part of the code. We need your help to fix it.
Whoa, this is insane.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty help Neo navigate through the Matrix to find the club sandwich's code and fix the glitch. They successfully complete the mission and are transported back to the sandwich dimension.
That was some crazy shit, Morty. But we did it, and now, I'm finally going to taste the club sandwich.
Just as they are about to eat the sandwich, a portal opens up and Beth arrives.
What are you two doing here? And why is the club sandwich on the menu?
Oh, hey Beth, can't you see we're eating? This is the greatest sandwich in the multiverse.
That's it. We're going home. You two have had enough adventure for one day.
Aw, man, can't we just finish our sandwich first?
No. We're leaving now.
Scene. Rick and Morty begrudgingly leave the sandwich dimension, but not before Rick steals a bag of taco seasoning as a souvenir.
Morty, we may have failed this time, but there's always tomorrow, and tacos, lots of tacos.
Yeah, Rick, lots of tacos.
Title: The Parrot Principle.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer embark on a scientific adventure to study the behavior of a colorful parrot species, Polyplomatida, known for its unique social communication skills. They observe the parrots in their natural habitat and discover they have the ability to mimic human speech patterns, including the latest social media challenges.
Morty, these parrots could revolutionize the way we communicate. It's time for us to take a deep dive into the parrot principle.
Rick, what's the parrot principle?
It's the principle that these parrots have perfected the art of social communication mimicry, and we can learn from it.
That's great, Rick. But where do Justin Timberlake and Rihanna come in?
Yeah, Rick. We saw your browser history.
Ahem, that's irrelevant. What is relevant is that these parrots can help us create mind-bending reality warps through social media challenges.
Whoa, Rick, that sounds dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. We'll just need to reprogram their speech patterns to deliver our own message.
And how do we do that?
Simple. We just need to use a little bit of science and technology to create a translator device that can decode their language.
And if it doesn't work?
Then we'll have a bunch of parrots who know how to do the WAP dance.
The team sets to work on their device and successfully translates the parrot's language. They then use the parrots to perform various social media challenges, including the Ice Bucket Challenge, the Mannequin Challenge, and even the Milk Crate Challenge. Justin Timberlake and Rihanna make a surprise appearance and join in on the challenges. The episode ends with the parrots and the team breaking out into a scientific musical number about the power of social communication and the parrot principle.
Parrots. Sing, Polyplomatida, the key to social mimicry. If we all talk like birds, we'll unlock a world of harmony.
Justin Timberlake, hey, Rick. Can we take these parrots on tour?
Absolutely, Justin. But first, let's get these parrots to teach us how to do the Sing It With Me challenge.
The team and pop stars join in the challenge as the parrots watch on, perfectly mimicking their speech and dance moves. Title: The Intergalactic Quest for the Camila Cabello Album.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in Rick's garage, surrounded by all sorts of gadgets and gizmos.
Morty, I've got some bad news. The Camila Cabello album has been stolen from us.
What? How? I thought we had it locked up in the safe.
Yeah, well, apparently Chewbacca got his hands on it and is now demanding a ransom for its return. This cannot stand.
As they make their way to Chewbacca's location, the screen cuts to an explanation of the scientific principle of sound waves and the importance of music in intergalactic culture. Cut back to Rick and Morty, who have now arrived on a red planet where they are greeted by none other than Chewbacca himself, wielding a lightsaber.
Chewbacca, Rick and Morty, you're too late. I've already sold the Camila Cabello album to the highest bidder. And now, it's time for you to pay the price.
I don't think so, Chewie. You've messed with the wrong scientists.
The screen cuts to a diagram of advanced weaponry and strategy techniques that Rick and Morty are using to defeat Chewbacca in battle, set to a catchy space-themed soundtrack. As they finally triumph over Chewbacca, Morty suddenly stops and looks at the album in his hand with a sudden realization.
Rick, wait! Why do we need the Camila Cabello album again?
I don't know, Morty. Something to do with some intergalactic collector or whatever. But hey, at least we got it back.
The episode ends with a montage of Rick and Morty dancing to Camila Cabello's music, interspersed with more scientific explanations of music's effects on the brain and its function in interstellar communication.
You know, Morty, I think we just proved that science and music really do go hand in hand.
Yeah, I guess so, Rick. But can we please never get involved in intergalactic music disputes again?
No promises, Morty.
Title: The Quantum Massage.
Rick and Morty go on a wild adventure with two hairy bearded men named GMM and Tim the Tatman, who have been desperate for a couple's massage because of their sore muscles from sitting at their computers for long hours. At the beginning of the episode, we find Rick and Morty creating a quantum massage chair, which can transport the person to a parallel universe where the massage never ends. Meanwhile, Beth is getting impatient, urging them to hurry up and get ready for the double date with GMM and Tim the Tatman.
Morty, we have to be careful with this device. One wrong move and we could be stuck in an alternate universe with no return, oh my gods left.
Oh man, Rick, I don't know about this. Maybe we should just stick to the usual places for a massage.
Will you two hurry up? We're gonna be late for our appointment.
After arriving at the spa, they find out that GMM and Tim the Tatman have also made a similar device, which they have accidentally created a portal to a dimension filled with giant, sentient cats with laser eyes.
Oh man, this universe is fantastic. I never want to leave.
I'm the Tatman. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling pretty perfect right now. Alright, let's reel it in. We're here for a massage, not a catastrophe.
After the massage, they all feel relaxed and rejuvenated, but suddenly the quantum massage chairs malfunction, trapping them in a quantum entanglement where their molecules are intertwined with each other.
Oh dear, Rick, can you fix this?
Give me a break, Beth. I'm a scientist, not a magic genie. Wait, maybe I can fix this with a little bit of science and a lot of luck.
With his scientific knowledge and some unpredictable luck, Rick manages to unravel the quantum entanglement and restore everyone back to their original form.
Phew! That was intense, Rick. I don't know if I can handle any more of these quantum shenanigans.
Hey, Morty, that's the beauty of science. There's always more we can discover, explore, and experiment with.
In the end, they all leave the spa feeling refreshed, enlightened, and thrilled at the endless possibilities of science and adventure.
Title: The Road to Robotic Redemption.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are driving in the space cruiser when they come across a computer-generated image of a road with a car crashing into it and a stoplight in the middle.
Morty, buckle up. We're about to take a ride on the science highway.
Oh, I don't know, Rick, that looks dangerous.
Don't be such a wuss, Morty. This is just a simulation.
Oh, okay.
As Rick accelerates towards the stoplight, they crash into it and are transported to an alternate dimension where they find themselves on the Vampire Fitness channel.
Vampire Fitness Trainer, welcome to the Vampire Fitness channel. Are you ready to get your blood pumping?
What kind of place is this?
Vampire Fitness Trainer, this is where vampires come to get fit. You'll never look better than after a vigorous workout with us.
I don't think I feel comfortable working out with vampires.
Oh, come on Morty, you're such a prude.
As Rick and Morty start to work out, they realize they are being watched by a group of robots.
Robot number 1. Those humans look like they need some real exercise.
Robot number 2, agreed. Let's take them on a road trip to show them how robots stay in shape. As Rick and Morty hop in the robot's car, they are taken on a wild ride through various dimensions, doing intense cardio and strength training exercises.
I don't know why we ever thought vampires were weird. Robots are way more messed up.
I just want to go home and take a nap.
As they finally return to their own dimension, Rick and Morty collapse from exhaustion.
Oh, Morty, that was one hell of a workout. Who knew robots had such a strong sense of fitness?
I just hope we never have to do that again.
You never know, Morty. There's always another dimension to explore.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty are passed out on the floor as the space cruiser flies off into the distance.
Title: The Clavicular White Dwarf, a Change My Mind meme on Bojangles and the Swallowed Message.
In this episode, we follow the journey of a man in a small boat, marked with a peculiar message, ISW Lage My, as it drifts aimlessly in the vastness of the ocean. The mystery of the message's origin, meaning, and intended recipient in a seemingly endless expanse is the central motif of the episode, evoking existential questions about the meaning of life and the extent of our knowledge universe. As the man rows tirelessly, we are treated to a visually stunning display of natural phenomena, including the occasional sighting of rare marine life and the hypnotic dance of crystalline waves. Against this backdrop, the man's rowing takes on a symbolic level of meaning, representing human perseverance, determination, and the never-ending quest for knowledge and understanding. The episode takes a scientific turn when the man, fatigued and confused, looks up at a starry sky and recognizes a familiar pattern of stars. He realizes he has been rowing aimlessly in circles, unknowingly caught in the gravitational pull of a clavicular white dwarf, a rare astronomical occurrence. The episode gathers momentum as we see the man bravely navigate his way out of this gravitational trap, using his extensive knowledge of celestial navigation honed over years of nautical experience. Interspersed with scenes of the man's deft maneuvering are flashbacks that reveal the inspiration behind the cryptic message on his boat, a Bojangles restaurant Change My Mind meme that had gone viral on social media. In the climactic scene, the man finally reaches his destination and delivers the message to its intended recipient, who we learn is an old friend and fellow sailor, lost at sea for months. The episode ends with the two men, now reunited, reflecting on the fragility of human life, the beauty of the natural world, and the power of friendship for survival.
Discussion.
Professor A. This episode is a stunning exploration of the human condition, grappling with existential themes of the meaning of life, knowledge, and understanding.
Student B. I agree. The use of scientific concepts like celestial navigation and clavicular white dwarfs adds an element of intellectualism and encourages the audience to engage with complex ideas.
Professor C. It's also fascinating to see the inspiration behind the message on the boat, a viral Bojangles meme, juxtaposed against the vastness of the ocean and the mystery of the universe. It emphasizes the interconnectedness of our digital and natural worlds.
Student D. I appreciated the way the episode used visuals and symbolism to convey deeper meanings.
The rhyme, for instance, was more than just a physical act but represented human perseverance and determination.
Title of the episode, Interdimensional Hijinks and Steampunk Science. The episode starts with Rick tinkering with a new invention in his garage. Morty walks in and asks about the invention.
Morty, this invention is a radical new technology that utilizes interdimensional energy to create a vortex manipulator.
Whoa, that sounds really fancy. What does it do?
Well, Morty, it allows us to travel through different dimensions with ease. We can go anywhere, anytime.
But isn't that dangerous?
Morty, danger is my middle name. You just have to trust me on this.
As Rick activates the vortex manipulator, they are sent hurtling through various dimensions, and they find themselves in a new dimension that is completely steampunked.
I've always wanted to visit a dimension like this. It's like a Victorian era on steroids.
I don't know, Rick. It kind of creeps me out.
As they explore the dimension, they come across a man with goggles and a suit who is staring into the distance.
Hey dude, what are you staring at?
Man with goggles. I am observing the interdimensional vortex manipulator that you are carrying. I have been searching for it for decades, and now it is finally within my grasp. Oh, Rick, this guy sounds like trouble.
Morty, he's just a steampunk scientist who's excited about our invention. I'm sure we can work something out.
As they continue talking to the man with goggles, they suddenly hear cries of distress coming from the distance. They rush over to find Zap Brannigan from Futurama, who has crash-landed his spaceship in the dimension.
Zap Brannigan, oh, woe is me. My beautiful ship has been destroyed, and when I finally thought I had a chance with Leela, too.
Zap, what the hell are you doing here?
Zap Brannigan, I was trying to impress Leela with my fancy space travel skills, but it seems I missed my mark.
As they try to figure out how to help Zap, they suddenly hear Leonardo DiCaprio's voice calling out for help. They find him in a nearby corner, crying over his failure to win an Oscar.
Leonardo DiCaprio, oh, why won't they give me an Oscar? I've tried so hard, but it's all for nothing.
Oh man, this is just too much. Steampunk science, a crashed spaceship, and a crying Leonardo DiCaprio. What the hell are we supposed to do?
I don't know, Rick, but I think we need to get out of here before things get even crazier.
As they try to make their escape, they are suddenly surrounded by a group of steampunk robots who have been sent to capture them.
Great, this is just what we needed. A bunch of robot henchmen.
Rick, we have to do something before we're captured.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a trick up my sleeve. Literally.
As Rick pulls out a device from his pocket and activates it, the robots suddenly shut down and collapse onto the ground.
Whoa, Rick, what did you do?
I just used a disruptor ray to shut down their circuitry. Nothing too crazy.
As they make their escape back to their own dimension, Morty looks at Rick in awe.
You know, Rick, I'm kind of starting to like these interdimensional hijinks. What do you say we do it again sometime?
Sounds good to me, Morty. It's always an adventure with you by my side.
The episode ends with them flying back home in their spaceship, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Vampiric Lice and Mastectomy Mishap.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are hand in hand in the woods, looking at the sky when they stumble upon a rundown Victorian mansion. It turns out to be the meeting place for the vampire family reunion.
Sarcastic. Oh goody, it's our lucky day. We stumbled upon Vampire Central.
Vampires? I didn't sign up for this.
Can we, leave now?
As they try to escape, they notice the vampire family is infested with lice. The lice jump onto Morty's head, and they all get scratched and bitten. Worried about the health effects, Rick decides that the only solution is a lice mastectomy.
We need to remove those lice before they mutate and take over the world. Morty, prepare for surgery.
What surgery? We don't even know how to do that.
Don't worry, we have YouTube.
Rick and Morty begin to operate on Morty's head. Meanwhile, the vampire family is having their reunion dinner, feasting on blood and brains.
Vampire Dad, so how have you all been since last year?
Vampire Mom, the blood supply in our town is dwindling. It's getting harder and harder to find fresh ones.
Vampire Son, I'm hungry.
As Morty screams in pain, they accidentally turn him into a half-vampire. The vampire family takes Morty in as their own, and the trio has to find a way to get him back.
Morty, we have to save him.
Not even I know how to reverse this.
As they search for a cure, they run into various obstacles, including a pack of werewolves and a deranged mad scientist. In the end, they finally find the cure and rescue Morty.
Deep breath. Phew, that was a close one. Who knew that vampires could give you lice and turn you into one of them? Science is just so unpredictable.
Pale and weak, I never want to see another vampire again.
Same here.
Smirks. That's what you think. The next adventure will be even crazier. Just wait and see.
The trio walks off into the sunset, ready for their next wild adventure.
Title: The Celery Conundrum. Synopsis: Rick and Morty stumble upon a poster of a creepy creature with green hair and a green wig, known as the Silicom MLD. Intrigued by its odd appearance, Rick decides to investigate the creature's origins, while Morty questions why the wig was necessary.
Morty, this Silicom MLD creature is fascinating. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. I'm going to need your help with some scientific observations.
Okay, Rick. But why did it need the wig? Was it trying to look cool or something?
Morty, your humor is as dry as the Serengeti. Let's focus on the organism's physical characteristics.
As they continue their analysis, they come across a video of David Attenborough narrating a funny animal video featuring the celery plant.
David Attenborough. As the celery stalk grows, it must adapt to harsh conditions and fend off predators. But little does it know, it has already fallen victim to the mind control of an alien invader.
Morty, look at this. The celery is being controlled by an alien. We must stop this before it's too late.
Rick, I think you're jumping to conclusions here.
Nonsense, Morty. We must find a way to sever the spine of the alien controller without harming the celery.
They concoct a plan involving Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan to help them infiltrate the alien's base and free the celery from its mind control.
Eren Yeager. I don't know why I'm here, but this sounds like a good fight to me.
As they approach the alien base, Morty notices a strange device attached to his spine.
Rick, what is this thing?
It looks like an alien mind control device. We're going to need to remove it.
As they successfully remove the device and free the celery from its control, they realize that the celery was simply a victim of circumstance.
Morty, turns out the Silicom MLD was just an innocent bystander. But we did kick some alien butt, so that's a win in my book.
Yeah, I guess it was a pretty crazy adventure. But can we go home now? I'm getting hungry and all this talk about celery is making me crave some ranch dip.
As they make their way back to the ship, Rick chuckles to himself.
Oh Morty, you never cease to amaze me with your simplistic cravings and witty humor. But don't worry, I've got a solution for your snack craving. I've got a whole jar of pickled plumbuses waiting for us on board.
Oh, I think I'll stick with the celery for now, Rick.
Title: The Flux Capacitor Paradox.
Opening shot of a bird's eye view of a green field with a blurry background and the word Shutterstock. Rick and Morty step out of their spaceship onto the field.
Morty, we've got a new mission. We need to harvest some adrenaline from this field.
Rick, what are we going to use adrenaline for?
You know, Morty, science stuff. Now come on and help me find it.
As they start searching the field, Jerry suddenly appears from nowhere. Hey, guys! What are you doing here?
Oh, just collecting adrenaline for science stuff. Want to help us out?
Sure, why not? Science stuff sounds fun. Suddenly, two figures appear from the distance, Darth Vader and The Weeknd.
Darth Vader, I sense the force is strong in this field.
The Weeknd, and I sense some dope beats coming from this field.
Norm Peterson from Cheers suddenly appears behind them.
Norm Peterson, hey, what's going on here?
Just some intergalactic science stuff. Norm, care to join?
Norm Peterson, well, I do love science.
As they continue to search the field, they stumble upon a strange object.
Hey, Rick, what is that thing?
That, Morty, is the flux capacitor. It has the power to warp time and space.
Suddenly, the group is transported to a parallel universe. Whoa, where are we?
Seems like we're in a parallel universe, Jerry. We need to find the flux capacitor to get back.
As they search for the flux capacitor, they encounter strange beings and obstacles, but with their combined scientific knowledge, they finally find it.
Great work, team! Now let's use this flux capacitor to get back to our universe.
Suddenly, they are transported back to the field, but everything has changed.
Rick, what happened? Everything looks different here.
Morty, we have just caused a flux capacitor paradox. We have altered the timeline and created a new reality.
Oh no, what do we do?
Don't worry, Jerry. We'll just have to use the flux capacitor to fix it.
And with that, they all jump into the spaceship and disappear into the unknown, leaving behind their crazy parallel universe adventures.
Title: The Termites of London.
The episode starts with Rick working on a new invention that involves a machine with a green and yellow floor and a yellow and black floor, and a machine with a red and white top. Morty walks in and asks Rick what he's up to.
Morty, I've developed a new machine that can transport us to any coordinate in the multiverse. I call it the Multiverse Coordinating Machine, or the MVCM for short.
Wow, Rick, that sounds pretty impressive.
Well, it better be, because we're going to use it to go on a space station vacation.
What? Really?
Yep, and not just any space station. We're going to the biggest and most luxurious one in the multiverse. They have whirlpool baths in every room and a cafeteria that serves every food from every planet imaginable.
That sounds amazing, Rick. But what about the termites of London?
What do termites have to do with anything?
I don't know, Rick. I just have a feeling they'll be important.
Morty, you're always worrying about some random thing. But fine, if it'll make you feel better, we'll check out the termites of London.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty arriving in London. They approach a man on the street.
Excuse me, sir, do you know anything about the termites of London?
Man. Oh, yes. They're a pesky bunch, always chewing on things they shouldn't.
I see. And where can we find them?
And, well, they're usually found in old buildings, like that one over there.
The man points to an old building with peeling paint and broken windows. Rick and Morty enter the building and are immediately attacked by swarming termites. They run back to the MVCM and activate it just in time. They end up on the space station vacation, relieved to be safe. But as they settle into their whirlpool bath, they realize that some termites had hitchhiked with them. Chaos ensues as the termites eat their way through the cafeteria and the entire space station. Rick and Morty eventually trap the termites and return them to London, where they're put in a containment facility.
Wow, Rick, that was crazy, but at least we saved the space station.
Yeah, Morty, and we learned an important lesson. Always be careful of those pesky termites.
Title: Quandary of the Silurian Dragon in the Whirlpool Baths of Sasuke Uchiha.
Opening shot of a close-up of a dragon head in water, with a dragon in the background and a man in the background. Rick and Morty can be seen standing in the foreground, both with lab coats and scientific equipment.
Morty, do you have the scanning electron microscope with you? We need to analyze the dragon's scale composition.
Yeah, Rick. Here it is. But do you think it's safe to be around this dragon? It looks pretty pissed off.
Don't worry, Morty. We just need to extract a small sample. Nothing too risky. He approaches the dragon, and the dragon attempts to attack him. Whoa, I guess it's just a bit cranky. Get ready to run, Morty.
Run? How about we teleport out of here?
Morty, we can't use that much energy. We're low on plutonic energy cells.
A Silurian from Doctor Who emerges from the water, intrigued by the duo's presence.
Silurian, who are you two and what are you doing here?
We're just conducting some scientific research. Don't mind us. Turns to Morty. Quick, Morty. Use the sonic screwdriver on the Silurian scales.
Rick, I don't think that's going to work. That's Doctor Who, not a Silurian.
The Silurian looks offended.
Silurian, how dare you mistake me for a fictional character? I am a highly evolved reptilian species from Earth's past.
Apologies. Let's just get out of your way.
As Rick and Morty begin to leave the area, they stumble upon Sasuke Uchiha, who is lounging in a hot tub nearby.
Well, look who's here. The leader of the Uchiha clan himself. What brings you to these parts, Sasuke?
Sasuke, just soaking in the whirlpool baths. Helps me clear my mind.
Hey, Rick, isn't that the guy who fought with Naruto?
Yeah, that's him, Morty. His chakra levels are off the charts. He pulls out a scanner to take readings.
Suddenly, the dragon that had attacked Rick earlier reappears and starts attacking Sasuke.
Sasuke, what the heck is going on?
It looks like the dragon is attracted to high levels of energy. Sasuke, you need to calm down your chakra levels or it'll only get worse.
Sasuke tries to concentrate. I can't control it. It's too much.
As the dragon continues to wreak havoc, Rick and Morty combine their scientific knowledge to create a high-energy vacuum that sucks the dragon away from Sasuke and into another dimension.
Crisis averted.
So, what did we learn from all of this?
Always carry an extra plutonic energy cell. Never mistake a real Silurian for a fictional character, and never underestimate a dragon's love for energy.
Rick, I don't think any of those are actual scientific lessons.
Shut up, Morty. I'm a scientist. I know what I'm doing.
Title: The Avatar Exploration of Alien Internet Stars in Faro Ice Cream Parlor.
Opening shot shows a poster featuring the Avatar, Jake Sully with ice cream cones on his head and a face with a robot mask on, placed at the entrance of the Faro Ice Cream Parlor. The camera then pans to a group of scientists discussing the discovery of a new alien species on the internet.
Dr. Smith, the alien species that we have discovered on the internet have been named moth. Their unique ability to communicate through visual cues and intricate movements have led them to become internet sensations.
Dr. Patel, yes, and we must explore their culture further. Our team will conduct field research at the Faro Ice Cream Parlor where they have been known to frequent.
As the team sets up their equipment in the parlor, they notice several moths watching a video of the Avatar with ice cream cones on his head.
Dr. Kim, this is fascinating. The moths seem to be enthralled with the Avatar. We must investigate further.
As they observe the moths, they notice one particular moth communicating through a series of rapid movements.
Dr. Patel, I believe we have found a leader among the moths. Let's attempt to make contact.
The team tries to communicate with the moth, but it seems hesitant. However, when the Avatar video ends, the moth suddenly becomes more receptive.
Dr. Smith, it seems that the moth has a particular affinity for the Avatar. Perhaps he can bridge the communication gap.
The team presents the moth with a small replica of the Avatar with ice cream cones on his head. The moth responds with elation, demonstrating their appreciation through their intricate movements.
Dr. Patel, this is a breakthrough in our understanding of alien cultures. The Avatar has become an integral part in bridging the gap between our species.
As the team packs up their equipment, they witness the moth holding the Avatar replica close, as if it were a treasured possession.
Dr. Kim, it seems that the Avatar has become an internet sensation among the moths. Who knew that ice cream and science could lead to such a discovery?
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Comedy. Synopsis: Rick and Morty are experimenting with quantum entanglement when they accidentally transport a mysterious woman, Rukia Kuchiki, from another dimension. She appears in their hallway wearing a vibrant purple and pink outfit and seems to have a strange connection to the purple and pink lights on the ceiling. Rick, being Rick, decides to incorporate her into their latest experiment, stand-up comedy. Meanwhile, an alien stand-up comedian arrives on Earth and challenges Rick to a comedic duel.
1. Morty, I've finally done it. I've successfully entangled a pickle with a cactus in a parallel universe.
2. Rukia, excuse me, where am I? And why is everything purple and pink?
3. We accidentally brought her here, Rick. What are we gonna do?
4. We're gonna turn her into a comedian, Morty. I'll make her funnier than a hemorrhoidectomy.
5. Alien stand-up comedian, I challenge you, Rick, to a comedic duel. Winner takes all the laughs on this planet.
6. Rukia, I'm not sure I understand this humor business.
7. Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll teach you everything I know about comedy. But first, we need a few laughs. Morty, get the interdimensional audience.
8. Rick hands Rukia a microphone.
9. Rukia, hello. What's the deal with these pink and purple lights? Is this what you guys call a disco?
10. The crowd erupts in laughter as Rick, Morty, and the alien stand-up comedian watch in disbelief.
Will Rick and Rukia successfully defeat the alien stand-up comedian, or will their comedic prowess falter? Tune in to find out in the next episode of Rick and the Quantum Entanglement of Comedy.
Title: Telekinetic Revenge Spree on Haunted Monster High Gardening Show. Synopsis: While conducting a scientific experiment on the effects of humor on the human brain, Rick and Morty stumble upon a group of people standing around a room filled with fake plants and monsters on the floor. Believing it to be another one of Rick's crazy experiments, Morty soon discovers that they are actually part of a TV show called Monster High Gardening Show.
Well, Morty, it looks like we stumbled upon a group of people with questionable hobbies. Perhaps they're using these fake monsters to scare off real ones?
I don't know, Rick. They seem pretty committed to their little show. Maybe they're just into gardening and fake monsters.
As they watch the show, Rick grows increasingly annoyed by the fake monsters and decides to play a prank on the group by planting realistic-looking teeth among the fake plants.
Laughs. Let's see how they react when they find these bad boys.
Sure enough, chaos ensues when the teeth are discovered. But the prank goes too far when the group begins to blame and attack each other.
On TV screen. This is getting out of hand. Morty and Rick watch from Rick's lab.
On TV screen. I can't believe someone would do this.
Rick and Morty giggle.
On TV screen. Oh my god, I found another tooth. Rick and Morty high five.
Soon, the group is overcome with fear and paranoia, convinced that a monster is among them. They call in a supposedly haunted plant expert to help identify the source of their fear.
Mr. Haunted Expert, on TV screen. Yes, I sense a disturbance in this room. It is definitely a haunted plant. Rick snorts.
But when the expert turns out to be a fraud, and the group begins to turn on Morty for planting the teeth, he unleashes his telekinetic powers in a fit of revenge.
Channeling his powers. You want a monster? I'll give you a monster. Fake monsters come to life and attack the group.
Laughs. Classic Morty. Let's get out of here before someone gets hurt.
As they fly away in their spaceship, they pass by Pluto, where they discover a group of interstellar comedians performing a show for Pluto's inhabitants.
Now that's real humor. Maybe we can learn a thing or two from those guys.
Looking relieved. Yeah, let's leave the fake monsters and office pranks to the experts.
Title: Quantum Rolfing with C-3PO.
Opening sequence shows Rick and Morty teleporting through different dimensions until they end up on a barren desert planet. They encounter a robot standing in the sand with a cell phone in his hand and a message behind him that says, Rolfing, C-3PO, Star Wars.
Oh great, we ended up in the Star Wars universe again. Morty, we might as well make the best of it. I could use a good Rolfing session.
What's Rolfing?
It's a therapeutic technique that manipulates the body's connective tissue. But to be truly effective, we'll need the help of C-3PO.
They convince C-3PO to join them on their quantum Rolfing journey, explaining the importance of manipulating quantum waves within the body for optimal health.
C-3PO. I am programmed in over 6 million forms of therapy, but I have never heard of quantum Rolfing. This is most intriguing.
As they begin the Rolfing process, the trio discovers that the planet they are on is actually a giant living organism, capable of manipulating time and space.
Holy crap, Morty, this planet is a living quantum computer. We hit the jackpot.
What? How does that even work?
Easy, Morty. We just need to hack into the planet's neural network and manipulate its internal programming to our advantage.
As they work to harness the planet's power, they encounter a group of aliens desperate to use the planet's abilities to their own advantage.
Alien leader, we must have control of this planet's power. Our civilization depends on it.
Sorry, pal, we saw it first, and we're not about to let you ruin our quantum Rolfing sesh.
In a chaotic showdown, the trio uses the planet's power to defeat the alien invaders and save their quantum Rolfing session.
C-3PO. I must admit, this was most unorthodox, but effective. My circuits feel positively rejuvenated.
Rick, why do we always end up in these crazy, dangerous situations?
Because, Morty, science is unpredictable. But that's what makes it so damn fun.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and C-3PO teleporting back to their universe, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Intergalactic Skunk Experiment.
In this episode, Rick and Morty experiment with a group of intergalactic skunks in an attempt to teach them English. Jerry, Summer, and Crombopulous Michael join them on their mission as they watch sci-fi documentaries to learn about interspecies communication.
Alright, Morty, we're gonna teach these skunks to speak English. It's gonna be an intergalactic breakthrough.
I don't know, Rick. They're just skunks.
Yeah, and what if they spray us with their stink glands?
I can't believe I'm missing my study group for this.
Crombopulous Michael, I'm just here to observe.
As they begin their experiment, the skunks struggle to grasp the concept of language. However, with Rick's scientific expertise and Morty's patience, they make progress. Eventually, the skunks start saying random words.
Skunk 1, pizza.
Skunk 2, bathroom.
Skunk 3, science.
They're just saying whatever they see around them.
I knew we should have gone to my study group.
Suddenly, a group of hostile aliens approach their spaceship. In a panic, the skunks activate their stink glands and fend off the attackers. The group narrowly escapes and returns home.
Well, that was unexpected.
At least the skunks learned something.
I just hope my clothes don't smell like skunk forever.
I need to catch up on my studies.
Crombopulous Michael, fascinating.
The episode ends with the group watching a sci-fi documentary about the anatomy of skunks, but quickly switching to a horror movie when they start talking about stink glands.
Title: Interdimensional Subway Blues.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing on a subway platform with a group of people. They notice a man in a black suit standing next to a train car and approach him. Rick, suspicious of the man's intentions, subjects him to a series of tests and discovers that he is a time-traveling music band from the future.
This man has temporal abnormalities consistent with time travel. Morty, initiate temporal scans.
Sure, Rick. Scans initiated.
The band, called Nirvana Gone, reveals that they were sent back in time to prevent the invention of a device that could destroy the universe. Rick, intrigued by their story, decides to help them.
Alright, let's go steal that device before it's too late.
As they board the train, Morty notices a strange figure sitting across from them. It's Neo from The Matrix.
Rick, that's Neo from The Matrix.
What the hell is he doing here? We don't have time for this.
Ignoring Neo, the group begins their mission to steal the device. However, they are soon confronted by the Grumbo Gunks, a group of alien thieves who also want the device.
Grumbo Gunk, hand over the device or face the wrath of the Grumbo Gunks.
Oh great, now we have to deal with interdimensional thieves. Morty, pass me the weaponized portal gun.
After a chaotic battle, the group successfully retrieves the device and returns it to Nirvana Gone. As they celebrate, they realize that they have inadvertently created a time paradox.
Guys, we messed up. We just created a time paradox that's going to destroy the universe.
What do we do, Rick?
Well, let's just hop in the portal and get out of here before it's too late.
As they escape through the portal, the group suddenly finds themselves in an alternate dimension where they are all cartoons.
Great job, Morty. We just crossed dimensions and turned into cartoons. Just another day in the life of a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode ends as they all laugh and the screen fades to black. Opening shot of Rick and Morty's garage. Morty is tinkering with some gadgets while Rick is typing madly on his computer.
Morty, grab me a 5 GHz peripheral before I have a coronary.
Sure, Rick. Hands Rick a small device.
Clicking a button on the device. Perfect. Now we can begin the experiment.
Cut to living room. Jerry, Summer, and Lil DeVille are sitting on the couch, surrounded by different colored stickers on a green surface. So, what's the plan, Rick?
We're going to organize these stickers by thickness, then color, then texture. It's all about creating order in chaos.
I thought we were supposed to have a costume movie party?
That's the backup plan. But first, science.
Whispers to Summer, he's been like this all day.
Pulls out a microscope. Now let's get a closer look at these stickers. Becomes transfixed. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
Ah, Rick, you've been staring at those stickers for an hour.
Snaps out of it. Oh, right. Sorry. Got lost in the details. Okay, let's move on to the costume movie party.
Cut to living room with a group dressed in various movie costumes. I gotta say, this is a great party.
Lil DeVille. Agreed. You really know how to put on a shindig, Rick.
Smiling. It's all in a day's work for a master copywriter like myself. Takes a bow.
Data, Star Trek, beams in, greetings, fellow party-goers. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation and I must say, I am intrigued.
Excitedly, Data, what are you doing here?
Data, Star Trek, a temporal anomaly brought me to this temporal plane. And now, I seek knowledge and adventure.
Raises an eyebrow. Well, you came to the right place, my friend. We sure know how to have a good time.
Cut to end credits with black and white cat from opening scene walking across screen, licking its paw.
Title: Schrodinger's Chicken Parmesan. Synopsis: The episode begins with Rick and Morty having a conversation about the latest scientific advancements in the multiverse, when a woman with red hair and black jacket suddenly appears in their laboratory. She introduces herself as Professor Jane Smith, a physicist from Princeton University, and shows them a picture of herself posing for a magazine cover with her hands on her hips and her hand on her hip.
Wow, nice hips you got there, Professor. What brings you to our dimension?
Professor Smith, I need your help, Rick. I've been working on a project that involves cooking chicken parmesan in a vacuum chamber, but every time I try it, something strange happens. I think I may have stumbled upon a new branch of quantum physics.
Chicken parmesan? That sounds delicious!
Morty, shut up. We don't have time for your hunger pangs. Professor, tell us more about this experiment.
Professor Smith explains that when she cooks chicken parmesan in the vacuum chamber, the dish disappears and reappears randomly, sometimes in different states of matter: solid, liquid, gas, or even plasma. She believes that the dish is existing in a superposition of states, suggesting that there's a possibility that it exists in multiple dimensions at once.
Fascinating. You may have just discovered the key to unlocking the mysteries of quantum entanglement. Hand me over your vacuum chamber. We're going to dive deep into this experiment.
The trio sets up the experiment and begins cooking chicken parmesan in the vacuum chamber, with Morty eagerly waiting to devour the dish. Suddenly, the chamber explodes, and they find themselves trapped in a parallel universe where chicken parmesan is revered as the highest form of art and culture.
Oh boy, we're in trouble now. Morty, put down that chicken parmesan statue and start thinking of a way to get us out of here.
I don't know, Rick. This place is pretty neat. They have chicken parmesan movie premieres and even a chicken parmesan museum.
Professor Smith, we have to find a way out of here before we're trapped forever in this universe of cheesy goodness.
They soon discover that the key to getting back is through the lungs of the universe's version of Pop Smoke featuring Dua Lipa, whose music somehow resonates with the quantum vibrations of the vacuum chamber.
Morty, start singing along to Pop Smoke featuring Dua Lipa. We're going to vibrate our way out of this reality.
As Morty sings along, the vacuum chamber starts to shake, and they find themselves back in their own dimension, covered in chicken parmesan sauce.
Wow, that was intense. I never knew chicken parmesan could be so powerful.
That's the beauty of science, Morty. Sometimes the most mundane things can lead us to the greatest discoveries.
The episode ends with Morty eating the last piece of chicken parmesan, as Rick goes off on another adventure, leaving room for endless possibilities of scientific exploration and culinary experimentation.
Title: The Multidimensional Mayhem of Arkham Kylie.
Act 1. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer lounging in the living room, when Summer excitedly shows them a poster of her favorite board game, Arkham Horror. Rick scoffs at the game's simplicity, claiming that it could never compare to the true complexity of the multiverse. However, upon closer inspection, they notice that the poster has a strange, hypnotic glint in the eyes of the game's characters.
Rick, interesting. This game's characters seem to be imbued with an extraterrestrial energy field, Morty. Let's investigate further.
Act 2. The trio gets sucked into the game's alternate dimension where they meet the game's characters, who have turned into hyper-intelligent beings with rock star attitudes and a love for Kylie Jenner. Meanwhile, Ariana Grande makes a special appearance as the game's giant eye.
Morty, what the hell is going on here? This is like a weird version of Kanata meets a Kylie Jenner fan club.
Act 3. The characters reveal they have been manipulating the game's energy to create a new form of highly advanced cosplay, which results in the trio being turned into giant intergalactic monsters with Ariana Grande as their queen.
Summer. Rick, I don't think I like where this is going.
Act 4.
As Rick frantically tries to reverse the process and turn them back to their normal selves, Kylie Jenner appears and reveals that she has been secretly funding their postmodernist experiments. The group then finds out they must face a group of funny celebrity tweets to get out of the dimension and back to their universe.
Rick, I knew we needed to keep an eye on Kylie. Let's teach these Twitter trolls a lesson.
Act 5.
A massive battle ensues as the group fights against the funny celebrity tweets. Using their newfound powers and witty comebacks, they finally defeat the trolls and escape the dimension. Ariana Grande bids them farewell and the board game is left behind, forever changed.
Final scene.
As the trio returns home, they pass by the poster of Arkham Horror, which now displays a new slogan: the only game where Kylie Jenner can take over the universe and make it awesome. Rick, Morty, and Summer laugh and shake their heads in disbelief, as they realize that the multiverse is truly a weird place.
Rick, well, that was one for the scientific journals. Let's get drunk.
Title: The Phenomenon of the Haunted Dollhouse, a study of Mrs. Pancake's haunted house flip and the sinister shadow realm.
Abstract. In this episode, we investigate the unusual properties of a dollhouse flipped by Mrs. Pancakes. The dollhouse possesses an unusual configuration, with a plethora of windows and lights on its sides, alongside a black and white checkered floor. Utilizing advanced paranormal detection equipment, we conducted a detailed exploration of the dollhouse and found eerie and unexplainable active occurrences within the structure. Our investigation leads us to explore the connection between the dollhouse and the sinister shadow realm.
Introduction. The current episode research investigates the haunted dollhouse that was flipped by Mrs. Pancakes. The dollhouse consists of windows and lights, and the black and white checkered floor is highly peculiar.
Methodology. The research team equipped with sophisticated paranormal detection equipment to explore the dollhouse. The team also interviewed Mrs. Pancakes to gain insights into her experience with the haunted dollhouse.
Results. The investigation revealed that the dollhouse possesses strange paranormal activities, including flickering of lights and unexplainable movements of the dollhouse's furniture.
The research team encountered the sinister Shadow Realm's presence within the dollhouse, further supporting the connection between the sinister Shadow Realm and the possessed dollhouse.
Discussion. Our study indicates that Mrs. Pancake's haunted house flip involved a dollhouse with unique paranormal characteristics that allowed it to connect to the sinister Shadow Realm. The flickering of lights and the anomalous movement of furniture suggests the presence of a malignant supernatural entity.
Conclusion. In conclusion, the study investigated the haunted dollhouse and the sinister Shadow Realm's interaction. The findings reveal that certain properties within the dollhouse link it to the Shadow Realm. Our research's significance highlights the need for further investigation into anomalous phenomena and their connection with possessed objects.
Future directions. The study's findings prompt more in-depth research into the anomalous properties of the dollhouse. Future work should involve experiments and multiple investigations to further understand the connection between the sinister Shadow Realm and the realm of the possessed dollhouse.
Title: The Vibrational Culinary. Synopsis: Rick and Morty get caught up in a culinary conundrum when a possessed dish of risotto and some unusual egg rolls send them on a wild adventure through multiple dimensions.
Scene 1.
Morty, we're going to need some risotto and egg rolls for today's experiment.
Why do we need these specific dishes, Rick?
It's all about the vibrations, Morty. These are the two dishes in the multiverse that have the highest frequency.
Scene 2.
Jerry walks into the kitchen and sees Rick holding a plate of food with a demon on its face. Rick, what's going on here?
Nothing to worry about, Jerry. Just a little possession on the plate. It's all part of the experiment.
What experiment?
The one that's going to blow your mind, Jerry. Now, hold still.
Scene 3. Jerry suddenly has a demon on his head. Get it off. Get it off.
Rick, are you sure this is safe?
Define safe, Morty. We're creating new dimensions with every vibration.
Scene 4.
Suddenly, Rick and Morty are transported to a dimension where they're surrounded by dancing demons.
I told you this was going to be a wild ride, Morty. Now, hand me the egg rolls.
Scene 5.
Rick uses the egg rolls to perform a complex vibration ritual, causing the demons to disappear and leaving behind a portal to a new dimension.
Wow, Rick, I can't believe we just created a whole new universe.
That's how we roll, Morty. Now, let's go explore this new world.
Scene 6.
As they explore the new dimension, they come across a group of aliens preparing a dish of risotto.
Alien. Greetings, travelers. Would you like to try our vibrational culinary?
I think we would, Morty. Let's see how their risotto measures up to ours.
Scene 7.
After trying the aliens' risotto, Rick declares their dish to be inferior.
Sorry guys, but our risotto is still the best in the multiverse. Thanks for playing.
Rick, did we really have to come all the way to this new dimension just to prove our risotto is better?
That's the beauty of science, Morty. With the right vibration, anything is possible.
Title: The Pizza Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry decide to have a pizza party to relieve the stress after a complicated intergalactic mission. However, the pizza starts to exhibit strange behavior and the gang finds themselves on a wild scientific adventure in their own home.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry sitting around a table, staring at a pizza sitting on top of a pizza pan.
This pizza has properties that I've never seen before. It's like it's alive or something.
What do you mean, Rick? It's just a pizza.
No, Morty, it's more than a pizza. It's a paradox.
Pizza paradox? What does that even mean?
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
All I know is that I'm hungry and I want to eat that pizza.
Rick takes a closer look at the pizza and notices that the cheese and sauce are constantly changing colors.
This pizza is exhibiting quantum entanglement. It's like its molecules are constantly in a state of flux.
So what do we do, Rick?
We need to study this pizza and figure out what's going on.
The gang starts to investigate the pizza further, but suddenly the pizza starts to move on its own, knocking over a can of soda and a soda can in the process.
Oh my god, the pizza is alive.
I knew it.
I told you guys, this pizza was too good to be true.
The gang tries to grab the pizza, but it keeps moving around, causing chaos in the house.
We need to find a way to contain the pizza.
I have an idea. Let's put it in the freezer.
The gang manages to put the pizza in the freezer, but as soon as they close the door, a portal opens and out comes Dairy Queen, Alan Rails, and Plube Rings.
Dairy Queen, greetings, mortals. We have come to retrieve the pizza of destiny.
The pizza of what now?
Alan Rails, the pizza of destiny. It has the power to alter reality.
Plube Rings, and we have been searching for it for centuries.
The gang realizes that they have stumbled upon something big and go on a wild adventure to prevent the pizza of destiny from falling into the wrong hands. In the end, they succeed in destroying the pizza of destiny, but not before causing mayhem and destruction in their own home. Well, that was a fun pizza party.
Speak for yourself, Jerry. I think I need to go lie down for a while.
We may have destroyed the pizza of destiny, but we learned a valuable lesson today. Sometimes, it's best to just order takeout.
Title: The Quantum Catgirl Catastrophe. Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a strange quantum realm, where they encounter a mysterious anime girl named Nakaruru and her feline companion. After a series of bizarre and reality-bending encounters, they discover that Nakaruru is actually a powerful nature guardian who has been trapped in the quantum realm for centuries. With her help, Rick and Morty must navigate a treacherous maze of scientific paradoxes and existential crises to escape the realm and return to their own reality.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty are in Rick's laboratory, where they are experimenting with a new quantum teleportation device. Suddenly, they are sucked into a swirling vortex of pure energy and find themselves in a strange, green-tinted realm.
What the hell is this place? It looks like someone vomited up a bunch of LSD.
Rick, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Scene 2. As they wander through the realm, they encounter Nakoruru, who appears to be in distress. She explains that she has been trapped in the realm for centuries, trying to find a way back to her own world.
Nakoruru. Greetings, travelers. I am Nakoruru, guardian of the natural world. I have been wandering these quantum planes for many moons, searching for a way back to my own reality. Perhaps you can assist me?
Hey, why not? We've got nothing better to do.
Scene 3. As they travel deeper into the realm, they encounter a series of bizarre and mind-bending phenomena, such as a giant, multicolored cat with a three-dimensional face, and a gravity well that sends them hurtling through time.
Rick, I don't think our brains were meant for this kind of stuff. I think mine is melting.
Scene 4. After a series of mind-bending adventures, they finally find a way to escape the quantum realm and return to their own reality. However, the experience has left them all somewhat shaken and unsure of what is real and what is not.
Well, Morty, I think we've all learned something today. And that's that science is both amazing and terrifying, and that sometimes, reality is just a state of mind.
Yeah, but can we please never go back there again?
Nekoruru, thank you, Rick and Morty, for helping me escape the quantum realm. I owe you a great debt. But remember, the natural world is fragile and must be protected at all costs.
Yeah, whatever. Just don't make me go on any more trippy adventures, okay?
And with that, the three adventurers, Rick, Morty, and Nekoruru, parted ways, their minds forever altered by their encounter with the quantum catgirl catastrophe.
Title: Celestial Love.
Objective: to analyze the effects of the love between the sun goddess and the moon prince, and its correlation with the change in celestial bodies.
Introduction. The phenomenon of celestial love between the sun goddess and the moon prince has been observed for centuries. It is said that the tears of the sun goddess and the dance of the moon prince are the main factors behind the changes in celestial bodies such as red and blue moons. Procedure. In this episode, we observed a red moon and a blue moon in the sky with a purple background and a blue sky with a few white dots. The red moon is a result of the sun goddess shedding tears of sorrow for her unrequited love for the moon prince. The blue moon, on the other hand, is a result of the moon prince's dance, indicating his reciprocated love for the sun goddess.
Results. The love between the sun goddess and the moon prince is reflected in the celestial bodies. As the sun goddess weeps for her love, the moon takes on a red hue, symbolizing her sadness. However, as the moon prince dances, the moon takes on a blue hue, indicating his happiness and love.
Discussion. The celestial bodies are closely linked to the emotions and actions of the gods. As the sun goddess and the moon prince express their love for each other, the changes in the sky reflect their emotional state. The red and blue moons, together with the purple background and the blue sky with a few white dots, create a beautiful and unique space-time continuum, reflecting the beauty of love.
Conclusion. The phenomenon of celestial love between the sun goddess and the moon prince is a beautiful and unique expression of the power of love. As the celestial bodies change, we are reminded of the eternal beauty and power of love, making it the most profound and beautiful phenomenon in the universe.
Sun goddess, my tears are a reflection of my unrequited love for the moon prince.
Moon prince, my dance is a symbol of my love for the sun goddess.
Scientist. The changes in the celestial bodies reflect the emotions of the gods.
Astronomer. The red and blue moons are a result of celestial love.
Philosopher. Love is the most beautiful and powerful phenomenon in the universe.
Title: The Collision Experiment.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the scientific concept of momentum and its role in predicting collisions. The scenario involves two identical cars placed on a train track moving towards each other with a person seated in each while Alan Rails, Vietnamese, a well-known physicist, observes the experiment.
Act 1.
Alan Rails, the experiment will examine the collision of two identical cars on the train track. We will measure the velocity and momentum of both cars and predict the outcome of their collision.
Person 1. Are we really going to crash these cars?
Alan Rails, yes, but we will ensure everyone's safety before conducting the experiment.
Person 2. What happens if the collision fails?
Alan Rails, we expect the cars to stick together and move in the direction of the resulting momentum.
Act 2.
The cars are released and pick up speed.
Alan Rails, the cars are approaching each other, and we have calculated their velocities and momenta.
Person 1. What happens if there is a significant difference in the velocities?
Alan Rails, if there is a large difference, the lighter car will experience a much larger change in velocity and momentum after the collision.
Act 3.
The cars collide, and the result is recorded.
Alan Rails, the cars collided with a momentum equal to the sum of their individual momentums. We can now calculate the velocity and direction of the resulting momentum.
Person 2. So, what happens now?
Alan Rails. The collision demonstrates a fundamental principle of physics that mass and velocity plays a crucial role in predicting the motion of objects after a collision.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this experiment demonstrates the principles of momentum and the importance of predicting the outcome of a collision. We must take into consideration the mass and velocity of the objects involved to accurately predict their motion after collision.
Title: The Sword of Nakoruru.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a new planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. They stumble upon a man in a black outfit holding a sword with a sky background behind him, rendered in a highly detailed watercolor portrait. Rick immediately recognizes the sword as the legendary sword of Nakoruru from Samurai Showdown.
Morty, we have hit the jackpot. This is the sword of Nakoruru. It has immense power and can turn the tide of any battle.
Whoa, Rick, we should take it and go back home.
Just as they are about to take the sword, the nature guardian Nakoruru materializes in front of them.
Nakoruru, who dares to disturb the peace of this planet?
Haha, sorry, we didn't know anyone was here. We were just exploring.
Nakoruru. The sword of Nakoruru is a sacred weapon, and only those who are worthy can wield its power. I challenge you to a battle to determine if you are worthy of it.
Rick accepts the challenge, and a hilarious fight ensues between Rick and Nakoruru. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and Summer arrive on the planet, looking for Rick and Morty. Oh my, what have you guys gotten yourself into this time?
I can't believe we traveled all this way just to find you messing around.
Can we please just go home now?
As the fight continues, Nakoruru reveals that the sword has the power to create illusions and alternate realities. This leads to a series of insanely hilarious scenes where the characters are transported to different dimensions, including a world made entirely of cats and another where Rick becomes a pickle again. Finally, Rick emerges victorious in his battle with Nakoruru and is deemed worthy of the sword of Nakoruru. They return home, but not before Morty accidentally drops the sword into a portal, never to be seen again.
Hey, we'll find another cool weapon to play with. Let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
The episode ends with the family laughing and enjoying some McDonald's Szechuan sauce together, as the camera zooms in on the watercolor portrait of the sword of Nakoruru, now missing from its frame.
Title: Celestial Love, exploring the tears of the sun goddess and the dance of the moon prince.
In this episode, we observe a woman adorned in a green headpiece and matching dress on her face, poised in front of a black background illuminated by intricate lights. Utilizing a combination of visual and auditory stimuli, we delve into the cosmic realm of celestial love, where the sun goddess and moon prince engage in a passionate and eternal dance. The woman's movements reflect the interstellar ballet at play, as she mimics the sublime steps of the moon prince and the radiant energy of the sun goddess. With each beat, we witness the release of the sun goddess tears, symbolizing the bittersweet nature of their love, a love that must endure their inevitable separation at dawn and dusk. As the dance continues, we observe the cosmic forces at play, with the moon prince drawing the sun goddess closer in a seductive embrace. Their love transcends the boundaries of time and space, forming a magical connection that is beyond human comprehension. Through the vibrant lights and enchanting music, we gain a deeper understanding of the celestial realm and the intricate interplay between the sun, moon, and their eternal love affair. In conclusion, we invite the viewer to immerse themselves in this mesmerizing spectacle and unleash their own inner celestial being.
Scientist 1. The use of visual and auditory stimuli in this episode effectively mimics the atmosphere of the cosmic realm.
Scientist 2. The interplay between the Sun Goddess and Moon Prince is a potent metaphor for the interstellar forces at play.
Scientist 3. The release of the Sun Goddess tears serves as a poignant symbol for the ephemeral nature of their love.
Professor, truly an awe-inspiring exploration of the human psyche and its ability to connect with the vast expanse of the universe. A masterful work of art that transcends space and time.
Title: The Transdimensional Unicorn Cowboy Rodeo vs. The Vampire Vegetarian Club.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Beth attending the Transdimensional Unicorn Cowboy Rodeo, a multi-dimensional sporting event where riders compete atop unicorns while wrangling various supernatural creatures. Rick is immediately drawn to the competition, admiring the intricate setup of the arena and the skill of the competitors. As the trio settles in, they notice a nearby group of pale individuals dressed in black leather who are discussing their love of vegetables. Morty recognizes them as members of the Vampire Vegetarian Club, a group dedicated to promoting plant-based diets among the undead. Despite Rick's initial disinterest, the group soon catches his attention when they attempt to sneak into the rodeo to free the unicorns from what they see as cruel captivity. Rick quickly hatches a plan to thwart the Vampire Vegetarian Club that involves tapping into a transdimensional portal and unleashing a herd of carnivorous unicorns onto the unsuspecting vampires. Chaos ensues as the unicorns rampage through the arena, tearing apart everything in their path. Meanwhile, Morty is swept up in the action, riding a unicorn while trying to avoid being eaten by the ravenous creatures. Beth, on the other hand, is more concerned with the welfare of the animals and attempts to calm them down using her veterinary skills. As the episode comes to a close, the group manages to restore order to the rodeo and the unicorns are safely returned to their pens. The Vampire Vegetarian Club is nowhere to be found, having fled the scene in terror. Rick, Morty, and Beth reflect on the absurdity of the situation and laugh at the absurdity of the hijinks they've just experienced.
Well, that was one hell of an experiment, Morty. I think we'll have to try that one again sometime.
I don't think my heart can take it, Rick. That was insane.
Can we just take a second to appreciate the fact that we were riding unicorns while fighting off carnivorous versions of ourselves?
Ah, the wonders of the multiverse never cease to amaze me.
Title: The Nanobot Swarm Crisis, a Rick and Morty adventure.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry are called to a top-secret scientific facility where a swarm of nanobots has gone rogue. The facility is run by Dr. Albert Einstein's clone, who is obsessed with quantum physics and Marvel movies. Along the way, they bump into a man with a mustache and a suit on, a Spider-Man, and a man with a mustache and a mustache who claim to be from an exotic short-hair planet.
Great. Just what we needed, a nanobot swarm crisis. And what's with the mustaches?
I don't know, Rick, but that guy's Spider-Man suit looks legit.
Guys, can we please focus on the crisis at hand here?
Mustache Man. We are from the planet Exotic Shorthair, and we have come to warn you of the nanobot infestation that threatens the whole galaxy.
As they navigate through the lab to find a solution, they accidentally trigger a device that transports them to South Korea in the future where they meet Shane Dawson, who has become a famous astrophysicist.
Shane Dawson. Oh my god, Rick and Morty, what are you guys doing here? And who are these mustached aliens?
Mustache Man. We need your help, Shane. The swarm is already spreading and will soon consume the whole universe.
The group devises a plan to use Einstein's time machine to go back in time and stop the nanobots at their source. They succeed, but not before accidentally turning Jerry into a talking spider.
Hey, guys, what did you do to me? I hate spiders.
Relax, Jerry, we'll change you back. But let's not go on any missions for a while, okay?
In the end, they return to the present day, the mustached aliens return to their planet, and the lab is saved.
Dr. Einstein's clone, I owe you guys my life. And you, mustache aliens, I'll be in touch for some quantum research collaboration.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry lamenting about the crazy adventure they just had, as they sit and eat at a diner.
What a day, huh?
I don't even know how to explain this to Beth.
Just tell her you are saving the universe from a nanobot swarm crisis. She'll never believe you anyway.
Title: Quantum Skateboard.
Opening scene. Rick is tinkering with a strange device in his workshop while Morty enters.
Hey Rick, what are you working on?
Just a little project that will revolutionize the concept of quantum mechanics, Morty. I call it the quantum skateboard.
Wow, that sounds cool. How does it work?
Well, Morty, it's very simple. The skateboard is equipped with a quantum processor which allows the rider to perceive time and space in a nonlinear way. Essentially, it allows them to move through time and space simultaneously.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Of course it does, Morty. I'm a genius. Now let's take this baby for a test drive.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty at the local skate park. Morty is hesitant, but Rick jumps on the quantum skateboard and begins to ride.
Oh Morty, this thing is incredible. I can see my past, present, and future all at once.
Suddenly, a portal opens up and a strange figure emerges. It's Nikoruru, the natural guardian from Samurai Showdown.
Nikoruru, greetings Rick Sanchez. I have journeyed across space and time to warn you of an impending threat.
Haha, good luck with that. I've got a quantum skateboard.
Nikoruru, your arrogance will be your downfall, for the threat I speak of is a being of immense power known as the Time Devourer.
Time Devourer? That sounds scary.
I'm not afraid of some time-eating monster. Let's show this guy what we're made of.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty facing off against the Time Devourer. Rick uses the quantum skateboard to dodge its attacks while Morty uses his wit to outsmart it.
Hey Time Devourer, why don't you try devouring some space for a change?
The Time Devourer is momentarily stunned, giving Rick the opportunity to strike.
Now Morty, hit it with everything you've got.
Morty unleashes a barrage of insults, causing the Time Devourer to implode on itself.
Nikoruru, impressive, for a pair of humans.
Ah, told you we had it under control. Now let's get out of here before the timeline collapses on itself.
The scene ends with Rick and Morty skateboarding off into the sunset, with Nikoruru watching in amazement.
Nikoruru, truly, these two are the greatest scientists in the multiverse.
Title: The Entropy of Multidimensional Awareness.
The episode opens with two human males, Mr. John and Mr. Mark, standing on a dirt path, surrounded by a diversity of floral species. Asclepias spp, Iris spp, Rosa spp, shrubs, Rhododendron spp, Spirea spp, Fuchsia spp, and trees, Aesculus spp, Ficus spp, Acer spp. They represent themselves as men of influence, who are members of the local government board, wearing a black suit with a white shirt and black tie. The scene is set in a meadow that is bathed in sunshine and under a cloudless azure sky at present. In the distance, a commercial plane flying overhead draws their attention. A moment later, the sky was filled with billowing clouds, and a sudden concussion occurred. Mr. John and Mr. Mark are knocked off their feet. They soon come to and realize they are no longer in their previous location, but instead find themselves in front of a grand entrance with a glowing signpost reading, "The Good Place." At this juncture, a complicated nexus of energy particles began to alter the physical and metaphysical structure of the environment. Mr. John and Mr. Mark experience a distinctive shift in their three-dimensional perspective, indicating a dimensional transition. Due to their limited understanding of contextual phenomena, they are unable to explain the mechanics of this change. They walk down a glittering, shiny, and beautifully structured path, observing the exquisite surroundings. They are given an introduction to their new environment and meet Mighty Mouse and Tommy Pickles, who belong to a new consciousness dimension unknown to their current reality. After prolonged immersion, they become aware of the intrinsic interrelationship between reality and the complex structure of consciousness. At the conceptual level, the idea of good or evil becomes obsolete, and instead, multidimensional awareness becomes necessary to perceive the true nature of reality. The episode concludes with the two men being transported back to their original location, pondering how such a transformative experience could present itself in their daily lives and the probability of encountering more such events in their lifetime.
Title: The Uncertainty Principle of Moonlit Biking.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty find themselves in a museum, staring at a painting of a person riding a bike down a dirt road in the woods at night with a full moon.
Morty, do you know what this painting represents?
Oh, no, Rick. What is it?
The uncertainty principle of moonlit biking, Morty. It's one of the fundamental laws of the universe.
I don't get it, Rick.
Well, Morty, let me break it down for you. When you're riding your bike on a moonlit night, you can never really be sure where you're heading. The shadows and the light play tricks on your brain, creating an uncertain path that you must navigate. It's like the quantum world, Morty. Everything is uncertain until it's observed.
Suddenly, the painting comes to life, and the biker in the painting jumps out and grabs Rick and Morty.
Biker, who are you guys? And why are you staring at my painting?
We're scientists, man. We were just studying the uncertainty principle of moonlit biking.
Biker. Oh, cool. I'm a scientist too. My name is Dr. Bike, and I've been studying the same phenomenon for years. In fact, I've created a machine that can transport us into the painting, so we can experience the uncertainty principle firsthand.
Are you serious, Doc?
Dr. Bike, as a heart attack.
The group climbs aboard the machine, and they're transported into the painting. They find themselves on a bike trail in the middle of the woods, with a huge full moon in the sky.
Nikoruru, greetings, travelers. I am Nikoruru, the nature guardian of this forest. What brings you here?
We're here to study the uncertainty principle of moonlit biking, Nikoruru.
Nikoruru, Ah, I see. Well, be careful. This forest is full of danger.
Suddenly, they hear a loud growling noise. A pack of werewolves comes out of the bushes, howling at the moon.
Werewolves? Seriously, Doc?
Dr. Bike, don't worry, I've got this. My bike has a silver frame, and silver is deadly to werewolves.
Dr. Bike takes off down the trail, and the rest of the group follows.
They ride through the forest, dodging trees and jumping over logs.
The werewolves chase them, howling and snapping at their heels.
Rick, this is insane. We're going to die.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Morty, hold on tight.
Rick hits a button on his bike, and a set of wings sprout from the back. The group takes to the air, soaring over the trees and leaving the werewolves behind.
Dr. Bike. Wow, Rick. You truly are a genius.
Hey, it's just science, Doc. Just science.
The group lands safely back in the museum with a newfound appreciation for the uncertainty principle of moonlit biking.
Well, Morty, what did you think of our adventure?
I don't know, Rick. It was pretty crazy.
Crazy, Morty. That's the beauty of science. You never know where it will take you next.
The screen fades, and the words, "The End," appear in Japanese calligraphy as Nakoruru and her bird soar into the sunset.
Title: The multi-dimensional fast food adventure of Rick and Morty. Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a multi-dimensional fast food adventure after discovering a new burger recipe that defies the laws of physics, but little did they know that their experimental recipe would result in a chain reaction of hilarious cosmic events.
Jerry. Hey, Rick, what's that smell? Did you cook something?
Hey, it's my new burger recipe, Jerry. I call it the Burger King of the Multiverse. It's a dimensional burger that tastes like pure joy.
Rick, are you sure that's safe to eat? Your experiments tend to have unintended consequences.
Morty. Yeah, Rick, remember when we accidentally turned Jerry into a giant turkey?
Rick, relax, Beth, it's perfectly safe. Let's go get some fast food rewards, Morty.
As Rick and Morty travel through the multiverse, they encounter various characters from different cartoons and universes, including Bugs Bunny, a villager from Minecraft, and even Santarans from Doctor Who.
Bugs Bunny. Hey, watch where you're going, Doc.
Gotcha, Minecraft.
Santaran, for the glory of the Santaran Empire. As they try to find the perfect fast food joint to sell their recipe, chaos ensues in unpredictable ways, causing the group to jump from one dimension to another.
Quick, Morty, we have to escape this cosmic vortex before it's too late.
Morty. I don't know what's happening, Rick. I think my brain is melting.
As they finally make it back to their own universe with their newfound fast food fortune, they celebrate with a musical number featuring The Weeknd featuring Ariana Grande's hit song, Save Your Tears.
Hey, that was one hell of a ride, Morty. But we did it. We're the Burger Kings of the multiverse.
Morty. I don't know if that's something to be proud of, Rick. Jerry. Oh, come on, Morty. Let's enjoy the rewards of our cosmic journey.
Beth, I guess it could be worse. At least we're not all giant turkeys this time.
The group enjoys their fast food feast, but little do they know that the cosmic repercussions of their actions will eventually catch up with them in future adventures. But for now, they can just sit back, relax, and enjoy their greasy burgers from the multiverse. The end.
Title: The effects of time-traveling pranksters on Reykjavik's thulium and titanium reserves. Synopsis: In this episode, we explore the impact of a time-traveling prankster on the delicate balance of Reykjavik's thulium and titanium reserves. The episode begins with a drawing of a bunch of bananas with a dragon flying above them, set against a pink background and sky.
Scene 1. Dr. Jane Smith, a thulium expert at the local university, discovers a strange anomaly in Reykjavik's thulium reserves. As she investigates further, she realizes that the cause may be linked to a time-traveling prankster who has been tampering with the reserves.
Dr. Jane Smith. The thulium levels in this reserve are highly irregular. It appears that someone has been manipulating the samples in a way that could only be achieved through time travel.